By 1640 colonial products re-exported from London equaled in value all English exports other than textiles. Hence London's interest in colonial expansion, in the reorientation of colonial trade, in making London an entrepot for re-export of colonial produce. It was the way to shift the commercial center of the world from Amsterdam to London. It involved a commercial revolution. Crucial were the Navigation Acts of 1650 and 1651, which challenged the Dutch to fight for the trade of the world. A Navigation Act had been introduced into the Parliament of 1621, and frequent suggestions were made in the ensuing decades that goods should be imported and exported only in English bottoms. But under the monarchy, merchants had never been sufficiently influential to force this policy on the government, nor had any government the naval strength to carry it out, even if it had the will. Now for the first time the state played a leading role in integrating the country's trade into a single national monopoly. The adoption of this policy by the Rump was not the triumph of any particular pressure group, it was a victory for a new sense that the aggressive furthering of England's commercial interests should be a main concern of governments. 8 In 1648 the Dutch had secured the right of free passage into the Baltic for their ships, whilst English ships had to pay. Only the intervention of state power could reverse this defeat. Between 1651 and 1660 over 200 ships were added to the British Navy, thanks both to captures and to the building of more new vessels than in 4 decades of Stuart rule. This vast fleet was deliberately used to win commercial advantages. 1,700 prizes taken during the Dutch War of 1652-4 greatly strengthened the English mercantile marine. The Dutch agreed to pay compensation for the Amboina massacre of 1623, a concession which no previous English government had been able to secure. From the late 1630s, as the Dutch drove Portuguese ships from the eastern seas, English merchants had aspired to take over the role of carriers for the Portuguese. England's protection of the Portuguese Empire was a contributory cause of the Anglo-Dutch War of 1652. Its successful conclusion enabled the signature of an Anglo-Portuguese treaty in 1654, which transferred the monopoly of trade with the Portuguese Empire from Dutch to English merchants, and permitted the latter to trade with Brazil, Bengal, and West Africa on terms more favorable than those of Portuguese merchants themselves. There was a marked revival of Anglo-Portuguese trade, which in 1656 was expected to be welcome news to our clothing towns. Now their trade with Spain is shut up. In 1660 there were said to be 60 houses of English merchants at Lisbon, 2 in Spain. The long Portuguese connection had been established. From the mid-1650s, with the return to influence of Warwick and the Presbyterians, there was a shift in the direction of foreign policy, but no change in the conscious use of state power for commercial ends. The Anglo-Spanish War indeed accentuated Anglo-Dutch rivalry, owing to Dutch merchants attempting to monopolize the trade with Spain. In the Western design of 1655 Cromwell put into effect the policy of which a section of English opinion had dreamed since the days of Hakluyt, the policy of Raleigh and the Providence Island Company. It was not immediately successful, the attempt to seize Hispaniola failed, and the Spanish Empire proved still too strong. But the Western design for the first time made the Caribbean the theater of European power politics, which it was to remain for 150 years. The capture of Jamaica had far-reaching consequences. It was the first of the Greater Antilles to be lost to Spain, and its seizure inaugurated a new epoch in English commercial policy. Between 1640, when sugar cultivation was introduced, and 1651, the slave population of Barbados rose from 1,000 to 20,000, mostly supplied by the Dutch. It had doubled again by 1673, but now slaves came from Jamaica. Since political and religious emigration to the English North American plantations slowed down after 1640, slave labor was in demand there too. Jamaica also replaced the Dutch base at Curaçao as entrepot for the Spanish-American mainland. The prosperity of Liverpool and Bristol during the next century and a half was based on the slave trade. The national importance of commerce was recognized when the navy began to provide regular convoys from 1649. After royalist privateers had been crushed, Barbary pirates subdued, and the old privateering base of Dunkirk annexed, the English navy began effectively to police the seas. Merchantmen no longer needed to be armed to the teeth. So freights began to be reduced to the Dutch level. Blake's fleet was used as a decisive instrument of policy. English power appeared in the Mediterranean, to give the protection which merchants had sought in vain from the first two Stuarts. The effects were immediate and lasting. Treaties with Tetuan and Tangier gave naval bases there. Already the government was casting eyes on Gibraltar as a permanent base. English power was also exercised in the Baltic, still an essential source of naval stores and corn. Treaties of 1654 and 1656 gave English traders entry to Swedish ports on terms of equality with the Dutch, who hitherto had monopolized Baltic exports. Goodson's fleet at the Sound in 1658 looks forward to the 18th century. So English foreign policy was transformed. In place of the feeble and pro-Spanish policy of James and Charles, there was a deliberate concentration of England's strength on the use of sea power for an aggressive foreign policy. The interregnum saw the acquisition of Jamaica, St. Helena, Pilot Run, Suriname, Dunkirk, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. Trade with China began. Cromwell's greatness at home was but a shadow of his glory abroad, said Clarendon. Though Oliver talked of a Protestant crusade, and did in fact extend protection to the Vaudois and other victims of persecution, his foreign policy was dominated by economic considerations. Even Protestant Sweden was opposed when she seemed to threaten English commercial interests in the Baltic. By the end of the 1650s, the traditional anti-Spanish policy, part economic, part religious, had achieved its purpose. Spain's defeat in the 30 Years' War, the dominance of commercial over religious motives in foreign policy, meant that henceforth the Dutch were our immediate rivals. Thurlow regarded Dunkirk, captured from Spain, as a bridle to the Dutch. It would also have been a bridle to the French had Charles II not subsequently sold it and disbanded Cromwell's army. In consequence, France succeeded Spain as the most dangerous European power, against which the struggle for the New World and India had ultimately to be waged. From the interregnum, commercial interests acquired a primacy in the formation of foreign policy which they were to retain. Finance. This grandiose foreign policy cost money. It has been calculated that during the interregnum over £80 million was raised in England, an average of over £4 million a year. To pay for the Civil War, Parliament imposed new taxes, notably the assessment and excise. The former was a land and property tax modelled on ship money, and levied on the true yearly value of rents, annuities and offices. It was introduced on the initiative of the city radicals in 1643. Hitherto the main burden of taxation had fallen on merchants and the smaller men of property. Now for the first time the gentry were made to pay a substantial proportion. One landed family was paying a quarter of its income in taxation between 1643 and 1646, 1/8 in the 1650s. 10 At the same time the excise taxed the poor. It could be regarded as a rationalist and more efficient substitute for monopolies, since it fell mainly on articles of popular consumption, beer, meat, salt, starch, soap, paper. The revolutionary decades thus marked a turning point in taxation. The changes worked to the advantage of middling men, merchants, and industrialists, and to the disadvantage of the landed and landless classes. This heavy taxation came on top of requisitioning and free quarter, which hit rich and poor, and of conscription, which hit the very poor. Combined with state contracts, loans, and grants for the more fortunate among the well-to-do parliamentarians, and with the profits made from money lending and land speculation, the system of taxation helped to widen the gap between rich and poor, and to exacerbate relations between landed and moneyed men. Many of the gentry who before 1640 were burdened with debts, supporters of Parliament no less than royalists, may have found the burden of taxation insupportable. 11 Among the middling sort, yeomanry, and artisans, the unlucky would go under, as did Gerard Winstanley. The fortunate few, including some army officers, prospered. In addition to the land sales, which only accelerated a process continuous throughout the century, plate was melted down, lead stripped from houses, timber from estates. The Puritans, Cowley wrote in 1643, turned the kingdom's gold to iron and steel. Assets hitherto frozen were made available for productive investment. Davenant thought the years from 1630 to 1660 were those in which English stock increased most rapidly in the 17th century. This transfer and concentration of wealth by the use of state power has never been properly studied. It may prove to have been a leap forward parallel to that in agriculture resulting from the availability of new land for cultivation. Again, the beneficiaries were the moneyed men. Land sales helped to pay for the Dutch War. But after confiscated lands had been sold, governments continued to spend each year some 4 times as much as had been thought intolerable under Charles I. Far better value for money was given to the taxpayer than under the monarchy. Nevertheless, no parliament could be found which would vote the sums required. For much of the expenditure went to maintain the unpopular army. So each parliament under the Protectorate tried to reduce military expenditure, and to establish the principle that all taxation must be voted by representatives of those who paid it. Perhaps the most significant words in the petition and advice were those in Clause 7 concerning the revenue, no part thereof to be raised by a land tax. For the land tax, the assessment, paid for the army, excise and customs between them brought in less than £1 million, which did not cover other government expenditure. In view of the grudging attitude of the tax-paying classes, the government could raise only short-term loans. The Protectorate could never establish a funded national debt, that is, one which the lenders would regard as a permanent interest-bearing investment. Charles I's government had been brought down when simultaneous invasion from Scotland and tax strike in England forced the summons of a parliament. In a similar manner the Commonwealth collapsed in face of Monk's army, the only disciplined and paid force in the country, combined with a refusal to pay taxes. In each case the invading force from the north allowed the overwhelming combined strength of the City of London and the gentry to establish their natural supremacy. Monk's army was paid because a Scottish assembly had voted him £50,000 in November 1659, which saw him through till February, the date at which he came to terms with the city. After that, he could no more have dictated a settlement than the Scots could have done in 1640. He was too sensible to try, he took a dukedom instead. The State Church. In September 1641 the House of Commons voted, "It shall be lawful for the parishioners of any parish, to set up a lecture, and to maintain an orthodox minister at their own charge to preach every Lord's Day where there is no preaching, and to preach one day in every week where there is no weekly lecture." This was a double-edged weapon, intended partly to allow parishioners to force lecturers of their own choosing on Laudian or dumb dog incumbents, partly to steal the thunder of the unauthorized mechanic preachers who were collecting congregations outside the parish churches. Numbers of parishes took advantage of the order, often after keen struggles, in which the House of Commons intervened to insist that ministers must allow free use of their pulpits to lecturers. Furious promoters of the most dangerous innovations, Charles I called lecturers, "Their prayers and sermons stir up and continue the rebellion raised against me." Lecturers and ministers frequently acted as recruiting agents and propagandists. In August 1643 the House of Commons ordered divers godly ministers to go into divers counties, to possess the people with the truth and justice of the Parliament's cause in taking up of defensive arms. Meanwhile the Commons ejected numbers of scandalous ministers, many for reasons which made them scandalous in the modern sense, but others because of their political attitude. Ejected clergy were allowed 1/5 of the parochial revenue, at the expense of their successors. As the parliamentary armies advanced, so the purge advanced with them, until finally, under the Committees for the Propagation of the Gospel in Wales and the North Parts, groups of itinerant ministers were set up to carry the Puritan gospel into the hitherto dark corners of the land. So the state took over the task which the feoffees for impropriations had begun 25 years earlier. Church building, neglected for a century and a half, was resumed in the 50s, especially in the North and West, at government expense. The other aspect of the FEFI's work, augmentation of livings, was also resumed on a vastly expanded scale. Bishops' lands were sold under an ordinance of 1646, dean and chapter lands in 1649. The original Puritan hope of devoting the whole of the proceeds to the promotion of religion and learning was not realized, the demands of the army were too great. Nevertheless, over £30,000 a year from dean and chapter lands went to augment stipends of ministers and schoolmasters. More important, royalists were allowed to redeem part of their fine by settling impropriated tithes on the vicar of the parish. From these two sources, and much greater sums from municipal and private generosity, a large number of the English clergy must have enjoyed far more substantial incomes than before 1640 or after 1660. Before 1640 there had been considerable resentment at the Laudian attempt to increase tithe payments. Now the whole principle of tithes was challenged. The minister should depend on the voluntary contributions of his parishioners, it was claimed, otherwise he was a hireling. If voluntary contributions were not sufficient, why should the minister not work like anyone else? The Reformation doctrine of the priesthood of all believers would be carried to its logical conclusion by the abolition of a privileged caste of clergy. These arguments carried vast political and economic consequences. The question of tithes, writes Mr. Manning, was potentially the most revolutionary issue of the English Civil War because it could unite the economic grievances of the mass of small farmers with the religious program of the separatists. If tithes were not paid to ministers, then they would not be paid to lay impropriators either. Would these lay owners receive compensation, and if so at whose expense? Or would they merely be expropriated? Few of the propertied class regarded either proposal with anything but alarm. An established church stood or fell with tithes. Election and payment of ministers by congregations would mean the end of any nationally controlled and disciplined church. It would make anything but complete religious toleration virtually impossible. The reasons for preserving a national church were social as well as religious. Thus in 1650 Alderman Violet, in a report to a parliamentary committee on the decay of trade, proposed as remedies, first, to settle able and godly ministers in all churches throughout the nation, that will teach the people to fear God, to obey their superiors, and to live peaceably with each other, with a competent subsistence for all such ministers. The social function of religion was not often so frankly expressed, but many men undoubtedly agreed with Alderman Violet. Abolition of a state church would be an act of expropriation. Many thousands of gentlemen enjoyed rights of patronage to livings, for which they or their ancestors had paid hard cash. They did not wish to lose the right to appoint to these livings their younger sons, brothers, tutors, chaplains, or other dependants, nor to be deprived at the same stroke of the squire's faithful ally, the parson. Sir William Strickland spoke for many impropriators when he said in Parliament in June 1657, "The same levelling principle will lay waste properties and deny rents, upon the same account that they do tithes." Tithes, a pamphlet said in 1641, were paid especially by the meanest and poorest people, the richest citizen in London hardly paying so much as a countryman that hath but £20 or £10 a year in his occupation. Opponents of tithes came from the middling and poorer sort, the rich suffered comparatively little, and might even be recipients of tithes. These are some of the reasons why the question of tithes aroused the deepest passions and proved the most bitter of all the issues which divided radical from conservative parliamentarians. The threat to tithes must have seemed very real. They were opposed not only by levellers, the bare-bones Parliament, and the more radical sects, but also, and insistently, by a respectable civil servant like Milton, by the Lieutenant General in Ireland, Edmund Ludlow, and by very many in the army. Cromwell himself was alleged to have promised at Dunbar that if God gave him the victory he would abolish tithes. Tithes survived, but ministers abandoned the claim to collect them by divine right. The law of the land was a safer plea. One reason for the survival of tithes was the view, accepted by all parties, that very few ministers would be maintained by voluntary contributions if legal compulsion was removed. The minister, wrote Blythe in 1652, might go barefoot, and his family a-begging, for what the common people would contribute to his subsistence. We must remember remarks like this whenever we are tempted to think that the 17th century was a more religious age than the present. Presbyterians, Independents, and Sectaries. Historians these days are cautious about the labels Presbyterian and Independent. In November 1641, after sitting a year in the House of Commons, Sir Edward Deering said, "I have not yet heard any one gentleman within these walls stand up and assert his thought here for either of these ways, Presbyterian or Independent." Many independent MPs became elders when Presbyterianism was the established church. Many who voted for a Presbyterian establishment in 1646 were moderate Episcopalians or conservative Erastians, choosing the lesser evil. Haslerigg, one of the independent leaders, was, in Clarendon's words, as to religion perfectly Presbyterian. In political usage, Presbyterian meant conservative parliamentarian, independent one who favored religious toleration. Or, as an anonymous royalist pamphleteer put it, he that would rightly understand them must read for presbytery, aristocracy, and democracy, for independency. The Presbyterian establishment was virtually stillborn. By the time it reached the statute book power was passing to the independent army. Only in London and Lancashire was there much support from below for the Presbyterian system. Parliament had been careful to insist on its own absolute control of the church centrally, and had nominated the ruling elders who were to function locally. When the Assembly of Divines proclaimed that ministers and elders held their power from Jesus Christ, the House of Commons was quick to point out that, on the contrary, they held it from Parliament. Jure divino doctrines were as unwelcome in New Presbyter as they had been in Archbishop Laud. There was little danger here of a pope in every parish. The independents also favored a state church, but with very loosely defined doctrine, with tithes maintained or replaced by some certain form of maintenance for ministers, and with toleration of law-abiding sects. Religious toleration, which has come to be thought of as the hallmark of independency, was forced upon the independent members of Parliament by political necessity. The independent churches in New England were very far from tolerant. But the sects included the most radical and determined opponents of king and bishops. Cromwell found that toleration created the best possible fighting morale. The members of Parliament who forced through the self-denying ordinance and the new model army needed the political support of the sectaries. For conservatives, religious toleration was anathema. It meant that the lower orders could collect together and discuss whatever they liked, with no control from above at all. Professor Notestein has suggested that the sectaries brought Christianity to some of the poorer classes who had previously never gone to church, but their main influence was among the urban lower middle class. Edward's Gangrena, published in 1646, is a hysterical but reasonably accurate denunciation of the errors of the sectaries. Many of the heresies he pilloried are as political as further error number 52, by natural birth all men are equally and alike born to like property, liberty, and freedom. The idea of a single state church was so deeply embedded in the thought of the property that freedom to choose one's religion seemed in itself subversive. All respectable citizens knew that it was the duty of heads of households to bring up their servants in sound religious principles. But if apprentices and journeymen might go to a different church from their masters, who knew what nonsensical notions they might not hear, or even preach, there could be no good order under such a system. Most sects elected their own ministers and discussed church business in a democratic manner. They formed schools of self-government. The theological starting point of, say, the Baptists, was subversive of a state church. For adult baptism meant that each individual, when he reached the years of discretion, decided for himself what church he would belong to. It denied that every child born in England automatically became a member of the Church of England. So no Baptist could logically pay tithes voluntarily. In general, the sects seem especially to have appealed to women, to whom some of them gave equal rights. Again this seemed to conservatives subversive of natural subordination, and productive of nothing but family strife. Women gained immeasurably in status during this period, thanks not only to the greater equality they enjoyed in sectarian congregations but also to economic activities forced on them by the absence of husbands on military service or in exile. The idea that the end of the world was approaching had long been popular among lower-class radicals. It received a new emphasis when it was linked with the patriotic legend promulgated in Fox's Book of Martyrs. God's Englishmen were in the forefront of the battle against Antichrist, who was the Pope of Rome, and his agents in England. Parliamentarian propagandists emphasized, unfairly, Charles I's dependence on foreign Catholic support, and they encouraged ordinary Englishmen to believe that in supporting Parliament they were speeding the coming of God's kingdom on earth. The question in England, said the Puritan divine Stephen Marshall in 1644, is whether Christ or Antichrist shall be Lord or King. It was easy to see what the answer to that question ought to be. Respectable scholars like Thomas Brightman and Joseph Mead had decided, on the basis of their studies of biblical prophecy, that the millennium seemed likely to occur in the 1650s. Imagine the effect of this when popularized by skillful preachers to congregations desperate for escape from the crisis in which they found themselves. John Milton believed that Jesus Christ was shortly expected king, whose coming would put an end to all earthly tyrannies. For many the execution of Charles I in 1649 was justified because it made way for King Jesus. The sense of the imminence of a new spiritual epoch, in which God's people would be free in a new way, was one of many millenarian concepts which the Quakers took over. Christ's second coming became a symbol for the establishment of utopia on earth. When utopia failed to materialize, we can equally well imagine the disillusionment which followed. In the 1640s religious toleration allowed the emergence of eccentric prophets, self-appointed messiahs like John Reeve and Lodowick Mugleton, who damned their rivals with cheerful gusto, and John Robbins, who believed he was God Almighty and proposed to lead 144,000 men to reconquer the Holy Land. There were ranters, some of whom believed that God's grace had made them incapable of sin, and acted upon that belief. But there were also very many who described themselves as seekers, who tried all churches and were satisfied with none, men like the Leveller William Walwyn who specialized in Socratic questioning. Seekers and ranters were not very numerous outside London and the army, but they seemed to prove the point so labored by conservatives, that toleration could only lead to scepticism, atheism, and debauchery. Calvinist theology taught that the mass of mankind was sinful, unless preached at and disciplined by their betters they were bound to go astray. Democracy must lead to heresy. That the major vote of the people should ordinarily be just and good is next to an impossibility, wrote Richard Baxter in 1659. All this stir of the Republicans is but to make the seed of the serpent to be the sovereign rulers of the earth. The greatest heresy of all was that Christ died for all men, that all had a spark of the divine in them, and so that all men were equal. The Quakers were more interested in religion than in politics, but any justice of the peace or member of Parliament could see that to say thou to social superiors, to refuse to remove one's hat to constituted authority, was neither merely religious nor a harmless eccentricity in the explosive political atmosphere of the 1650s. His tenets are dangerous, a major wrote of another rank in 1657, maintaining perfection in this life one pacifism and abstention from politics became dominant in the Quaker movement only after 1660. The most obviously political religious group was that of the Fifth Monarchists, who sought in the 1650s to bring about by military revolt the long-predicted reign of Christ. For ill-educated laymen, under the economic stress of the revolutionary decades, especially after the defeat of the Levellers and the dissolution of the bare-bones Parliament, Fifth Monarchy became a desperately held hope. Only Christ's second coming could achieve what political action had failed to win. The duty of the elect was to eliminate hindrances to Christ's rule on earth. This often, in political terms, became overturn, a doctrine of anarchism. The existing state and its rulers were bad and must be rejected. In December 1653 Vavassar told his congregation to go home and pray, "Lord, wilt thou have Oliver Cromwell or Jesus Christ to reign over us?" In 1657 and 1661 fifth monarchist risings, headed by the wine-cooper Thomas Venner, threatened to overthrow the government. Not all Puritans expected the millennium in the immediate future. But the essence of radical Puritanism lay in the belief that God intended the betterment of man's life on earth, that men could understand God's purposes and cooperate with Him to bring them to fruition. So men's innermost wishes, if strongly enough left, could be believed to be God's will. By a natural dialectic, those who were most convinced that they were fighting God's battles proved the most effective fighters. Because they trusted God, they took the very greatest care to keep their powder dry, and were ready to accept a discipline that was effective because self-imposed. "The godly being in league with God," wrote the Puritan Thomas Gatacre in all simplicity in 1626, "may have all his forces and armies for their help and assistance, whensoever need shall be. Our duty," wrote Hugh Peter 20 years later, "will be only to look to the duty which is ours, and leave events to God, which are His too. We cannot limit God to this or that," Ireton admitted, "but certainly if we take the most probable way according to the light we have, God gives those things their success." So men followed their consciences, with grim conviction. Many men agreed that it was their conscientious duty to oppose Charles I and bishops, and this agreement increased their confidence that their cause was God's. "But liberty hath a sharp and double edge, fit only to be handled by just and virtuous men," said Milton. "The providences of God are like a two-edged sword, which may be used both ways," a member of Parliament agreed in 1654. After victory, agreement among the godly ceased. "All communications are reasonable and just," said the Leveller Overton, "but these communications seem different to rich and poor." The riot of conflicting sects is the measure of this tendency of the Protestant emphasis on the individual conscience to degenerate into anarchy. There is another paradoxical element in the Puritan moral compulsion. Men fought for God's cause, and expected it to prevail because it was God's. This confidence helped to bring victory, and victory reinforced the conviction that the cause was indeed His. The humbler the agents of divine providence, the more manifest God's favor in their success. The democratic implications of this are clear. But the doctrine could turn into one of justification by success. Cromwell and Milton came near to this at times. As divisions set in, not all were equally successful. As the divisions increased, ultimately the whole cause fell in ruins. So first the radicals, and then all the Puritans, had to ask themselves whether justification by success also meant condemnation by defeat. After the failure of the Levellers, the radical sects in their desperation first became wilder and more millenarian, and then gradually concluded that Christ's kingdom was not of this world. After 1660 the quietist, pacifist tendency increased as Puritanism turned into nonconformity. The collapse of all his hopes forced Milton to wrestle with God in the attempt to justify his ways to man. The products of this anguish were Paradise Lost and Samson Agonists. The former, emphasizing God's justice in spite of everything, appears to end on a note of quietism and resignation. A paradise within the happier far was a moral, not a political aim. But Samson Agonists, with its emphasis on man's integrity, shouts defiance in God's face for deserting His people, and ends in reconciliation only after God has aided Samson to avenge the oppressed on the Philistines. Calm of mind, all passion spent, is attained only after we have envisaged God's cause as an undying phoenix. Toleration or discipline. Most Puritan ministers had adopted the traditional view that God's elect were a minority, and the mass of men predestined to eternal damnation. A coercive state existed to keep the reprobate in subjection. But in order to encourage their congregations and save them from despair, they had also taught that anyone who seriously worried about his salvation probably already had sparks of divine grace at work in him. It was a short but momentous step, and to Calvinist ministers a monstrous step, to proclaim that all men were equally eligible to receive divine grace. Walwyn and Winstanley, like Bacon, thought the fall of man retrievable on earth by man's efforts to master his fate. The conclusion of Paradise Lost suggests that man could rise to greater heights here than Adam before the fall. Men of property had hitherto tacitly assumed that the laws which restrained the ungodly had been drafted by godly men, and were administered by godly men. But levelers and diggers thought the corruption of fallen man was especially obvious in the old ruling classes and in those who replaced them during the Civil War. A wider suffrage, annual elections, and the unchangeable fundamentals of the agreement of the people were designed to preserve rulers from the tendency of power to corrupt. Far-reaching consequences followed. If there is a spark of the divine in all men, preaching should not be a clerical monopoly. No spoken or printed word should be suppressed, lest God's truth be lost. If all men were equal before Christ, should they not also be equal before the law? Should they not have the vote? Parliament had appealed to public opinion by the Grand Remonstrance in 1641, the independent dissenting brethren in the Westminster Assembly had used the press to appeal to Parliament and public in 1644, 3 years later the Levellers appealed from the degenerate representative body, the Commons of England, to the body represented, the free people. Where was this to stop? Was toleration to extend to debar any kind of restraint on anything that any will call religion? Iraton asked. If not, who was to decide where the lines were to be drawn? When ranters advocated sexual promiscuity as a religious duty, this was more than a rhetorical question. The power of the Church had broken down with the abolition of the High Commission. Church lands were taxed in the same way as lay property, church courts ceased to function. In 1650 compulsory attendance at one's parish church was legally abolished, provided one attended at some place of worship. The proviso was unenforceable. This recognized a major achievement, liberation of the common man from parson and squire. It marked a quite new type of freedom for those hitherto unaccustomed to freedom of any sort. It was too good to last. Religious toleration, then, posed in a new form the problem of discipline. The Presbyterians and their supporters had not abolished church courts in order to set natural men free to follow their sinful impulses, but in order to submit them to a more effective control. Yet the Presbyterian disciplinary system was never effective. Cromwell's state church had a system of triers and ejectors of ministers, who, Baxter said, saved many a congregation from ignorant, ungodly, drunken teachers. But it had no discipline, no courts. A horrid vacuum remained. There was grave danger that the lower orders might be able to do what they liked, within the limits of the common law. When bishops had been closely connected with the government in Laud's time, the hierarchy of church courts had acted as a link between central and local government. The major generals restored such a link, attempted to fill the vacuum, to re-establish some standards of conduct. We should not exaggerate this part of their activities. They were far more often concerned with security than godliness when they prohibited race meetings or cockfightings at which cavaliers might foregather, or when they closed disorderly alehouses. When they enforced, for example, Sabbath observance, they were only putting into effect parliamentary legislation of the 1620s which Stuart governments had ignored. The idea that they imposed gloomy godliness on a merry nation is a post-Restoration myth. But there was a vacuum. In the 1650s groups of ministers got together to build up a Presbyterian system from below, within the framework of the Cromwellian state church. We know from Baxter, the moving spirit in Worcestershire, that their main motive was concern about the behavior of the lower orders. But a disciplinary system without state power behind it was about as effective as voluntary maintenance of ministers. Here is one powerful reason why conservatives supported the restoration of episcopacy in 1660. Bunyan learned from justices of the peace and judges in 1660 that for them the restoration meant that tinkers and other mechanic laymen should return to their callings and leave divinity to the clergy. In 1640 Baxter had wanted episcopacy to be abolished. But in April 1660 he told the House of Commons, the question is not, whether bishops or no, but whether discipline or none. He was not alone in this view. Throughout this period the Commons always opposed toleration fiercely. when the Quaker James Naylor symbolically rode into Bristol in 1656 with women strewing palms before him, Parliament imposed savage penalties on him. Not only Naylor, not only the Quakers, but toleration itself was on trial. The episode was an essential preliminary to the restriction of toleration and restoration of parliamentary monarchy by the petition and advice. The tolerance of even a Cromwell or a Milton did not extend to papists. For this the reasons were largely political. Papists were regarded as agents of a foreign power. Many of them had supported Charles in the Civil War, and after the capture of the King's papers at Naseby he was known to have planned Irish intervention on a large scale. This helps to explain, though not to excuse, the Commonwealth's savagely repressive policy in Ireland, which only levellers opposed. Hostility to papists was not a monopoly of the Puritans. In 1640 a group of condemned men in Newgate jail had conscientious scruples about being hanged unless 7 condemned priests whom the king was trying to save were hanged with them. 3 The parliamentarians also refused toleration to prelatists, for similar political reasons. The vast majority of ministers accepted the ecclesiastical changes and retained their livings throughout the 40s and 50s. The small minority of Laudian clergy formed one of the main royalist resistance groups. The future Bishop Jeremy Taylor wrote a moving plea for toleration in 1647, but this doctrine was not acted upon when the Anglican hierarchy was restored in 1660. Political ideas. The influence of the radical Protestant tradition spread far beyond circles which could in any doctrinal sense be called Puritan. An appeal to scripture or to conscience could be used to call any authority in question. Every man, nay, every boy and wench that could read English, wrote Hobbes, thought they spoke with God Almighty, and understood what he said, when by a certain number of chapters a day they had read the scriptures once or twice over. This license of interpreting the scripture was the cause of so many several sects as have lain hid till the beginning of the late king's reign, and did then appear to the disturbance of the Commonwealth. The Bible could be put to endless destructive use. Its text was inspired, it contained all that was necessary to salvation, therefore anything not specifically mentioned in it was at best indifferent, at worst sinful. The Presbyterians found no bishops in the Bible. Milton wrote, "Let them chant while they will of prerogatives, we shall tell them of Scripture, of custom, we of Scripture, of acts and statutes, still of Scripture." Colonel Rainborough remarked at Putney, "I do not find anything in the law of God, that a lord shall choose 20 burgesses, and a gentleman but 2, or a poor man shall choose none." Therefore, he concluded, God wanted an extension of the franchise. It was in the Bible that Milton found the arguments which led him to justify the execution of Charles I. Conservatives did not fail to point out that there was no real distinction between the appeal to Scripture and the appeal to conscience. The Bible is a large book, in which men can find a text to prove whatever they want to prove. After the censorship had collapsed with the hierarchy in the 1640s, lower-class Englishmen discovered in the Bible and in their consciences things which appalled university-trained divines. The years after 1641 were unique in that they saw cheap newspapers published of every political color. In 1645 there were 722 of them. There was also a fantastic outpouring of pamphlets on every subject under the sun, at an average rate of 3 a day for 20 years, though much faster between 1642 and 1649. Milton saw here a sign of national revival. Abolition of thought control would liberate men's energies and lead to a great intellectual leap forward. A nation not slow and dull, but of a quick, ingenious, and piercing spirit, acute to invent, subtle and sinewy to discourse, not beneath the reach of any point the highest that human capacity can soar to. Methinks I see in my mind a noble and puissant nation rousing herself like a strong man after sleep and shaking her invincible locks. The censorship was restored only with great difficulty in the 1650s. The interregnum saw a great advance in political thinking. The idea of rule by majority gained ground. Before 1640, though votes were taken in the Commons, the House had always wished to speak to the outside world with a single voice. Swords were drawn in the House over printing the Grand Remonstrance because even the pretense of unanimity was being abandoned, and the majority was forcing its will upon the minority. Laud's protege William Chillingworth was sent to the Tower for reporting we had sides and parts in the House, which was but one body, so to set a division amongst us. But as Parliament became an effective sovereign assembly, majority decision was a necessary means of settling disagreements. Divisions on party lines in the 1640s foreshadowed the rise of a party system a generation later. Majority government, like religious toleration and Hobbes's political theory, recognizes that society is a group of atoms. It abandons the fiction of a one-minded community. The doctrine of the sovereignty of Parliament emerged only after civil war had begun. Parliament told the Earl of Essex that he was commanding its armies in order to secure His Majesty's person, out of the hands of those desperate persons who had somehow kidnapped him. This claim infuriated Charles, who knew that he had not been kidnapped, but it perhaps symbolically recognizes the fact that more than personal issues were at stake. Only a desperate revolutionary like Oliver Cromwell declared that if he met the king on the battlefield he would shoot him like anyone else. But as the war proceeded, political thinkers like Prynne, Hunton, Parker, slowly worked out a theory of parliamentary sovereignty. If men were to be asked to fight and die in the struggle against the king, they must have a respectable rival authority. They fought, of course, for religion, but they were also urged to fight for king and parliament, or even for parliament alone. Thomas Hobbes had published his first political writings between the meeting of the Long Parliament and the outbreak of civil war, and they clearly found attentive readers. When in 1651 he published in English the final formulation of his theory of sovereignty, Leviathan, political events had predisposed men to accept it. Sovereignty, said Hobbes, must be absolute and unlimited. The sovereign may be a man or a body of men, his right may be derived from remote antiquity or recent conquest, all that matters is that he can protect his subjects and that his authority is generally recognized. Hobbes followed the logic of his own theory by returning from exile and accepting the authority of the Commonwealth. By 1653 the Republican Albertus Warren could state as a matter of course, the question never was whether we should be governed by arbitrary power, but in whose hands it should be. Sovereignty and political obligation were based on expediency. Divine right was dead. During the Civil War men naturally asked from what Parliament's authority was derived. The easy answer was, Parliament represents the people of England. But it was too easy. The Royalist Sir Robert Filmer had great fun demonstrating that the House of Commons was elected by less than 1/10 of the people of England. But on the opposite wing the Levellers suggested that Parliament should be made representative of all the free people, and of all who had fought for it. So sovereignty of Parliament led to the proclamation of the sovereignty of the people. The Levellers who proclaimed it were suppressed, but the idea had come to stay. As we have seen, some Levellers excluded paupers and wage laborers from the free people, on the ground that their economic dependence precluded political independence. This view had something to be said for it, given a largely illiterate population, which perforce took its political ideas from parson and squire, and given open voting by show of hands. Nevertheless, the fact that the most radical political party even of the revolutionary decades excluded over half the male population from political life tells us much about 17th century English society. In normal usage, the people did not include the poor. A parallel development can be traced in attitudes towards the law. Coke, Pym, and other parliamentary leaders had taught that the common law was the foundation of English liberty, and that its origins, like those of Parliament, went back to Anglo-Saxon times. After the Norman conquest bad kings had tried to override the law and representative institutions, Englishmen had fought back on behalf of their liberties, and had obtained their confirmation in Magna Carta and other constitutional documents. The theory had been useful in the struggle for independence of judges from the Crown, and for supremacy of common law and Parliament over the prerogative and its courts. It became an orthodoxy, which underlay Parliament's reliance on historical and legal precedents against James and Charles. The wisdom of our ancestors had established a perfectly balanced constitution, from which practice might deviate, but which could be ascertained and restored. The legislation of 1641 was designed to free Parliament and common law from recent Stuart encroachments, so liberty would be secured for all time. The complexities of 17th-century legal procedure meant that an amount of injustice frightful to think of must have been inflicted, on obscure persons of whom no one has ever heard. 5 For levelers and diggers, the Norman yoke was not just the arbitrary rule of kings. William the Conqueror had had the laws written in French so that the poor miserable people might be gulled and cheated, undone, and destroyed. The proceedings of the law courts were still locked up from common capacities in the Latin or French tongues. At the Reformation the Bible had been translated into English, and priests cast down from their seats of power. Now the radicals demanded that all legal proceedings should be in English, and that legal reforms should be introduced to oust the lawyers who imposed an expensive and incomprehensible ritual between ordinary people and justice. Between 1651 and 1660 all courts recorded their proceedings in English, French and Latin returned with Charles II. The levelers and diggers went further. Our very laws were made by our conquerors, complained Wildman at Putney. The mainstream of the common law was corrupt, Lilburne thought. Even Magna Carta was but a beggarly thing, containing many marks of intolerable bondage. The laws of kings, wrote Winstanley, have always been made against such acts as the common people were most inclinable to. The best laws that England hath are yokes and monocles, tying one sort of people to be slaves to another. And he asked whether all laws that are not grounded upon equity and reason, not giving a universal freedom to all, but respecting persons, ought not to be cut off with the king's head. So the extreme radicals saw the law as the enemy, just as the men of property saw in it their protection. The extremists' attack on the law helps to explain the failure of more moderate schemes for law reform, such as were put forward in many pamphlets and seriously discussed in the rump and bare bones parliaments. Some reform there was, in addition to the use of English in courts and law books. Judicial torture apparently ceased after 1640. Judges held office during good behavior. Real equality before the law was established. The High Court of Chivalry, which used to punish those who uttered scandalous words against a gentleman, was abolished. In the Commonwealth's High Courts of Justice, Clarendon complained, the greatest lord and the meanest peasant undergo the same judicatory and form of trial. Modernization of the law of debt and contract was proposed in the bare bones Parliament, and also that pickpockets should not be executed for the first offence, that provocation to duels should be punishable, that husband murderers should not be burned to death, that those who refused to plead should no longer be pressed to death, that justifiable homicides should be acquitted, that persons acquitted should pay no fees. But the lawyers successfully defeated all movements for reform, and also the proposal that English law should be codified on the Dutch model. No Code Cromwell emerged from the English Revolution. In the 50s the radicals came to see the corrupt interests of the lawyers and the clergy as their main enemies, law reform and the abolition of tithes and patronage as the main desiderata. Conservatives rallied to defend the state church and the law which protected their property, just as lawyers rallied to defend the legal forms which they had laboriously mastered and knew how to exploit. In so far as the common law was modified, this was done by acceptance of the authority of Coke's writings, and by precedents gradually built up in successive judicial decisions. The levelers appealed to Anglo-Saxon precedent against 17th-century practice. At Putney they were challenged on their history, and gradually they abandoned the claim to be merely reasserting Anglo-Saxon liberties. Instead they demanded the inalienable rights of man. Whatever our forefathers were, or whatever they did or suffered, or were enforced to yield unto, we are the men of the present age, and ought to be absolutely free from all kinds of exorbitancies, molestations, or arbitrary power. So precedents were thrown overboard. Reason hath no precedent, for reason is the fountain of all just precedents. Bogus history was abandoned for political theory based on natural rights. It is a momentous transference. The victory of science. In this intoxicating era of free discussion and free speculation nothing was left sacred. Why should not that pewter pot on the table be God, we hear one drunken trooper asking. Heaven and hell were declared to be states of mind, not places. The immortality of the soul was questioned. The collapse of the censorship allowed matters to be publicly discussed which had rarely appeared in print before. Hitherto unpublishable memoirs exposed the scandals of Stuart courts. Milton defended divorce and regicide, and attacked all forms of censorship. Francis Osborne wrote sympathetically of Mohammedanism. Clement Ryder and the Quaker Samuel Fisher argued that the Bible was not the infallible word of God but a historical document to be studied and analyzed like any other. Hobbes criticized the attribution of the authorship of books of the Bible and the belief in miracles. It is not so very much later that Vanbragh's Lady Brute, when confronted with the biblical adjuration to return good for evil, blandly replied, "That may be a mistake in the translation." The conflicts and controversies, the infinite variety of opinions expressed, ultimately produced a historical skepticism. In this atmosphere Baconian science came into its own. Harvey's discovery of the circulation of the blood, though published in 1628, obtained no prominence until after 1640. Noah Biggs accused the Galenists of the College of Physicians of antipathy to the Commonwealth. The whole character of popular almanacs, Miss Nicholson tells us, changed after and in consequence of the Civil War. By the 1650s the ideas of Ptolemy were dead, though those of Copernicus and Tycho Brahe still strove for the succession. 6 The late times of civil war, wrote Thomas Spratt later, brought this advantage with them, that they stirred up men's minds from long ease, and made them active, industrious, and inquisitive. This led to an universal desire and appetite after knowledge. Royalists were purged from Oxford, and a group of Baconians, the nucleus of the later Royal Society, moved into the university. Wilkins, Cromwell's brother-in-law, became Warden of Wadham, Goddard, Cromwell's physician, Warden of Merton, Wallace, who had decoded Royalist ciphers during the Civil War, Professor of Geometry, Petty, Commonwealth Surveyor of Ireland, Professor of Anatomy. For the first time in its history Oxford became a leading centre of scientific activity. These scholars, who valued no knowledge but as it hath a tendency to use, attracted to Oxford men later to become famous, like Christopher Wren, Thomas Sydenham, Thomas Spratt, Robert Boyle, Robert Hooke, John Locke. Even Clarendon had to admit that revolutionary Oxford yielded a harvest of extraordinary good and sound knowledge in all parts of learning. From 1650 self-conscious science began to determine the main direction of technology. 7 Robert Boyle transmuted the magical theories of the alchemists, and founded the modern science of chemistry. Whereas before 1640 Bacon's had been a voice crying in the wilderness, by 1660 his was the dominant intellectual influence. To this, given freedom of discussion, Puritanism had continued to contribute. The quest for personal religious experience, to which so many Puritan diaries and spiritual autobiographies are dedicated, is closely akin to the experimental spirit in science. Many, like the Leveller Walwyn or the digger Winstanley, who were seekers in religion, extended their inquiries into every sphere of human existence. The radical's abandonment of the dogma of human sinfulness contributed to the Baconian hope of pushing forward the frontiers of learning, to turn men's faces to the future. The Puritan schemes for applying the spoils of the Church to the advancement of learning were never fully realized. Nevertheless, the universities were relieved of taxation, heads of Oxford and Cambridge colleges received augmentations to their stipends, new schools were founded. Professor Jordan observes that in 1660 educational opportunities were more widespread and stronger than they had ever been before or were ever to be again until well into the 19th century. The decades 1601 to 60 had been decisive in establishing these opportunities. By 1660, in the 10 counties Professor Jordan studied, there was a school for every 4,400 of population, and few boys indeed lived more than a dozen miles from a grammar school which offered free education. This great educational expansion had been achieved with little positive encouragement from the monarchy. But the state's attitude changed during the Revolutionary era. The first organised movement for a system of national education in Wales dates from the Commonwealth, when it was a state undertaking. At least 59 schools were established there between 1651 and 1653. Educational reformers like Dury, Hartlib, and Winstanley wanted to liberate schools from the tyranny of Greek and Latin, to make curricula more modern and utilitarian. A lively discussion anticipated many ideas which had to be painfully rediscovered later. Petty in 1648 applied the philosophy of the new model army to education, wishing none to be excluded by reason of the poverty and inability of their parents, for hereby it hath come to pass that many are now holding the plough that might have been made fit to steer the state. Discoveries in anatomy and astronomy killed traditional ideas that the heart is nobler than the blood, the sun nobler than the planets, just at the same time as the political revolution killed the idea of hierarchy in law and politics. Yet problems remained. In a hierarchical society each man had his place, and was punished if he left it. How was a society of equal and competing atoms to be kept at peace? The problem was first clearly stated by Hobbes, who had been Bacon's amanuensis, and saw himself as the Euclid of a new science of politics. Geometry is demonstrable, for the lines and figures from which we reason are drawn and described by ourselves, and civil philosophy is demonstrable because we make the commonwealth ourselves. God made the universe but man made the state, so politics was taken away from the theologians and became a matter of empirical investigation and rational discussion. In the debates on the agreement of the people the novel phrase to make a new constitution was actually used, and in practice constitutions were made in abundance. It was impossible to return to the belief that every detail of the established order had been ordained of God from the beginning. James Harrington, whose merchant brother became a Fellow of the Royal Society, was also deeply influenced by the scientific movement, and hoped to base a science of politics on the study of history. From history, he thought, one could derive laws relating to the behavior of human beings in the mass, and draw conclusions like that expressed in his theory of the balance of property. When possession of political power coincides with ownership of property, government is legitimately founded. When this balance is upset, government must of necessity be founded upon force, or a standing army, and cannot be stable. In England, he suggested, the traditional balance between crown, aristocracy, and people had been altered by transfers of land from the first two to the third. This was the ultimate cause of the Civil War. The war had then transferred political power to those who already possessed economic power. This transfer, he thought, could not be reversed. Even a restoration of the monarchy would not be a restoration of the pre-1640 regime. Whatever we think of Harrington's explanation of the Civil War, his is an impressive advance towards what we may begin to call social science, a study of society based on the Baconian method of observation, collection, and analysis of facts, whose ultimate object is making generalizations which can be applied in practice and so subjected to experimental proof. Together with Petty, founder of the science of statistics, Harrington may be claimed as one of the ancestors of Adam Smith and the science of political economy. The arts. Bacon's philosophical belief that things are more important than words, his suspicion of logical disputation which had no counterpart in tangible reality, implied a theory of prose style. It should be as concrete as possible. Trends in Puritanism worked in the same direction. The battles of the Civil War were prefigured in a rivalry of sermon styles. Bishop Lancelot Andrewes and his school preferred an elaborate, scholastic, learned, and highly ornate style. The Puritans demanded plain sermons, addressed to the understanding not of scholars but of ordinary men. The object of the Puritan preachers was not to impress, not to delight, but to convince. In the revolutionary decades, political pamphleteers were writing for a new public, of insatiable curiosity, but lacking the intellectual and cultural standards, and the pedantry, of the select and secluded audience for Jacobean and Caroline prose. The pamphleteers' public was that for which hitherto the broadsheet and the ballad had sufficed, and their approach had the liveliness of this popular literature. Both pulpit orators and political pamphleteers thus had to cultivate the virtues of clarity and directness, straightforwardness and simplicity. Their prose was functional rather than learned and elusive, its object could no longer be fine writing for its own sake. Prose was shorn of its florid circumlocutions, and a direct, racy, sinuous, conversational style began to emerge. First the Bible in English, then the laws in English, then prose in English. University education, as Defoe was to say, ruined English prose style by making men think in Latin. The speech of ordinary men had to break through this academic barrier, and it did so during the interregnum. In periods of civil war, Thomas Sprat observed in 1667, all languages increase by extraordinary degrees, for in such busy active times there arise new thoughts of men, which must be signified and varied by new expressions. So the English language during the interregnum was enlarged by many sound and necessary forms and idioms which before it wanted. 9 A great deal too much is made in some histories of literature of the purification of English prose style by French influences. The émigré royalist gentry may have learned in France how to write their own language with the elegant simplicity that we find in Restoration comedy. But they could have discovered how to write equally well if they had stayed at home with Pepys and Dryden and Marvell and witnessed the incursion of ordinary speech into written prose. An economic phenomenon adds to the significance of the interregnum as a watershed in literary history. Before 1640, and to an almost equal extent after 1660, the hope of a budding author without means was to win the patronage of some aristocrat, to be taken into his household as tutor or chaplain, to be presented to a living, or at least to enjoy financial largesse in exchange for adulatory dedications. Except in the heyday of the popular theatre there was no living to be made by writing alone. Even Ben Jonson told Drummond of Hawthornden that poetry had beggared him, far better to take up law, medicine, or commerce. But after 1642 many patrons found themselves in exile. The Cavendish family could no longer maintain Hobbes. Of those aristocrats who remained in England many were in financial difficulties. So the patron, although he by no means ceased to exist, no longer occupied the center of the author's attention. Dedications, Thomas Fuller noted in 1647, begin nowadays to go out of fashion. But authors still had to live, and many royalist writers had lost their independent means because of their political loyalty. Two alternatives offered themselves. One was to earn a living as a literary freelance, a possibility opened up by the easing of the censorship and the expansion of the literary market. A journalist like James Howell, an almanac writer like William Lilly, may have managed this. The profession of letters was only just beginning, but it offered new prospects of freedom for the author who could hit the taste of the public. New forms of collective patronage were evolved. John Taylor the water poet, finding in 1649 that too many masters made me masterless, collected subscriptions in advance for his doggerel verse. Between 1644 and 1658 the Polyglot Bible appeared, the first serious book in England to be published by subscription. The second possibility was the more hopeful, to enter the public service, whose expansion was offering new opportunities to able men. The forward youth that would appear must now forsake his muses dear, nor in the shadows sing, his numbers languishing. Marvell left a tutor's post to join the state service as assistant to Milton. Dryden was secretary to Cromwell's chamberlain. Markemont Nedham was the Commonwealth's journalist. George Wither held various posts under the Parliament. Edmund Waller was a commissioner for trade. Pepys entered the civil service before the Restoration. The new civil service was in process of formation, its dialect not yet cluttered up with jargon. Here too Marvell, Dryden, and Pepys may have learned to aim at convincing, to write functional prose. Historians are now beginning to realize that the interregnum was no artistic wilderness. Music and books on the theory of music were published in far greater profusion than before or later. The first performances of opera in English, and the first appearance of women on the public stage, date from the late 50s. Cromwell was a lover and patron of music, and was painted warts and all, i.e. in a style deliberately different from that of the courtly Sir Anthony van Dyck. Indeed, these years saw the national tradition in painting, submerged by the more famous foreigners whom the court had patronized, flourish again. A royalist painter like William Dobson quite clearly has an English and insular style, no less than Robert Walker, the favourite portrait painter of the parliamentarians. It was during the interregnum that Samuel Cooper began to achieve the fame which later made him esteemed the best artist in Europe in miniature painting. Artists also shared in the opportunities offered by the expanding literary market. From the 1650s, books with engraved plates began to be published in increased numbers. During the interregnum too, Sir Roger Pratt built at Coleshill one of the most beautiful English country houses, in an insular version of Inigo Jones's classical style. The Palladian style of inward-turning courtyard houses, which had been favoured by men who hoped to entertain the royal court, did not survive the disappearance of that court. It was succeeded by houses built in a solid square or rectangular block by gentlemen who had no wish to pay so heavily for court favour. These houses looked outwards across the broad acres their owners dominated, or wished to dominate. The new artisan mannerism which triumphed during the interregnum has been described as the last English style in which influences circulated in the impenetrable anonymity of masons' yards and joiners' shops. 10. The Restoration brought back the domination of foreign painters. Lely had indeed come to England in the 1640s, but under Charles II his vogue at court drove native practitioners like John Riley and his school to function at a lower level than the great foreign rivals. Edward Pearce, who made busts of Cromwell and Milton, had to work mainly as mason and carver after 1660. Expanding demand for church monuments and chimney pieces may have given more craftsmen a chance of economic independence, but at a higher level the Restoration was disastrous for the native tradition in art. In architecture, court fashions mattered less, the taste of the landed class more. The great architects of the second half of the century are all British: Pratt, Wren, Hawksmoor, and Vanbrugh, an Englishman despite his Flemish father. 11. 11. Conclusion, 1640-60. The meanest of men, the basest and vilest of the nation, the lowest of the people, have got the power into their hands, trampled upon the crown, baffled and misused the parliament, violated the laws, destroyed or suppressed the nobility and gentry of the kingdom. Denzil, Lord Hollis, Memoirs. When the people contended for their liberty, they seldom get anything by their victory but new masters. George Savile, Marquis of Halifax. When we try to summarize the effects of the decades 1640-60, two apparently contradictory points have to be made. First, that a great revolution took place, comparable in many respects with the French Revolution of 1789, secondly, that it was a very incomplete revolution, as can be seen as soon as the 1789 parallel is considered. A great revolution. Absolute monarchy on the French model was never again possible. The instruments of despotism, Star Chamber and High Commission, were abolished forever. Strafford has been described as a frustrated Richelieu. The frustration of all that Strafford stood for was complete and final. Even James II in his wildest moments never forgot what had happened on January 30, 1649, nor did his ministers or his subjects. Parliamentary control of taxation was established, as far as legislation could establish it. Ecclesiastical courts lost their teeth. The Clarendon Code after 1660 could not destroy the nonconformist sects. Bishops never again controlled governments. The country had managed to get on without king, lords, and bishops, but it could never henceforth be ruled without the willing cooperation of those whom the House of Commons represented. After 1640 it was impossible for long to disregard their views, whether on religion or foreign policy, taxation, or local government. Nevertheless, an incomplete revolution. In 1644 George Wither had recommended wholesale confiscation of the lands of royalists, with the deliberate object of making them peasants. But nothing of the sort occurred. Nor was the army used, as Hugh Peter wished, to teach peasants to understand liberty. A society of the career open to the talents was not established. There was no lasting extension or redistribution of the franchise, no substantial legal reform. The transfers of property did not benefit the smaller men, and movements to defend their economic position all came to nothing. Tithes and a state church survived, religious toleration ended in 1660. Dissenters were driven out of political life for a century and a half. Between 1640 and 1660 there had been 2 revolutions, of which only one was successful. In 1641 Sir Thomas Aston defined true liberty as meaning that we know by a certain law that our wives, our children, our servants, our goods, are our own, that we build, we plow, we sow, we reap, for ourselves. It meant the assertion of the rule of the free against threats either from would-be absolutists or from our servants, the Democrats. And this was achieved. In local government, justices of the peace not only freed themselves from paternalist interference from above but also defeated leveller attempts to make their offices democratically elective. The common law triumphed alike over prerogative and church courts and over radical attempts to reform and rationalize it. Feudal tenures were abolished, yet the movement to protect copy holders and check enclosure was defeated. The next century sees agricultural prosperity and an extension of the cultivated area. It also sees the disappearance of the small cultivator working on his own land. In industry, monopolies and government interference were ended, craftsmen were left at the mercy of employers and the market. The rise of a landless proletariat was a long drawn-out process, but henceforth it was an inevitable one. The big company merchants and the City of London won the foreign policy they wanted, and overcame the movement for complete free trade. In religion, the high-flying Laudians were never again a political menace, yet the radical sectaries who played so decisive a part in winning the Civil War failed to end the union of church and state, and failed to substitute a system of democratic voluntarism. By the Compromise of 1660 the idealists on both sides were sacrificed. Major General Harrison was publicly disemboweled, Quakers and other sectaries were driven into a harried underground existence, while on the other hand many of the smaller Cavaliers got no compensation for their losses and sufferings. Those who inherited the earth were hard-faced businessmen like George Downing, who betrayed his comrades to the executioner's knife and got a baronetcy, stolid professionals like George Monk who became Duke of Albemarle, ex-Presbyterians like William Prynne, who said, "If Charles Stuart is to come in, it were better for those that waged war against his father that he should come in by their votes," ex-royalist ex-Cromwellians like Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, an affluent member of committees for plantations before and after 1660. The corrupt interests of the lawyers and clergy proved too strong for the radicals, and the ultimate victors in 1660 were those conservatives who had been united against Laud and Strafford in 1641 and who came together again in face of a new threat to liberty and property, this time from the many-headed monster and the army of the sectaries. The gentry were able to reunite in 1660 because the lines of Civil War division were drawn within a class which had cultural ties and social prejudices in common despite differing political, religious, and economic aspirations. When in January 1660 the diarist John Evelyn tried to persuade the parliamentarian governor of the Tower of London to declare for the king, he noted that his negotiation was to the great hazard of my life, but the colonel had been my schoolfellow and I knew would not betray me. This early appearance of the old school tie was symbolic. One lasting legacy of the interregnum was a hatred of standing armies among the men of property. Before 1640 they had feared that the monarchy might use an army to win independence of Parliament. After 1646 their own army threatened to deprive them of the fruits of victory. The doctrines of the agitators seemed to threaten social stability and the liberties of the free. Cromwell's army had as little respect for the sovereignty of Parliament as Charles I, and far more strength. The major generals had invaded the Holy of Holies, local government, and parliamentary elections. Never again. A great revolution in human thought dates from these decades, the general realization, which the Levellers, Hobbes, and Harrington summed up, that solutions to political problems might be reached by discussion and argument, that questions of utility and expediency were more important than theology or history, that neither antiquarian research nor searching the scriptures was the best way to bring peace, order, and prosperity to the Commonwealth. It was so great an intellectual revolution that it is difficult for us to conceive how men thought before it was made. So although the Puritan Revolution was defeated, the revolution in thought could not be unmade, nor the revolution in science led by the men who were to form the Royal Society after the Restoration, nor the revolution in prose which the same Royal Society was to consecrate. 1 Even the ideas of men who would not compromise in 1660, of Milton and the Levellers, these ideas were driven underground but could not be killed. Give me the liberty to know, to utter and to argue freely according to conscience, Milton had said. Truth is strong next to the Almighty, she needs no policies, nor stratagems, nor licensings to make her victorious, those are the shifts and the defenses that error uses against her power. Give her but room, and do not bind her when she sleeps. If it come to prohibiting, there is not aught more likely to be prohibited than truth itself, whose first appearance to our eyes bleared and dimmed with prejudice and custom is more unsightly and unplausible than many errors. The society envisaged in Areopagitica, in which books were not censored before publication, was never realized, but words like Milton's could not be forgotten. The Levellers came nearer to oblivion, but their ideas continued to circulate underground. A century after the Restoration, Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield cried, "I would have all men kings. I would be a king myself. We have all naturally an equal right to the throne, we are all originally equal." This, he added, was once the opinion of a set of honest men who were called Levellers. Through the writings of Catherine Macaulay and others the ideas of the Levellers passed into the radical tradition of the 1760s, and played their part in preparing the American and French revolutions. Part 3, 1660-88. 12. Narrative of events. The Commons succeeding, in the property of the peers and church, have inherited likewise, according to the course of nature, their power. You must either bring property back to your old government, and give the king and lords their lands again, or else you must bring the governments to the property as it now stands. 1. Henry Neville, Plato Redivivus. Charles II officially dated his reign from January 30, 1649. An act of June 1, 1660 declared the Long Parliament fully dissolved, and the existing convention a legal parliament even though it had not been summoned by the king. Another act arranged for continuity of judicial proceedings started before the king's return, and confirmed all legal decisions of the interregnum, subject to a right of appeal. So the constitutional niceties were preserved. The abolition of the Court of Wards and of Purveyance was confirmed by statute. Charles was compensated for loss of revenue by a grant of £100,000 a year from an excise on beer, cider, and tea. A revised version of the Navigation Act was passed on September 4. Nearly £1 million was voted to pay off the army. An act of indemnity pardoned all offences arising from the hostilities of the preceding decades, but excepted 57 persons, mostly regicides. 30 of these were condemned to death, of whom 11 were executed. A land settlement, ambiguously promised in the Declaration of Breda, proved difficult. Church, crown, and confiscated royalists' lands were restored, lands sold privately during the interregnum were not. In Ireland the Act of Settlement and the Act of Explanation left adventurers and soldiers with 2/3 of their estates. Several thousand Catholics failed to recover land which they had held in 1641. At least 2/3 of the good cultivable land in Ireland was now owned by Protestants, many of them absentees. In England extruded ministers were restored to their livings, but no act was passed to implement the promise of religious toleration made at Breda. On October 25 the king issued a declaration granting a purely temporary liberty, pending the decisions of a national synod which never met. There had been no religious settlement when the Convention Parliament was dissolved on December 9. Its successor, which met on May 8, 1661, and lasted for 18 years, was the Cavalier or Pensioner Parliament. It passed a series of severe statutes known as the Clarendon Code. Their object was to exclude nonconformists from any share in central or local government. Church courts were restored, with the all-important exception of the High Commission. The Triennial Act demanded parliaments every 3 years, though it had none of the automatic sanctions laid down in the Act of 1641. In May 1662 Charles married Catherine of Braganza, who brought Tangier and Bombay in her dowry. In the same year Dunkirk was sold to France. This helped to make Lord Chancellor Clarendon unpopular in the country. He was already losing influence at court, despite the marriage of his daughter to the king's brother, James, Duke of York, in 1660. Clarendon opposed the Second Dutch War, yet was blamed when it brought a series of disasters which coincided with the Great Plague of 1665 and the Fire of London in 1666. In June 1667 the Dutch fleet sailed up the Thames and destroyed English ships in the Medway. England was forced to make peace. A combination of Clarendon's enemies brought about his impeachment in November 1667. He fled from the country, to die in exile. The administration which succeeded him became popularly known as the Cabal, from the initial letters of the 5 principal ministers, Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, Lauderdale. Under this government the king carried on a dual foreign policy. England formed a triple alliance against France with the Netherlands and Sweden in 1668, but in 1670 Charles signed a secret treaty at Dover with Louis XIV, by which he promised to declare himself a Catholic when the affairs of his kingdom permitted. In return he received a French subsidy. Despite a state bankruptcy in 1672, in March 1673 Charles entered upon the Third Dutch War in alliance with France. 2 days before war was declared he issued a declaration of indulgence for Roman Catholic and Protestant dissenters. Parliament attacked this use by the king of the prerogative to suspend the operation of parliamentary penal statutes, and reaffirmed its policy of narrow Anglican exclusiveness by the Test Act. This insisted that the holder of any civil or military office should take the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England, should take the oaths of supremacy and allegiance, and make a declaration against the Catholic doctrine of the Mass. In consequence the Duke of York resigned as Lord High Admiral, Clifford as Lord Treasurer. With the dismissal of Ashley, now Earl of Shaftesbury, the ministry collapsed. Clifford was succeeded as Treasurer by Sir Thomas Osborne, soon to be Earl of Danby. The Dutch War was brought to an end in 1674, and Danby set about building a parliamentary majority by bribery and distribution of offices. During most of his administration Parliament was prorogued, and Charles relied on subsidies from Louis XIV. Danby himself, however, was anti-French, and in 1677 he brought off a marriage between the Duke of York's eldest daughter, Mary, and the Protestant William of Orange. But in the country at large fear was growing of the suspected pro-French and papist leanings of the king and his entourage. In 1678 the adventurer Titus Oates denounced an alleged popish plot to assassinate the king and to promote a massacre of Protestants and a French invasion of Ireland. The justice of the peace to whom Oates had made his deposition was found murdered in October 1678, and panic began. On October 31 the Commons resolved that there has been and still is a damnable and hellish plot, contrived and carried on by popish recusants for the assassinating and murdering the king, and for subverting the government and rooting out and destroying the Protestant religion. Many papist suspects were executed. When the Duchess of York's secretary, Coleman, was arrested, he was found in fact to have been engaged in a papist conspiracy. Meanwhile the English ambassador in Paris, Ralph Montague, denounced Danby for obtaining subsidies from France in order to dispense with Parliament, and in December Danby was impeached. A movement to exclude the Catholic James from the succession and replace him by Charles's illegitimate son, the Duke of Monmouth, was started. On January 24, 1679 Parliament was dissolved. Charles signed a declaration that Monmouth was illegitimate. The Duke of York went into voluntary exile in the Spanish Netherlands. 3 parliaments came and went in rapid succession. The first sat from March to July 1679. Danby's impeachment was revived. The king announced that he had given him a pardon under the Great Seal. The Commons voted the pardon illegal, and Danby was committed to the Tower of London. Shaftesbury was made Lord President of the Council in a reconstructed ministry. This Parliament passed the Habeas Corpus Amendment Act, and was at work on an exclusion bill when it was first prorogued and then dissolved. Shaftesbury was dismissed. In September Monmouth was sent into exile and the Duke of York returned to rule Scotland. The next Parliament met in October 1679, but was immediately prorogued. A new ministry of courtiers, Sunderland, Godolphin, Lawrence Hyde, the Chits, was formed. Parliament remained in recess for a year. When it met again the Commons passed a second exclusion bill, which was defeated in the Lords only by the efforts of the Marquis of Halifax. In January 1681 the Commons resolved that no further supply should be granted until the exclusion bill was passed, and Parliament was dissolved. It was during the recess of this Parliament that new party labels began to occur. Opponents of the court had organized petitions against prorogation or dissolution, their opponents expressed abhorrence of the petitions. The names petitioners and abhorrers designated the two parties later to be known as Whig and Tory. In March 1681 Charles summoned his last Parliament to the Royalist stronghold of Oxford. The Commons brought in another exclusion bill, and Parliament was dissolved after a week. Charles was driven back to financial dependence on France. In the spring of 1682 the Duke of York returned to England. Jeffreys was made Lord Chief Justice and a Privy Councillor. Sunderland, dismissed in January 1681 for temporarily supporting exclusion, returned to office. A reign of legal terror against Whigs and dissenters began. Shaftesbury was arrested on a charge of treason, but was acquitted by a London jury. He fled to the Netherlands, where he died in 1683. In the years 1682–3 the government tried to get city and borough charters surrendered or forfeited. They were then remodeled so as to produce parliamentary electorates and juries favourable to the court. Under the new charter forced on London in 1683 no Lord Mayor, Sheriff, or Recorder could be appointed without royal approval. In the same year the Rye House plot to seize the king led to the arrest and trial of many leading Whigs. Monmouth went into hiding, the Earl of Essex committed suicide in the Tower, Lord Russell and Algernon Sidney were executed, though neither had been active in the plot. Sidney was convicted only of defending the view that governments might be resisted in certain circumstances, this too in an unpublished treatise. In 1684 Oates was imprisoned and Danby and a number of Roman Catholic peers were released. Under the Triennial Act a Parliament should have met in 1684, but Charles called none before he died in February 1685. On his deathbed he proclaimed himself a papist. James II succeeded peacefully. Thanks to the remodeling of borough charters the Parliament which met in May 1685 was more favourable to the court than any since 1661. It voted James an income of nearly £2 million, almost twice what had been granted to Charles at his accession. While Parliament was still sitting two risings took place. The Earl of Argyll invaded Scotland, and in June 1685 Monmouth landed at Lyme Regis. Neither revolt lasted more than a few weeks. Both leaders were executed and savage reprisals followed. Judge Jeffreys's bloody assizes in the southwest after Monmouth's defeat at Sedgemoor became notorious. James used the occasion to demand a permanent standing army. 16,000 men were concentrated just outside London. Some of the army officers were papists, although legally they were disabled from serving by the still unrepealed Test Act. In October 1685 Halifax was dismissed for refusing to be a party to the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts. James threw down the gauntlet at an unfortunate time. In the month of Halifax's dismissal the culmination of a long persecution of French Protestants came when Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes. Parliament suggested that, instead of a standing army, the militia should be reorganized. James prorogued Parliament, and it never met again. In a collusive legal action, the judges affirmed the king's right to dispense with the Test Act. In 1686 the Papist Earl of Tyrconnell was made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, where a Catholic army was also in process of formation. In 1686 the navy too was entrusted to the command of a Catholic admiral, Sir Roger Strickland. A Jesuit, Edward Petter, was made a Privy Councillor. The Lord Privy Seal was a Catholic, Lord Arundel of Wardour. The Chief Minister, Sunderland, did not proclaim himself a Catholic until June 1688, but he certainly had no Protestant scruples. A papal nuncio was publicly received. Houses of Franciscans, Dominicans, and Benedictines were opened in London. A court of commissioners for ecclesiastical causes was erected, which was indistinguishable from the High Commission, declared illegal in 1641. This court was used to force Roman Catholics upon Oxford and Cambridge colleges. The resistance of Magdalen College, Oxford, led to the dismissal of 25 fellows before the subservient Samuel Parker, Bishop of Oxford, was elected president, followed shortly by one of the papal vicars apostolic. In April 1687 James issued a declaration of indulgence, which suspended the tests and granted liberty of public worship to Protestant and Roman Catholic dissenters. He declared that he did not doubt the concurrence of Parliament with this declaration when it should meet. To ensure that his next Parliament was even more subservient than its predecessor, the remodeling of town corporations was continued. James made preparations to influence even county elections, though with little success. In May 1688 he issued a second declaration of indulgence, and promised that a parliament would meet not later than November. Bishops were ordered to have this declaration read in every church in the kingdom on 2 successive Sundays. 7 bishops, led by Archbishop Sancroft, petitioned the king to withdraw the order, since they thought he had no right to dispense with the statutes which denied toleration to dissenters. The bishops were sent to the Tower and prosecuted for seditious libel. In June they were found not guilty. In the same month James's queen bore him a son, James Edward. This proved the last straw. An invitation was sent to William of Orange to invade England, signed by 7 Englishmen, including the Bishop of London, Danby, a Sidney, a Russell, and a Cavendish. As William made his preparations for invasion, James backed down hastily. He announced that Catholics would remain incapable of sitting in the House of Commons when the promised Parliament met. A Protestant was put in command of the fleet. All municipal charters granted since 1679 were annulled. The Ecclesiastical Commission was abolished. Some Papist Lords Lieutenant were dismissed, the Fellows of Magdalen were restored. But it was too late. William's invasion was long delayed, but on Guy Fawkes Day he landed at Torbay with 11,000 foot and 4,000 horse. Slowly the peerage and gentry rallied to this formidable force, which accomplished the last successful invasion of England. Danby seized Yorkshire, Lord Delamere rose in Cheshire, the Cavendish Earl of Devonshire in Nottinghamshire. James's supporters deserted en masse, led by his daughter, Princess Anne, and her favourite, Lord Churchill. James packed his wife off to France, and tried to follow himself, after first giving orders to disband the army, unpaid. Anarchy threatened in London, and a group of peers invited William to advance with his army and maintain order. James was inconveniently captured by Kentish fishermen and brought back to London, but he was allowed to escape again, and was in France by the end of the year. 13. Economics. The thing which is nearest the heart of the nation is trade and all that belongs to it. Charles II to his sister, September 14, 1668. The land. In January 1660 Monk expressed the view that those who had bought land during the revolutionary period formed so significant an interest that their anxieties could not be disregarded in any settlement of the nation. The Declaration of Breda promised that all things relating to grants, sales, and purchases of land should be determined in Parliament, which can best provide for the just satisfaction of all men who are concerned. Eventually a compromise was reached. Church, Crown, and Royalists' confiscated estates were to be restored, but not lands sold privately by Royalists. In practice this meant that a great deal was left to private negotiation. Even Oliver Cromwell's son, Henry, was able by various devices to keep or to sell most of the estates which had been granted to him. It was not thought worth the trouble of taking legal action to dispossess the purchasers of Henrietta Maria's dower lands. The Queen Mother was given compensation instead. Any purchaser who had made himself conspicuous in bringing about the restoration had a good chance of a long lease on favorable terms. Such leases were never denied to any of the Coldstreamers. The revenue expected from Crown lands in 1663 was half the estimate of 1,660. Many who had bought Royalists' lands were no less fortunate. The Act of Oblivion proved a great hindrance and obstruction to all the royal party, complained the Duchess of Newcastle. Her husband got a special Act of Parliament to restore his lands, but even so he failed to recover some of them. So we can imagine the difficulties facing lesser royalists who lacked the credit and political influence of a duke. Many ran badly into debt in the effort to recover their lands, and some families may never have recovered from their financial embarrassments. The Restoration Land Settlement, Roger L. Lestrange said, made the enemies of the Constitution masters, in effect, of the booty of three nations. For some royalists the real cost of the Civil War was poor marriages for their daughters, wrote Professor Habakkuk. Gentlewomen with meager dowries could hardly compete in the marriage market with rich merchants' daughters. The Duke of Newcastle sold lands worth £56,000 in order to pay debts. Then, like many other returned royalists, he turned improving landlord. The agricultural writer Houghton spoke of the great improvement made of lands since our inhuman civil wars, when our gentry, who before hardly knew what it was to think, fell to such an industry and caused such an improvement, as England never knew before. The economy of the marketplace was extended into regions where hitherto more feudal, patriarchal relations had prevailed. Selden observed that in the days when tenants performed military service for their lords it was reasonable that their rents should be light, but now 'tis vanity and folly not to take the full value. Let no man's love, friendship, or favour draw thee to forego thy profits, the royalist Sir John Oglander advised his descendants. Serve God and make much of your own, the ex-parliamentarian Edward More similarly urged his son in 1668, and as these new leases fall out, raise your old rents, that you may have something to live on like other neighbour gentlemen. Like other neighbour gentlemen, More's harshness was not individual, it was forced on him by society. Even bishops, traditionally the most conservative of landlords, consulted together to work out ways of extracting the maximum rent or succession fines from their tenants. Bishop Cosin of Durham, who closely followed his land agent's dealings with his tenants, used to quote the practice of other bishops and to suggest that he would be liable to criticism if he violated their agreed policy. After 1660 the landowning class was secure against social revolt from below. Henceforth a major preoccupation of governments was to stimulate production and to protect the producer, no longer to safeguard the consumer or to protect the subsistence farmer. This marks a decisive change in outlook. Parliament did much to help the improving lessee, for example by authorizing the Crown to enclose forest lands for cultivation. Regrading and engrossing were permitted under an Act of 1663, whose object was to stimulate cultivation of waste land by giving sufficient encouragement, for the laying out of cost and labor. By the end of the 60s corn import was virtually prohibited, so as to keep home prices high. From 1673 to 1681 bounties were granted on exported wheat, a revolution in our fiscal policy, Professor Hughes calls it. Bounties were discontinued during the period of personal government, they returned with the Liberator in 1689. Protection against imports, and this export bounty, steadied wheat prices and greatly reduced the speculative element in agriculture. Production was stimulated. After the 90s there were no more famines, and a rise in living standards is suggested by the widespread substitution of wheat for rye. As division of labor and regional specialization increased, the demand for food from London and other urban areas made enclosure for intensive crop cultivation even more profitable than enclosure for sheep grazing. Large-scale market gardening and dairy farming prospered. There were experiments with hothouse fruit. Most of the new crops which were to be important in England's agricultural history over the next century had been started experimentally during the interregnum, in conscious imitation of the Dutch: beans, peas, lettuces, asparagus, artichokes, sainfoin, clover. Sir Robert Walpole's father was growing turnips, clover, and artificial grasses in the 1670s. Turnip Townsend and Coke of Holcombe in the 18th century, Dr. Plum observes, were mere publicists of a system of agriculture already well established in Norfolk. Root crops and grasses permitted the abandonment of the system of crop rotation in which land was rested and lay fallow for a year. More fresh meat and vegetables must have improved the national health, though meat would have been cheaper still if the landed interest had not secured prohibition of the import of Irish cattle. The great age of English stock breeding dates from the middle years of the century. Samuel Pepys told his parents in 1663 that it was not good husbandry to such a family as yours to keep either hogs, poultry, sheep, cows, there being meat of all sorts, milk, butter, cheese, eggs, fowl and everything else to be had cheaper, at the market. When Bunyan's Mr. Badman asked, who would keep a cow of their own that can have a quart of milk for a penny, we may deplore the attitude towards holy matrimony which he was advocating, but we note that he confirms Pepys's view of the cheapness of dairy produce. The post-Restoration atmosphere was conducive to capital investment and scientific experiment. The Royal Society made suggestions for agricultural improvement, by which means parks have been disparked, commons enclosed, woods turned into arable, and pasture lands improved by clover, so that the food of cattle is increased as fast if not faster than the consumption. Racking of rents was justified because having to pay more to landlords encouraged tenants to work harder and to grow new crops. One argument in favor of fen drainage was that it not only rendered fresh land available for cultivation but also forced poor squatters to quit idleness and betake themselves to manufactures, thus reducing unemployment. Fortree argued in 1663 that as many or more families may be maintained and employed in the manufacture of the wool that may arise out of 100 acres of pasture, than can be employed in a far greater quantity of arable. One industry could now absorb a greater proportion of those evicted. This helped to generate opinion favorable to enclosures. There was a campaign against cottagers and squatters on the waste. Meanwhile, the abolition of feudal tenures, and the failure of copyholders to win legal protection, increased the profitability of capitalist investment in agriculture. As L. E. Roy Laughery puts it, a capitalist agricultural economy sprang ready-armed from the great manorial aristocratic system, a new shift in the history of the world. 2. A rise in dowries, forced by the competition of merchant wealth on the marriage market, widened the gap between big and small landowners. The legal device of the strict settlement, evolved in the 50s in order to prevent heirs breaking up estates, enabled families to concentrate land and capital into large units. Younger sons now received their patrimony in the form of a capital sum, not in land. They were thus impelled to seek a career elsewhere, and turned to the expanding professions and the civil service. Since honors were no longer publicly sold, the peerage tended to become a closed oligarchy. Rich landowners invested in production rather than in peerages. The liquidation of scores of ancient families, lesser gentry, and freeholders, and the rise of vast new agglomerations of landed estates constituted a basic social revolution in the century after the Restoration. 3. Industry and the poor. Professor Wilson sees the Restoration as the economic exit from medievalism, based on a vigorous reconstruction of the apparatus of economic control and stimulus created during the Revolution. England was thus converted from a semi-feudal into a semi-modern state. No attempt was made to revive the authoritarian old regime in industry. Capitalist society was left to develop unhampered. The events of the 40s and 50s, massive government orders to industry, and 20 years in which the new industries described by Dr. Thirsk expanded freely established economic trends which could not be reversed. When in 1664 a bill before Parliament proposed to revive the pin monopoly, At a meeting of wire drawers, one of them was heard to declare that the late king had lost his head for granting such patents. The bill was allowed to drop, and it is significant of the decline in the royal prerogative that it was a bill. Parliamentary statutes were now sovereign, and there was no Star Chamber to enforce monopolies. The Cromwellian ordinance authorizing disbanded soldiers to practice trades to which they had not been apprenticed was reenacted in 1660. The attitude of the now triumphant common law courts ensured that restrictive guild and apprentice regulations were never again effectively enforced except in agriculture. An Act of 1663 threw the linen industry open to all. In 1669 a draper said of the Elizabethan statute of apprentices that though not repealed, yet has been by most of the judges looked upon as inconvenient to trade and to the increase of inventions. The Privy Council accepted his contention. In 1685 the courts ruled that apprenticeship was necessary only for servants hired by the year, thus exempting most wage labourers from it. In 1689, of 200 towns in England, only a quarter had any organised guilds at all. The prosperity of Birmingham and its industries in the later 17th century is attributed to the fact that it was not a chartered borough, it had no guilds, and its many dissenters were free from the restrictions imposed by the Clarendon Code. The clothing industry benefited especially from the new freedom. Within a few years of the Restoration the object of Cocaine's project was attained, dyeing and dressing of cloth in England became the rule, and the quantity of undressed cloth exports fell sharply. In 1666 came the famous statute enacting that the dead were to be buried in woolen, and not in imported textiles. The price revolution boom was over. The disbandment of 50,000 soldiers, the plague, the fire of London, the Dutch fleet in the Medway, all these shook the economy. So industrial expansion at first was slow if steady. Coal shipments from Durham and Northumberland, which had advanced 14.5 times between 1550 and 1640, increased by only 50% between 1640 and 1690. But the rebuilding of London after the Great Fire stimulated industry, and ended the monopoly of the building trade hitherto claimed by the Masons Company. There was general agreement among contemporaries that the country was prospering, especially after about 1674. And the political and legal conditions for further advance had been created. The abolition of prerogative courts and changes in the interpretation of common law worked to the advantage of improving landlords. Before 1640 the Fletcher family in Cumberland had been prevented from developing its coal property by the rights of freeholders. By 1680 they were exporting coal on a large scale. At the end of the 17th century, Professor Neff says, there remained few wastes in which the lord's power to mine, or to lease his coal, was seriously restricted. The failure of copyholders to win legal security of tenure was as beneficial to landlords opening up coal deposits as to enclosers. The sales of church property during the interregnum had led to the development of coal-bearing areas hitherto unworked, e.g. in South Wales. Nor was it only copyholders who failed to win legal security of tenure. An Act of 1677 made the property of small freeholders no less insecure, except in the unlikely event that it was supported by written title. In 1696 Gregory King estimated the number of cottagers and paupers at 1/4 of the population, labouring people and outservants at another quarter. Both groups, he thought, had to spend more than they earned. Modern research confirms this gloomy picture. At least 1/3 of the households of England were exempt from the hearth tax on grounds of poverty. After 1660 the great impetus of private charity fell off, and there followed a more effective administration of the poor law by rulers of the localities, no longer at loggerheads with the central authority in attitudes towards the development of capitalism. In Charles II's reign the sum raised by the poor rate was estimated at nearly half the entire revenue of the crown. Even this was only 3d per week for each pauper and cottager. It is difficult to generalize about the position of wage laborers. If we look only at figures, real wages are rising. But a greater proportion of laborers, having lost their plots of land, now had no subsidiary earnings to cushion them against unemployment. For those entirely dependent on wages, it remains true, in Mr. Ogg's words, that neither contemporary nor modern economists can explain how they lived. In the early 18th century, men worked 13.5 hours a day, 6 days a week, in the ironware factory of the philanthropist, Ambrose Crowley. Industrial craftsmen under the putting out system also had to work extremely long hours in their own houses, with their whole families. They were as economically dependent on their employers as were wage laborers, and their employment was less continuous. Contemporaries now saw the main problem so far as labor was concerned as one of organization, not of surplus population. Fewness of people is real poverty, Petty exclaimed in 1662. The hands of men employed are true riches, said the historian of the Royal Society. England, Fortree thought in 1663, could support twice its population, were they rightly employed. The problem was to find the right form of organization. It was assumed that the poor would work only to avoid starvation. This was one reason for encouraging corn export, in order to keep wheat prices high. Landlords benefited doubly, by high rents from prosperous farmers and easily obtained labor from people who had to work for dear life. One effect of the Restoration, indeed, was to strengthen the position of the employing classes. We find the unreasonableness of servants' wages a great grievance, said the Grand Jury of Worcestershire in 1661, servants are grown so proud that the master cannot be known from the servant. In order to put the lower orders back in their place, the jury added, the authority of justices of the peace should be enhanced. The 1662 Act of Settlement, passed partly to solve the problem set by masses of disbanded soldiers seeking work, authorized justices to send back to his last place of domicile any newcomer to a parish who seemed likely to become a charge on the rates. Thus only persons of some standing could move, even to look for work, without the consent of the justices. In Thorold Rogers's words, the Settlement Act made the laborer a serf without land. The assumption behind the statute was that a pauper was idle, vicious, and rightless. The impotent poor received relief in their parish of settlement, at minimum rates. Workhouses were deliberately made unpleasant in order to discourage applicants for relief, so they helped to keep down wages outside. This harsh code was more effective in villages than in towns. Hence the drift to the greater freedom and economic opportunity of the cities, where a mass of casual labor prevented wages rising too rapidly and began to form that new phenomenon, the mob. We have little evidence of what the poor themselves thought. The Restoration confirmed the defeat of democratic movements in London. Before the end of the century, the small masters in most city companies had lost all influence in running their affairs, everywhere oligarchy ruled. Industrial struggles began to take more modern forms. There were strikes and mutinies in the dockyards in the 1660s, and combinations to secure higher wages. In 1670, when London was being rebuilt after the Great Fire, the sawyers tried to form a craft trade union, to keep out casual labor and so prevent wage cutting. If they succeeded, the master craftsmen said, their combination would bring the building trades to a standstill. Sometimes industrial action took the form of machine breaking. In 1675 the ribbon loom weavers of London, good Commonwealth's man 52 or 300 in a company, broke into houses in order to seize and burn looms for weaving ribbons, which were putting them out of employment. There were weavers' riots in Colchester in 1676, in Trowbridge in 1677. A combination of journeyman cloth workers in London refused to work for less than 12s a week. We know too little about such movements, since our information almost invariably derives from hostile sources. But we can see the shape of things to come when London printers in 1663 made the essential distinction between labor and capital. Having the clothier, they asked what need is there of the draper? And having the printer there is no fear of wanting books, though there were no booksellers. The trend of economic development, then, was in the direction of sharper differentiation between classes. A landless working class dependent on wage labor increased, the yeomanry and small masters declined. Large numbers of households still preserved a precarious independence by agriculture or domestic handicrafts, or by a combination of both. But workers in domestic industry were steadily coming under the control of the merchants who employed them, and the division between substantial farmers and the poor in the villages was becoming more marked. Payment of rates gave a man the franchise in local government, receipt of poor relief put him outside the pale. There was a tendency to oligarchy everywhere in this period. Administration of the parochial rate had long tended to concentrate power in the hands of those who paid most. Now the exclusion of nonconformists from local government further narrowed its basis. England was rapidly becoming a two-class society, divided into the ruling class and the masses. Most economists saw a large population working for subsistence wages as the sine qua non of successful conquest of the markets of the world. Trade and foreign policy. After 1660, governments concerned themselves steadily with the furtherance of trade. A number of measures of the revolutionary decades were reenacted. Thus the legal rate of interest was again fixed at 6%. Tobacco planting was prohibited in England in the interests of colonial production. One of Charles II's earliest acts was to establish a committee of the Privy Council to collect information and offer advice about the colonies. It continued to exist in various forms down to William II's Board of Trade. Noel, Pavey, and Drax, experts in high favor with Cromwell, were influential after 1660. Moody Ford, Restoration Governor of Jamaica, had greatly influenced the Protector's Western design. The termination of proprietary rule in the Caribbean in 1663, the retention of Jamaica under direct government control, were evidence that the interregnum policy of subordinating colonies to rule from Whitehall was to be continued. Ashley Cooper personified the continuity. The most obvious outward sign of continuity in policy was the Navigation Act of 1660. This laid down the principle that no African, Asian, or American goods might be imported into England or Ireland except in ships belonging to Englishmen, Irishmen, or English colonists, and manned by crews at least 75% English. No goods might be imported to or exported from English colonies except in ships owned by Englishmen or Irishmen. Alien merchants and factors were excluded from colonial trade, and from the coastal trade of England and Ireland. Regulations aimed against the Dutch carrying trade excluded various commodities unless they were imported in English ships or ships of the exporting country manned by 75% English crews. These commodities included naval stores, wines and spirits, oils and salt, in all about half the value of England's European imports. The import duty on Dutch fish was doubled. Enumerated articles produced by English colonies, sugar, tobacco, raw cotton, ginger, indigo, and dyewoods, were to be shipped only to England, or English possessions, so that England became the entrepot for these goods. The Navigation Act declared its object to be the increase of shipping. The tonnage of English merchant shipping in fact doubled between 1660 and 1688. The code took time to reach its full effect. In the early 60s, dispensations had to be given to foreign-built ships. But their numbers dropped rapidly after 1662, despite high constructional costs which would have militated against English shipbuilding without the protection of the Act. Giving English seamen a monopoly of English trade seems also to have raised their wages. Since merchant shipping was one of the 3 or 4 largest employers of wage labor, this must have helped the slow upward trend of wages. But the Act had wider objects. The Venetian ambassador summarized the speaker's arguments when presenting it to Charles II. If it had the effect intended, Charles would be in a position to give the law to foreign princes, this being the true way to enlarge dominions throughout the world, the most easy for conquests and the least costly for appropriating the property of others. In the first instance, the act was directed against the Dutch. Josiah Child said frankly in 1672 that, this kingdom being an island, the defense of which has always been our shipping and seamen, it seems to me absolutely necessary that profit and power ought jointly to be considered, and if so, I think none can deny but the act of navigation has and does occasion building and employing of 3 times the number of ships and seamen that otherwise we should or would do. Without the Navigation Act, You should see 40 Dutch ships at our own plantations for one English. Most contemporaries would have agreed with this analysis. The carrying trade between the Baltic and the rest of Europe was virtually abandoned to Dutch merchants after 1660, but the latter were excluded from England's own trade with those parts. The annual average of English ships passing through the Sound after 1660 was nearly twice what it had been before 1650. Although the bulk of this trade was carried not by English ships but by those of Baltic countries, still England was saved from dependence on Dutch merchants for the vital naval stores from which she had nearly been cut off during the First Dutch War. The Second and Third Dutch Wars were due, among other things, to the renewal of the Navigation Acts. War was much desired by the City of London, the Duke of York had said in 1662. What matters is not this or that reason, added the Duke of Albemarle. What we want is more of the trade the Dutch now have. War was provoked, among a host of other quarrels, by two British acts of aggression against the Dutch in 1644, springing from calculated imperial policy. One was the seizure of stations on the West African coast, by controlling which the Dutch had established a monopoly of the slave trade. At the end of hostilities England retained only 2 of these stations, but the Dutch monopoly was broken, the future prosperity of Bristol and Liverpool was assured. The other act of aggression was the seizure of New Amsterdam in 1664. The aim was to exclude the Dutch from trade with the North American colonies. Despite its recapture in the Third Dutch War, England insisted on retaining New York at the Treaty of 1674. Under Charles II England was unable to mobilize a sufficient striking power to beat the Netherlands to their knees. That was done for us by Louis XIV of France. The Anglo-French Maritime Treaty of 1677 allowed English ships to carry Dutch cargoes whilst France and the Netherlands were at war, and so England could cut in on the Dutch carrying trade, especially in the Mediterranean. But the main point of the Navigation Acts was a deliberate policy of developing the production, and monopolizing the export, of colonial commodities like tobacco, sugar, cotton, dyewoods. The labor of the colonists, Davenant thought, was probably 6 times more profitable than labor at home, thanks to slavery. In 1640 colonial goods imported and then re-exported accounted for a bare 5 to 6% of England's trade. By the end of the century, with a very different fiscal policy, they were well over 25%. By 1686 44% of English ships were engaged in trade with America and India. 6 The Acts created monopoly conditions of trade with the colonies, and so increased the profits of English merchants. They mark a decisive turning point in England's economic history. Whereas down to 1640 wool and cloth had for centuries been almost the sole English exports, by the end of the century cloth formed less than 50% of exports. By then 40% were either re-exports of non-European commodities, or exports to India and America. A host of new industries developed, both for export and to meet expanding consumer demand at home. This diversification had a stabilizing and stimulating effect on the economy. Unemployment in the clothing industry was no longer the national disaster it had been under James I. Exports and imports increased by some 50% between the Restoration and the end of the century, from roughly £4 million to £6 million a year each. These statistics ignore those English interests outside Europe which were not reflected in customs figures, for example, the slave trade and the Newfoundland fishing, which Mr. Davis thinks may have exceeded £500,000 a year by 1688.7. Tobacco, sugar, and calico were hardly re-exported at all before the Navigation Acts. By the end of the century they formed 2/3 of England's imports from outside Europe, and nearly 2/3 of English re-exports to Europe. Retail prices of these commodities fell steeply during these decades. The rapid expansion of English trade resulted not only from monopoly but from cheapness due to mass production. In this respect what Mr. Davis calls the commercial revolution can be compared with the 18th century industrial revolution. Before 1650 Dutch merchants had looked like winning the monopoly for themselves. Thanks to the navigation acts and sea power, they were ousted by English traders. This was a transition to a new type of economy. For the colonies, or rather their white populations, offered a protected market for English manufactures, as well as cheap sources of raw materials, and so stimulated home production. Slaves from West Africa were paid for by English manufactures. A whole series of refining and finishing industries sprang up, in London and elsewhere, for the home market and for re-export. So for England at all events a way was found out of the mid-century crisis. Between the 1660s and 1700, manufactures exported to Europe expanded by 18%, similar exports to the colonies by over 200%, even though such exports still amounted only to 8% of the total in 1700. But their protection allowed English industries to develop to the point at which, in the 18th century, they could compete in European markets. 19th century industrialism, Mr. Davis suggests, might well have been impossible without the Navigation Acts. Colonial trade prepared for the Industrial Revolution, just as the political revolution had made possible the use of full state power for the capture and retention of monopoly colonial trade. The policy of Hakluyt, Raleigh, and Pym had triumphed at last. But the short-run effects of the commercial revolution were the opposite of its long-term stimulus to industry. The Navigation Act's indirect subsidy to shipping, and the great profits of the colonial re-export trade, diverted capital from investment in heavy and capital goods industries. Long voyages had to be financed, overseas fortifications built and maintained, native rulers bribed. Davenant, assessing the annual addition to the national wealth at £2 million, thought that 75% of this came from colonial and East Indian trades. Only in time would the profits made through the slave and fishing trades, through shipbuilding, through re-export and the industries working for it, spill over into general industrial investment. Meanwhile the steam engine was not developed, coke was not substituted for charcoal in the iron industry until more than a century after it had been used for drying malt. Industrial monopoly had been abolished during the interregnum, commercial monopoly survived. But the companies engaged in European trade soon lost their privileged positions in face of the competition of interlopers and Parliament's hostility to monopolies. The fortunes of the merchant adventurers fluctuated with the political situation. Under pressure from the Cavalier Parliament, trade in their area was thrown open. In 1683, in the absence of Parliament, the company was restored to its full privileges. From 1689 the trade was permanently opened. In 1671 the Eastland Company refused to lower the admission fine which had kept it so exclusive. Thereupon Parliament established free trade in the Baltic and opened the company to all on payment of £2. There was no need to abrogate the company's charter after 1688, it had ceased to exist as a separate monopoly. The Greenland trade was also thrown open by statute in 1671. The monopolies of these companies had indeed become superfluous once the Navy had established adequate protection against rival powers and pirates in European waters. But other companies engaged in long-distance trade more than held their own. The restored monarchy no longer played fast and loose with them. In this new atmosphere of security, the East India Company built up a permanent fund which it used for fortifications and defense, and so laid the foundations of its future military conquests. The East India and African companies, indeed, were essential instruments for defeating the Dutch, and enjoyed the peculiar patronage of the government. Both companies were allowed to set up courts, whose authority was exercised against interlopers by virtue of the royal prerogative alone. Judges nominated by the companies were thus given power over the property of English subjects. Interlopers, on the other hand, looked to Parliament for protection and support. The Royal African Company was saved only by the dissolution of Charles II's Third Parliament in July 1679. The East India Company offended against the canons of traditional financial orthodoxy by exporting bullion to pay for its purchases. Sir Josiah Child defended the company with the argument that 4/5 of its imports were re-exported, by the returns of which more than treble the bullion is imported, and in fact bullion exported to India bought goods that were subsequently exchanged for the African gold which gave its name to the guinea. In 1663 there was an historic reversal of English monetary policy. An Act of Parliament legitimized the export of foreign coin, gold, and silver. But the company continued under attack. In 1668, in the case of Skinner versus the East India Company, the House of Lords awarded heavy damages to an interloper, and in 1684 Chief Justice Pollexfen laid it down that interlopers infringed no law since the company was not established by Act of Parliament. Both the East India and Royal African companies were thus deeply involved in politics. They were pressed to lend money on a large scale to the government, in return for the privileges and protection they received. The East India Company's new charter of 1657 had narrowed its governing body, and it was now run by a group of extremely rich capitalists, who dismissed the arguments of their enemies as levelling complaints. Under James II, Whig members of the company were forced to sell their stock. Merchants profited greatly by the trade boom. Between 1660 and 1688, apart from paying large dividends, the East India Company doubled, and the African Company quadrupled, its nominal capital. The Hudson's Bay Company tripled its capital between 1670 and 1688. The only conspicuous failure among the new companies was the Royal Fishery Corporation, which was composed of courtiers and aristocrats after the fashion of the pre-1640 industrial monopolies, with the king as protector and the Duke of York as governor. It proved unable to do business and collapsed in a reek of scandal. But in general the companies of the Restoration were run by merchants, not aristocrats. Sir Josiah Child, whom the gentlemanly Evelyn thought most sordidly avaricious, made enough from the East India trade to marry his daughter to the heir of a duke with £30,000 portion at present, and various expectations. He is a bad merchant, it was said in 1674, that cannot make 6 times as much of his money by trade as he can by land aid. Charles II's reign opened with harmony between traders and the crown. The Portuguese marriage confirmed the Cromwellian alliance of 1654. Tangier gave England a naval base in the Mediterranean, Bombay a foothold in India, though the king valued them so lightly that he abandoned the former and rented the latter to the East India Company for £10 a year. Merchants remained influential, and their interests affected policy. The 1667 treaty with Spain insisted that colonial and East India goods should be admitted to Spain as though products of England. But Charles II's hostility towards the Dutch, so popular with the East India Company, was not based on purely commercial considerations. Neither Charles nor James shared the fear of France which the business community began to feel from the 1670s, and in consequence their governments gradually lost the confidence of the commercial classes. The disasters of the Second Dutch War, the failure even to provide convoys to bring coal from Newcastle, reminded men how much better trade had been protected under Cromwell. In the late 70s England prospered by being at peace, whilst the Netherlands and France, its two main rivals, continued at war. But the city does not seem to have been as grateful as some historians think it should have been. In 1676 Charles told the French ambassador that if Louis XIV seized English ships coming from the Mediterranean it would be almost impossible to deal with the outcry among the merchants who were masters of London and supported in all things by Parliament. The Statute of 1678, excluding the principal French products, an adaptation of an Act of 1649, was passed by a Whig majority. It was repealed in James II's reign. It was the Tories who were for free trade. A prohibitive tariff was renewed in 1689. As in earlier years of the century, the constitutional struggle meant that from 1674 to 1688 governments could not afford an effective foreign policy. Finance. The interregnum transformation in the system of taxation was not reversed. What remained of crown lands was indeed restored in 1660, but they were now a relatively insignificant source of revenue. Charles II sold lands to the value of £1,300,000 in the 70s, and the remainder went soon after 1688. The £100,000 a year which the government received in return for feudal tenures and purveyance was a bad bargain, it barely covered the loss from purveyance. But for the landed classes the bargain was far better than the abortive Great Contract of 1610, they reduced their own share of taxation at the expense of the poorer consumers on whom the burden of the excise mainly fell. An observer wrote at the beginning of the Cavalier Parliament, "'Tis the general opinion of some that this Parliament, being most of all landed men and few traders, will never take away the excise, because their own burdens will thereupon become greater." The acceptance in the 17th century, writes the historian of taxation, of the doctrine that the poor should pay taxation is one of the landmarks in English political opinion. 9 The doctrine that landed proprietors should pay their fair share of taxation was more popular with traders than with the gentry. The last of the old parliamentary subsidies was voted in 1663. After that date parliamentary taxation did indeed take the form of a land tax, but it was at the reduced rate of 2s in the pound. "The nobility and gentry are the necessary if not the only support of the crown," said Sir John Holland whilst attacking the land tax in 1668, "if they fall that must." The excise was much preferred by the court party. James II, like a true English king, regarded a land tax as the last resource if God Almighty should afflict us with a war. 9 Only after the true English king had been replaced by a Dutchman was the fiscal revolution completed, and the land tax became a regular feature of English finance. 10 With the king no longer even expected to live of his own, the possibility arose of establishing a fixed and regular income for the crown's ordinary expenditure. This was something of which ministers since Robert Cecil had dreamed, but which lack of confidence between government and taxpayer had prevented. Parliament in 1660 voted the king a revenue of £1,200,000 a year, half what Cromwell had spent, but twice Charles's income. But the revenue had been overestimated, perhaps not without some intention of keeping the government dependent on Parliament. Receipts fell £250,000 short of what had been voted. To bridge this gap Parliament voted in 1662 a tax of 2s on every hearth. Although the very poor were exempt, the hearth tax, like the excise, fell heavily on small property owners, thus helping the downward march of yeomen and artisans. The Whigs always hated it, and it was abolished after 1688. Its collection was bitterly attacked as an invasion of the Englishman's privacy, though it may be noted that Parliament in 1671 cheerfully allowed any justice of the peace to empower the gamekeeper of any lord of a manor to search the houses of suspected poachers. The protection of game was a more serious matter than the collection of taxation. The bulk of the regular revenue came from customs and excise. So governments had every interest in furthering trade. Both excise and customs expanded rapidly after the Depression of the 60s. Thanks mainly to this, from 1673 Charles began to receive the full £1,200,000 voted at the Restoration. The practice of leasing the collection of customs dues to private individuals had been abandoned in 1643, it was resumed in 1662. Petty estimated that owing to false declarations, to the cost of collecting, and to the profits of the farmers, the government received only half of what was paid. But gradually merchants, better placed for advancing money, extruded the gentry from farms. The Cavalier Parliament lost its enthusiasm for farming taxes. From 1671 the customs farm was abandoned. The excise followed in 1683, and, after a number of experiments, the hearth tax was taken over by the government in 1684. Leases of farms had been used to compensate ex-cavaliers for their losses, they expected more compensation when farming was given up. They often got it in the form of Secret Service money. The key to the whole problem of corruption under Charles II is to be found in the single word compensation, wrote Professor Browning. The abandonment of tax farming, a revolution in fiscal policy, had long-term effects. A new branch of the civil service began to be formed, and expanded rapidly. In 1671, when farming was abandoned, 763 customs officers were added to the national service. There were 10 customs officers at Exeter in 1646, 71 in 1685. Here was an important new source of full-time and well-paid employment, both for younger sons of the gentry, driven from the land by the strict settlement, and for sons of the developing commercial and professional middle class. Sir Richard Temple could never have paid off his debts in the 70s if it had not been for his commissionership of the customs. His loss of government salary between 1685 and 1689 had disastrous effects on his finances. 11 The state machinery was thus strengthened and brought into closer connection with business life, at the same time that individual gentlemen and their families profited. Their profits, unlike those from monopolies, were not a parasitic burden on the national economy. But many, like Sir Richard Temple, must have learned the hard way that, in the modern state that was beginning to emerge, patronage had become too important a matter to leave at the arbitrary disposal of an irresponsible sovereign. It must be brought under the control of ministers who could be called to account. Bankers, said Clarendon, were a tribe that had risen and grown up in Cromwell's time, and never were heard of before the late troubles. Charles I's seizure of bullion in the Tower in 1640, a severe shock to credit, had encouraged deposit banking with goldsmiths. The latter had also benefited by the dangers of private hoarding during the Civil War. In the 1650s the creation of a national bank was frequently mooted. But the Restoration government was opposed to such a bank, which might well have become too powerful. In 1666 the unsafe condition of a bank under a monarchy, and the little safety to a monarch to have any, were explained to Pepys. Bankers, said a member of Parliament in 1670, were the Commonwealth's men who destroy the nobility and gentry. Nevertheless, they proved necessary of Charles II and James II. Debarred from any form of unparliamentary taxation, Charles systematically anticipated revenue by borrowing, and this proved a decisive factor in the evolution of a banking system. Confidence in the government was rudely shaken by the stop of the Exchequer in 1672, which led to a number of failures among bankers and naturally caused a rise in the rate of interest the government had to pay in future. Though the legal rate of interest was 6%, Charles was paying 10% by the mid-70s. King and kingdom had become the slaves of the bankers. There was no possibility of creating a funded debt until full confidence had been established between Crown and business community. Professor Chandaman refers to the simple Caroline law that the extravagance of the king tended to increase in proportion to his resources. 12 From 1665 onwards the House of Commons tried to appropriate their grants of taxation to specific uses. This device originated with the ex-Cromwellian Sir George Downing, and was intended to facilitate government borrowing as well as to control expenditure. The Commons repeatedly protested against the government's practice of anticipating customs revenue as a means of avoiding parliamentary control. The opposition had reason to be worried, since part at least of the increased expenditure went on bribing members as the Cavalier Parliament became the pensioner Parliament. In 1673 to 5 pensions cost the government over 6 times as much as in 1661 to 3. Between 1676 and 1679 Danby's Secret Service fund averaged £84,000 a year. Charles was helped in the 70s by French subsidies. But his salvation came, after the deadlock which followed the dissolution of the Cavalier Parliament, by the improvement of the excise and customs consequent upon the expansion of trade. £1 million of debt was paid off between 1679 and 1682. In James's reign, customs and excise alone brought in as much as the total revenue allotted by Parliament to Charles II, an average of over £600,000 a year each. James's total revenue averaged over £2 million a year. He was thus relatively independent of French subsidies, and could afford to raise his army to 4 times the size of his brothers. So, thanks to the country's prosperity, the government slipped from under the financial yoke which Parliament had intended to place upon it. The Gentlemen's Agreement of 1660 failed to establish that confidence between Crown and business community for which the latter had been looking throughout the century. In its attempt to escape from control, the government was driven into a pro-French policy, to the neglect of what were regarded as England's political and economic interests. The very prosperity accidentally produced by this policy in the late 70s and 80s roused alarm, because it obviated the necessity for parliaments, and the lack of confidence itself set limits to economic expansion. The stop of the Exchequer, a contemporary tells us, caused greater consternation than did the presence of the Dutch fleet in the Medway. There was a crisis of confidence in 1682, the year of the attack on the city's charter, a disturbance of credit in 1685, and in the winter of 1688 James seemed deliberately to be aiming at disrupting social stability by his actions on the eve of his departure. There were many reasons why the city welcomed the Liberator, under whom £1,300,000 was at last repaid to Charles II's bankers. 14. Politics and the Constitution. I think His Majesty that now is king upon the best title under heaven, for he was called in by the representative body of England. Henry Marten, on trial as a regicide in 1660. The Restoration of Parliament. The Restoration of 1660 was a restoration of the united class which Parliament represented, even more than of the King. The Convention Parliament was not summoned by the King, it summoned him. It is the privilege, the prerogative, of the common people of England, Clarendon told the Lower House in 1661, to be represented by the greatest and learnedest and wealthiest and wisest persons that can be chosen out of the nation. The confounding the Commons of England, with the common people of England was the first ingredient into that accursed dose, a commonwealth. Without the safety and dignity of the monarchy, Charles II said 20 years later, neither religion nor property can be preserved. A pamphlet of 1660 succinctly stated the position: this island is governed by the influence of a sort of people that live plentifully and at ease upon their rents, extracted from the toil of their tenants and servants, each of whom within the bounds of his own estate acts the prince. They sit at the helm in the Supreme Council, they command in chief at sea and land, they impose taxes and levy it by commissioners of the same quality. Out of this rank select we sheriffs, justices of peace and all that execute the authority of a judge, by the influence of which powers they so order all elections to Parliament or otherwise, that the whole counties follow their respective factions, and the commonalty in the votes are managed by them as the horse by his rider. Parliamentary elections throughout the kingdom, petty confirmed, are governed by less than 2,000 active men. 1 Acts of 1661 to 2 put the local levies of the militia under the king's control, but he had to act through Lords Lieutenant, who were of course the aristocracy. The latter nominated the leading county gentry as officers. The duty of supplying horse and foot for the militia was based on a property qualification, higher in the case of cavalry. This ensured that the militia remained the fortress of liberty too. It had done much to restore Charles II in 1660, its defection to William of Orange in most areas was decisive in 1688. Charles II once pointed out to a Quaker that the soldiers who attacked Quaker meetings in London were not his troops but those of the Lord Mayor. It was through the militia that many of the chief boroughmongers exercised their influence. The restoration of the House of Lords and Bishops served the same social purposes. In 1675 Shaftesbury, in Harringtonian vein, claimed that, "there is no prince that ever governed without a nobility or an army. If you will not have the one, you must have the other, or the monarchy cannot long support or keep itself from tumbling into a democratical republic." Peers, Shaftesbury implied, were cheaper as well as nicer than rude mercenaries. It was perhaps in recognition of this useful social function that none of the many peers convicted of murder between 1660 and 1702 suffered any penalty. 3 But although the upper house was restored, its position in the Constitution could never be the same. Clarendon blamed the negligence of the king, his excessive reliance on the loyalty of the Cavalier lower house, and the laziness and selfishness of the peers themselves, for the Lords' loss of reputation. Resolutions of the Commons in 1661, 1671, and 1678 finally established their right to initiate money bills and appropriate supplies, and denied the power of the Lords to amend such bills. In the case of Skinner versus the East India Company, the Lords' claim to exercise original jurisdiction in civil cases between commoners was finally defeated, but the Upper House retained its appellate jurisdiction. The social panic of 1660 partly explains why the king was not bound by specific conditions. But there were plenty of unspecified restrictions. Moreover, the prerogative courts were not revived. Without them the Privy Council lost its power of interfering in local affairs against the wishes of the natural rulers. It also lost its criminal jurisdiction, and abandoned any attempt to legislate or tax independently of Parliament. The Book of Rates was passed as a parliamentary statute in 1660. The abolition of feudal tenures and the sale of nearly all crown lands transformed the nature of the monarchy's power. It was no longer, in the medieval tradition, based on land, on personal relations between king and his rich subjects, or on the crown's ability to inflict economic harm. The court in the sense of the royal household was ceasing to be the center of real power. Royal patronage henceforth was exercised almost solely through appointment to state offices. Control of such appointments passed slowly into the hands of ministers. But the greatest change of all was in the minds of men. The execution of Charles I, Mr. Ogg rightly argued, was the most important political event of the century. Almost as significant was the experience in government gained during the interregnum. For nearly 20 years, committees of Parliament had controlled army, navy, church, and foreign trade, more efficiently than the old government had ever done. No longer could these be treated as mysteries of state, into which subjects must not pry. City merchants had served on committees for finance, trade, and colonies. A new civil service had arisen which was far too useful to be scrapped. The returned royalists could not command the navy without the help of tarpaulin captains who had served their apprenticeship under the Commonwealth. The Duke of York, Burnet tells us, disliked tarpaulins, who hated popery and loved liberty. He started training and promoting young persons of quality. But the Naval Code of Discipline published in 1661 and the Military Code of 1666 were substantially those of the Commonwealth. 12 out of 30 of Charles II's Privy Council in 1661 had been in arms against his father. The Committee for Trade and Plantations of July 1660 included only 2 former royalists out of 10 members. Downing, soon to be reputed the richest man in England, was indispensable in the sphere of finance and economic planning, and developed a completely new system of bookkeeping in the Treasury. Samuel Pepys, himself an old Cromwellian, tells us that in January 1668 all the Cavalier party were not able to find the Parliament 9 commissioners, or 1 secretary, fit for the business, and they were fain to find out old-fashioned men of Cromwell's to do their business for them. Even in the militia there were few of the old stock of people left who knew which way to go about it. The Act of Oblivion and Indemnity came to be called an Act of Indemnity for the king's enemies and of oblivion for his friends. Presbyterians for their money must be served, grumbled a bishop, while the royal party, that have endured the heat of the day and become poor, be put off with inconsiderable nothings for the law. The common law courts had emerged victorious over their rivals. 5 The King's Bench succeeded to most of Star Chamber's jurisdiction. King's Bench and Parliament inherited the general supervision of legal process which the Privy Council had previously exercised. This prevented the growth of any system of administrative law. The prohibition of martial law brought all cases of riot and rebellion to the ordinary courts, so that the state of siege is practically unknown in England. Parliament succeeded to Star Chamber's control of the press. Church courts returned, but with depleted powers, henceforth their subordination to the common law courts was accepted. The latter also took over much commercial jurisdiction from the Admiralty Court. Governments once again occasionally employed torture against political prisoners, but furtively and shamefacedly. The common law whose supremacy was now established was not the common law as interpreted by judges under Charles I, but as interpreted by Coke and his parliamentarian successors, like Roll and Hale, the latter of whom long survived the Restoration. During Coke's lifetime the last three parts of his institutes were forbidden publication, they were printed only in the revolutionary year 1641, by order of the Commons. But henceforth Coke was regarded as a second father of the law, behind whose works it was not necessary to go. This attitude towards Coke's reports and institutes had the effect of concealing such medieval precedent as was inconvenient, so legal continuity was preserved by wholesale suppression. Common law supremacy led to considerable modifications in the law of libel and slander. Chancery, the equity court, began to evolve its own system of consistent law and precedent. The practice of choosing a common lawyer as Lord Chancellor continued, and Lord Chancellor Clarendon himself tacitly accepted some of the Commonwealth reforms. Underhale and the father of modern equity, Lord Nottingham, himself a common lawyer, equity ceased to be mysterious and the measure of the Chancellor's foot. Many laws passed during the revolutionary decades, though formally annulled in 1660, were reenacted before the end of the century. The Statute of Frauds, whose main object was to give creditors better remedies against their debtors' land, was possibly planned during the interregnum. Legal continuity at the Restoration included continuity of personnel. Roger North complained bitterly of the parliamentarian sympathies of the mass of the legal profession. Under the Commonwealth, judges had held office during good behavior. Under Charles II they once again held during the King's pleasure, and this lasted until the Act of Settlement re-established parliamentary control in 1701. In 1665 a statute insisted that jurors should possess freehold land worth at least £20 a year. 3 years later the House of Commons voted that it was illegal for judges to menace, fine, or imprison juries. The Recorder of London fined a jury for acquitting 2 Quakers in 1670, but the Court of Common Pleas reversed this, and the principle was established that juries are immune from fines for their verdicts. The effects of these changes were less radical than they would have been without the £20 property qualification. King and Commons. Former parliamentarians were at first little less determined than former cavaliers that there should be no more trouble from the lower orders. The Act against tumultuous petitioning of 1661 forbade the collection of more than 20 signatures to a political petition to King or Parliament, unless the matter thereof have been first consented unto or ordered by 3 or more justices of that county, or by the major part of the grand jury, or in London by Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and Common Councillors. That would prevent anything like leveller tactics of propaganda. It called the gentry in to redress the balance inside towns. So did the Corporation Act, whose object was nakedly stated, that the succession in such corporations may be most profitably perpetuated in the hands of persons well affected to His Majesty and the established government. It required all holders of municipal office to renounce the solemn league and covenant, and to take an oath of non-resistance and the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England. The Act gave commissions appointed by the Crown absolute power to remove and replace officers of corporations, and the government chose its commissioners from peers and gentlemen living near the particular corporation due for purging, to the virtual exclusion of townsmen. The Earl of Derby knew from bitter experience who the dangerous men in Manchester were, and even burghers anxious to take the oaths were in many cases turned out and replaced by loyal nominees. Purging corporations helped to ensure favourable elections of borough members to the House of Commons. Both Charles I and Cromwell had tried it. But Charles II and his brother found the policy more necessary now, since Parliament could not be dispensed with, and since after 1673 the Crown was compelled to abandon its claim to create new parliamentary boroughs. The government had wanted the commissions appointed under the Corporation Act to be permanent. Parliament limited their period of authority to 15 months. Members of Parliament did not want to give the Crown a free hand to gerrymander the bodies which elected them. For the next 18 years there were continual attempts to remodel town charters so as to give the Crown the right to nominate officials, or at least exercise a veto, and to restrict the parliamentary franchise in towns to officials recommended by the King. The more drastic interference in the affairs of corporations between 1681 and 1688 was thus not a new policy but the more vigorous application of an old one. It had the additional advantage for the government that corporation officials nominated juries, and so their selection could be influenced even if jurors could no longer be intimidated. Relations between government and House of Commons were indeed paradoxical. Clarendon was regarded by many ex-royalists as too lenient with Presbyterians. The government was compelled by the Commons to abandon its attempt either to include Presbyterians within the Church of England or to dispense with the penal laws, and much of the Clarendon Code was forced on it. Loyal though they were, the Commons took full advantage of the new position in the Constitution which the events of the preceding decades had won for them. Clarendon's fall was due to his failure to build up a party of supporters in the House of Commons, or to accept the fact that, in his own outraged words, the House of Commons was the fittest judge of the necessities and grievances of the people. Henceforth no chief minister survived for long who could not command a majority in the lower house. Macaulay wrote of the Cavalier Parliament, the great English Revolution of the 17th century, that is to say the transfer of the supreme control of the executive administration from the Crown to the House of Commons, was, through the whole long existence of this Parliament, proceeding noiselessly but rapidly and steadily. In 1665 the principle of appropriation of supply, opposed by Solicitor General Finch as introductive to a commonwealth, was accepted. In 1667 the first Parliamentary Committee of Public Accounts was established. In the same year the sentence pronounced against Eliot, Hollis, and Valentine in 1629 was declared illegal, because an infringement of the right of free speech in Parliament. So the Cavalier Parliament condemned Charles I. In 1676 the Privy Council committed a man to prison for a mutinous speech, and refused either to grant bail or to bring him to trial. The Whigs retorted in 1679 by passing the Habeas Corpus Act, forcing governments to give their prisoners speedy trial. An Act of 1641 had insisted that a writ of habeas corpus should be issued without delay upon any pretence whatsoever when demanded on behalf of anyone arrested on warrant from the King or Privy Council. The Act of 1679 defined the existing procedure, and so confirmed one of the principles fought for since the 1620s. When Charles II wished to punish a country gentleman for words spoken in a parliamentary debate, he had to hire thugs to slit the man's nose, and times had so changed that the king had to assent to an act of attainder against his bravos, which expressly denied him any right to pardon them. After Clarendon's fall the king's government was run by an unholy alliance of ex-Cromwellians, future Whig exclusionists, and Papists. It split on the French alliance formed in the secret Treaty of Dover. In 1673 Charles was compelled to abandon the Declaration of Indulgence, after proclaiming his determination to stick to it, and to give up his pro-French policy and the financial independence which it promised. He had to accept the Test Act, which drove Papist and Protestant dissenters out of public life again, and so laid a secure basis for Danby's rule through the gentry. Danby accepted more wholeheartedly than Clarendon the necessity of support in the House of Commons. His party was based on the old Cavaliers and Anglicans, but he also took over from Arlington new methods of management. Offices and pensions were distributed with a view to influencing members of Parliament, and the holders were organized and disciplined in the House. Systematic pressure was brought to bear on constituencies, sheriffs, returning officers, direct bribery was employed in the House of Commons. A pamphlet of 1679 listed 214 members alleged to be taking government money in one form or another. The story of the Secretary of State's remark to a Cornish MP in James II's reign may be apocryphal, but it illustrates what had by then become accepted practice. "Sir," he cried, as the MP voted against the court, "have you not got a troop of horse in His Majesty's service?" "Yes, my lord," was the reply, "but my brother died last night and has left me £700 a year." That was the price of political independence. But Danby had to work within clearly defined limits. He himself accurately reflected the views of his gentry supporters in opposing acceptance of money from Catholic France. The Commons' first step at the new session of October 1673 had been to order the solemn observance of the anniversary of Gunpowder Plot. there is a direct connection between the revelation of Charles II's dependence on France and the hysteria over the Popish plot. Traditional fear of a too strong centralist government would apply even more to a king with a French or Irish army behind him than to the major generals. Danby wondered in 1677 whether a small insurrection might not be desirable as an excuse for obtaining money and arms for the government. Even the opposition leaders were astonished by the completeness of the court's defeat when a general election at last came in 1679. The impeachment of Danby showed how even a minister who originally owed his position to a parliamentary majority could not survive once he had lost the confidence of the Commons, and that not even bribery could keep the confidence of the House for a man against whom public opinion outside had decisively turned. Since Danby's fall sprang from the government's foreign policy, the Commons' effective control of this hitherto sacrosanct sphere was again demonstrated. The Cavalier Parliament in 1678 passed an act which for sheer offensiveness to the ruling monarch has perhaps never been equalled. It said that papists should be permitted to come into the presence of the king or queen only if they first procured license so to do, by warrant under the hands and seals of 6 or more privy councillors, by order of His Majesty's Privy Council, upon some urgent occasion, therein to be expressed, so as such license exceed not the space of 10 days, and that the said license be first filed and put upon record, for anybody to view without fee or reward, and no person to be licensed for above the number of 30 days in any 1 year. By 1678 three factors had transformed the political situation from that in which Charles had been so joyfully welcomed. First, a large number of by-elections had diluted the original Cavalier element, overrepresented in the enthusiasm of 1661, the House of Commons became more representative of the long-term views of the propertied class, though even so Charles's advisers rightly supposed that they would never again have so favourable a House. Secondly, the pro-French foreign policy of the king and rumours of the secret Treaty of Dover had given rise to alarm. In 1673 Charles had to deny that the forces I have raised in this war were designed to control law and property. Then, thirdly, the Popish plot seemed to corroborate the worst fears of the opposition, and played into their hands. The most memorable remark of Nell Gwynn, Charles II's actress mistress, was her rebuke to a hostile mob which had mistaken her coach for that of the Duchess of Portsmouth, the French and Papist royal mistress. "Be silent, good people," cried Nell, "I am the Protestant whore." The crowd roared its approval of her theological patriotism. How then did Charles not only survive the crisis of 1678–81, but defeat the exclusion bills and emerge in a strong enough position to defy the Triennial Act? Charles was as intelligent, if as lazy, as his grandfather James I. But he had also learned political prudence and a hard cynicism in his years of exile, when he had resolved never to go on his travels again. Unlike his brother, he had no principles to which he would sacrifice his convenience. On his deathbed he acknowledged himself a papist, and the secret Treaty of Dover probably represents the policy which he would ideally have wished to pursue. But it would not have been a realistic policy. In the last 4 years of his reign Charles achieved a relative political independence by the closest collaboration with the Tory Anglican gentry. Their favourite political theorist, Filmer, once spoke of monarchy being crucified between two thieves, Popery and the people. Certainly that was the fate of the Tory gentry. Shaftesbury had countered Danby's court party by organising a country party based on the old Presbyterian interest and city merchants, with the dangerous support of dissenters and London populace. By economic reprisals against persecutors, merchants made the Test and Corporation Acts unworkable in many towns. The Green Ribbon Club, established in London in 1675, may be regarded as the first party headquarters. Its green colours were those of the Levellers. The ghosts of the interregnum were walking again. Whig electioneering and rabble-rousing tactics were too successful. In Buckinghamshire it was the yeomen who were most vociferous for exclusion, not the gentry, who normally gave the lead. In 1679 a Whig government was forced on the king, and the Commons refused to accept the royal nominee as Speaker. But Charles retained his old civil servants, and the Whig aristocrats themselves were not prepared to face civil war. They did not need to be reminded by Halifax that the most forward in the Long Parliament were soon turned out by others, and that in 1681 too the gentlemen, the knights of the shires, may be kicked out by mechanics, by citizens and burgesses, for he who practiseth disobedience to his superiors hated to his inferiors. With Tory support Charles was therefore able to call the Whigs bluff at the Oxford Parliament. The Rye House plot completed their discomfiture by apparently associating them with Republican desperadoes. But the King's triumph of 1681-5 was not a personal triumph. Nor, close though relations were with France, was it an unqualified victory for Louis XIV. Charles survived only because of his complete surrender to the Tory and Anglican gentry. His purge of local government in these years was made in the closest agreement with them. How complete a monopoly of local administration the Tories now won, Dr. Feeling wrote, was amply shown 4 years later by King James's Herculean efforts to reverse it. The victor was not military absolutism but the Tory gentry. "I will stick by you and my old friends," Charles told the Tory Reresby in 1680, "for if I do not I should have nobody to stick to me." The king had no prerogative courts, and dared not even repeal the Habeas Corpus Act. Parties. The history of parties in this period is highly controversial. Two terminal points are clear. Between 1640 and 1660 there was a civil war, so the existence of at least two parties can be assumed then. By 1760 party labels had lost almost all political significance. What happened in between? Civil War animosities survived the Restoration. The Clarendon Code was a straightforward Cavalier Anglican party measure designed to exclude their rivals from political office. But the men of property on both sides were anxious to avoid another civil war. In 1662 a Londoner expressed the hope that all the gentry in the land would kill one another, that so the commonalty might live the better. Consciousness of this deep hostility lies at the back of gentry political thinking, though it is rarely openly discussed. For example, Baxter wrote on the eve of the Restoration, "The rabble hate both magistrates and ministers." A letter writer at about the same time agreed that between the gentry and the ordinary sort of people there was a natural animosity, of late years infinitely increased. 6 Edward Chamberlain 15 years later spoke of most of the tradesmen and very many of the peasantry as hating, despising, or disrespecting the nobility, gentry and superior clergy. The prosperity of some dissenters, and the pacifism of others, blunted the edge of their discontent. But the sharpening class divisions of the later 17th century increased the restlessness of the poor, and this made parliamentary leaders think twice about pushing their quarrels too far. The Popish plot stirred up wild passions in London, but the extent of Shaftesbury's reliance on the populace in the end proved fatal to his cause. The men of property rallied to the crown in fear of civil war. This is the essential if usually unspoken background to late 17th century politics. The propertied classes could not forget the lesson they had learned in 1646-60, just as kings did not forget the lesson of 1649. So political opposition was never pushed to extremes. If it was, it tended to disintegrate. The House of Commons might criticize, but did not fundamentally oppose government, so long as government did not attack the vital interests of those whom the members represented. So the government, the court, always exercised a strong influence, cutting across political parties. This arose in part from its dispensation of patronage, but also from deeper considerations of its contribution to social stability, to the system from which both Whigs and Tories benefited. "What does it matter who serves His Majesty?" Sunderland used to ask, "so long as His Majesty is served." He might have added, "What does it matter which Majesty one serves, so long as there is a Majesty to serve?" James II. So the prospects seemed hopeful for James II. When Parliament finally met in 1685, 200 members were directly dependent on the king for their livelihood. 400 had never sat in the House before. The increased income voted him by this Parliament, plus the rising revenue from customs and excise, left James better off than any of his predecessors. The Tory Anglican theory of passive obedience, used against the Solemn League and Covenant and preached tirelessly in the early 1680s, when Filmer's tracts circulated most widely, sounded like an invitation to despotism. Monmouth's revolt seemed to make James's position impregnable, for it split the Whigs. Few of the hereditary Landowning Whig aristocracy joined the bastard usurper. It was the small men of the southwestern counties who rallied to his support. We can see this from the fact that Sedgemoor was an infantry battle. The cavalry which had been the strength of Cromwell's army was not there. James's victory was complete, henceforth the good old cause was dead. There was to be no organized democratic movement in England for many generations. Yet the triumph of 1685 was illusory. The rank and file of the Somerset militia had proved unreliable, and James's victory was won by his small professional army. Monmouth's revolt seems to have decided James that he must increase this army, that it must be largely officered by men in whom he had confidence, mainly Catholics, and that he must build up another army in Ireland. James thus faced in an exaggerated form the dilemma from whose horns his brother had never been able to escape. Normally the staunchest supporters of the monarchy were the Tory gentry. But their loyalty was to church as well as to crown. Between 1679 and 1681 3 freely elected Houses of Commons had voted to exclude a Catholic heir to the throne. James's docile Parliament was elected after the purges of 1681-5. A Catholic policy could hope to succeed only if the gentry's power in the country was counterbalanced by a Catholic nonconformist alliance. Charles II had flirted with such an alliance, but had always been forced to draw back. James tried but never had a chance. Protestant dissenters were politically weaker than a generation earlier. The aftermath of the Popish and Rye House plots and of Monmouth's rebellion had taken heavy toll. Such accessions of numbers as they had received came largely from the middle and lower classes. Their thought now tended away from politics and towards pacifism. Dissenters who had supported Shaftesbury and Monmouth could hardly be won overnight for a king who was all too plainly using them in his own interests. William Penn and other Quakers appear to have taken James's intentions at their face value. The Quakers had suffered most of all the sects from Tory Anglican persecution. As long as the heir to the throne was a Protestant, dissenters might take comfort from James's age, but the birth of his son, another of his seeming triumphs, must have aroused the gravest misgivings among those whose support James was trying to woo. James moreover had all the stupid obstinacy of his father, and the gentry thought the religion to which he was devoted was the wrong one. His actions did everything to unite the propertied class against him and to heal the split between Whigs and Tories which had appeared to threaten civil war in 1681. First, the defeat of Monmouth's rebellion relieved the right-wing Whigs of their radical allies. Henceforth there was little danger that 1640 would lead to 1649. Secondly, Jeffreys's barbarities in the bloody assizes offered a magnificent propaganda platform, and played the same part in the mythology of 1688 as the Marian persecutions did in Elizabethan propaganda. The bloody assizes and the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in France in the same year fitted perfectly into the traditional legend, for cruelty was one of the things Protestants were most taught to abhor in Papists, whether it was the burning of the Marian martyrs, the Spanish Inquisition, the ill-treatment of American Indians by Spaniards, Gunpowder Plot, or the Irish massacres of 1641. Nor is it to the discredit of English Protestants that they disliked cruelty. The brutal and bullying Jeffreys tried the accused at the rate of 500 a day. James's queen made profits out of transporting condemned rebels. Thirdly, most Tories were alarmed by the introduction of Roman Catholic officers into James's army. This was indeed the point at which the hitherto docile Parliament dug in its toes, and had to be prorogued and finally dissolved. For 3 long years James tried to cajole or bully the gentry into accepting repeal of the Test Act, the rock on which their supremacy had been built. Then, with the heat which had led Charles to prophesy that his brother would never be able to hold it out 4 years to an end, James sacked his Tory ministers, and started to attack the privileges of the Anglican universities and the freehold tenure of fellows of colleges. In Gauden versus Hales he won legal sanction for the employment of Roman Catholic officers in the army, and in Ireland he was known to be building up a strong and entirely papist army, under the command of the terrifying and anti-English Tyrconnell. Worst of all, in renewing Charles's attack on borough charters, he allied with the Tories' bitterest enemies, the radical dissenters, so painfully weeded out of governing positions in their natural strongholds, the towns, over the preceding 25 years. The relationships of patronage between loyal gentry and their local boroughs were broken overnight. The parliamentary franchise and administration of justice in many towns was handed over to Republicans, dissenters, and papists, men who themselves had for years been virtually outside the law. An Anabaptist became Lord Mayor of London, soon after Sir Henry Vane's son joined Father Petre on the Privy Council. At Bedford, where several members of Bunyan's congregation were made aldermen and common council men, reforms were instituted reminiscent of the rule of the major generals. Previous mayors who had pocketed monies belonging to the town's charitable foundations were ordered to disperse them. In the counties, the last holy of holies, the prime of the gentry were dismissed from the Commission of the Peace and deputy lieutenancies unless they would pledge their support for repeal of the Test Act. And who replaced them? Ordinary persons both as to quality and estates. Neither of them have 1 foot of freehold land in England, said Sir John Reresby of New Justices of the Peace in Yorkshire. This was something very like a social revolution, as bad as the rule of the major generals, who had been installed because the government had found the militia unreliable. It was too much even for Tory loyalty. Lord Keeper Guilford had given a clear warning in 1684 of the reasons against tolerating papists. It would discontent the gentry. If the gentry would not serve cheerfully, then the whole use of the law is lost, for they are sheriffs, etc. If the gentry are discontented, the rabble will quickly be poisoned by preachers, etc. And then what will force signify? Moreover, the rank and file of the army, concentrated on Hounslow Heath to overawe the city, indulged in political discussions and the reading of pamphlets. They recalled the new model army by their excessive interest in Magna Carta and similar unsuitable subjects. Their applause at the acquittal of the 7 bishops echoed the applause of Lilburn's guards at his acquittal in 1653. This was an army very unlike the well-to-do farmers and citizens of the militia whom James so despised. The eventual disintegration of James's army in 1688, from on top, is evidence of the reluctance of its propertied officers to face civil war. The difference between supporters of Monmouth and William was comparable to that between Independents and Presbyterians in the Civil War. A foreign army enabled the latter to avoid putting arms into the hands of the common people. For a generation the Church of England had taught that resistance to the Lord's anointed could in no circumstances be justified. When Monmouth claimed to die a Protestant of the Church of England, a divine said to him on the scaffold, "My lord, if you be of the Church of England, you must acknowledge the doctrine of non-resistance to be true." Parsons and squires had gladly repeated these phrases. But they were thinking of the common people's duty of passive obedience low established authority. They had assumed that the Lord's anointed would never attack their supremacy, nor that of their church. Bishop Morley, one of the makers of the Restoration, had warned James that if ever he depended on the doctrine of non-resistance he would find himself deceived. The clergy might not think proper to contradict that doctrine in terms, but he was very sure they would in practice. 7. There is great symbolic significance in the fact that it was bishops who gave the signal for resistance to the royal prerogative. Some of the 7 held their convictions so dear that, even though they stood trial rather than yield to James, they resigned rather than accept 1688. But can we imagine Laudian bishops behaving as they did? Or enjoying such popularity with the people of London and the rank and file of the army? For all its cult of King Charles the Martyr, the Church of England had advanced farther with the times than it realized. If the king can do no wrong, Defoe sneered, somebody did the late king a great deal of wrong. James would have heartily agreed. He was flabbergasted and outraged by the failure of Tories and Anglicans to live up to their principles. The Tories, then, were badly confused and rattled in 1688. Lord Willoughby summed up their difficulty when he said, "It was the first time that any Bertie was ever engaged against the crown, and it was his trouble, but there was a necessity either to part with our religion and properties, or do it." General dissatisfaction with the present conduct of the government in relation to religion, liberties, and properties was the first point made in the letter of invitation sent to William of Orange in 1688. Religion, liberty, and property, we have heard of them before. Religion and property were the two things men value most, James himself stated in the Declaration of Indulgence issued in 1687. He added, in so many words, that although the freedom and assurance we have hereby given in relation to religion and property might be sufficient to remove from the minds of our loving subjects all fears and jealousies in relation to either, yet we have thought fit further to declare that we will maintain them in all their properties and possessions, as well of church and abbey lands, as in any other their lands and properties whatsoever. James protested too much. His protestations could hardly undo the effect of his actions. In Gauden versus Hales the judges had laid it down that there is no law whatsoever but may be dispensed with by the king, for reasons of which he is sole judge. That had been royal doctrine in the ship money case. The 7 bishops' council said, if the king may suspend the laws of our land which concern our religion, I am sure there is no other law but he may suspend, and if the king may suspend all the laws of the kingdom, what a condition are all the subjects in for their lives, liberties, and properties? All at mercy. It amounts to an utter repeal of all the laws, Justice Powell told the jury. If this be once allowed of, there will need no parliament, all the legislature will be in the king, which is a thing worth considering, and I leave the issue to God and your consciences. There are 2 points to make here. First, James had a strong legal case in Gauden versus Hales and in his interference in the Magdalen College election. But this was irrelevant since, as in the 1630s, the king was flying in the face of the opinion of those who mattered in the country. James's habit of closeting the judges was something even Charles I had not resorted to. 4 judges were dismissed before Gauden versus Hales came up for trial. Powell and another judge who summed up in favor of the 7 bishops were also dismissed. James needed to protest that property was not endangered by judges interpreting the law under such pressure, for this was the point on which Whig propaganda had long concentrated. Yet his protests were not believed. Or rather, there was enough doubt in the minds of the Tory gentry to undermine their absolute loyalty. Their devotion to church and king had worn thin when Charles II had pursued a Catholicizing policy. It snapped under a king whose openly papist policy affected not only religion but also their jobs in central and local administration. Nothing else could have driven the Tories to see at long last that their position could not be secure unless the supremacy of Parliament was established. This contradicted their traditional royalist political theory, but theories proved weaker than facts when it came to the point. Even some English Catholics abandoned James. His most trusted advisers were Irishmen and priests. The main body of Catholic peers were horrified at the recklessness of his advance towards an absolutism of the French type, which would no longer have been so dependent on the direct support of the landed class. This was a further source of weakness. The main English agent of James's schemes was Sunderland, a man to whom religion meant nothing, and who delayed his conversion until a son had been born to Queen Mary and the Catholic succession seemed to be assured. Even James's close relations with Louis XIV were not a source of strength to him, though they did him great harm with his subjects. At Charles's deathbed James had asked the French ambassador to assure your master that he shall always have in me a faithful and grateful servant. He abjectly apologized for summoning a parliament without his French cousin's permission. I hope that he will not take it amiss that I have acted without consulting him. He has a right to be consulted, and it is my wish to consult him about everything. Louis XIV helped to persuade James to take Sunderland into his service. Yet, despite James's appeals, he obtained much less financial help from France than his brother had done, some £125,000 in all, about 1/8 of a year's revenue. James's foreign policy, wavering between submission to Louis and fitful revolt, managed to get the worst of both worlds. In 1688 Louis was unprepared to give him overwhelming military and naval support, and anything else, as James realized, would do more harm than good. So James ran through the whole gamut of Stuart policy. He began with the traditional dependence on the Anglican gentry, the policy of Hyde and Danby. He flirted, as Henrietta Maria and Charles II had flirted, with the idea of imposing despotism with French support, but he was less skillful than Charles II in extracting the maximum from the bargain and drawing back from any dangerous commitment. Then, and too obviously merely as a gambit, he revived the indulgence policy of his brother, the alliance of Protestant and Roman Catholic dissenters against the Anglican supremacy, and again lacked Charles's wisdom in deciding when to retreat. Finally, after his desperate attempt to resuscitate the Anglican-Tory alliance had failed, he lost his head completely. Charles I saved the Stuart monarchy by proclaiming that he died a martyr for religion, law and property. James damned it forever by an apparent attempt to appeal to anarchy. He departed without handing authority over to any government. He destroyed the writ summoning Parliament, and threw the Great Seal into the Thames in the vain hope of preventing one being called. He ordered the disbandment, unpaid, of the terrible army on Hounslow Heath. The navy, where seamen were discussing politics no less than soldiers in the army, was ordered to sail to Tyrconnell in Ireland. Riots in London and other towns united the men of property in submission to William the Liberator. By James's absence, the loyal Sir James Bramston summed up, it became necessary that government should be by somebody, to avoid confusion, and to prevent the rabble from spoiling and robbing the nobility and wealthy. Continued non-resistance to James would defeat its object, the maintenance of social subordination. 15. Religion and ideas. Christian, did you not know about 10 years ago one temporary in your parts, who was a forward man in religion then? All of a sudden he grew acquainted with one save self, and then he became a stranger to me. Bunyan, The Pilgrim's Progress. If our church should be an enemy to commerce, intelligence, discovery, navigation, or any sort of mechanics, how could it be fit for the present genius of this nation? Bishop Spratt, History of the Royal Society. Parliament and the Church. Although they had played an insignificant role during the interregnum, and had contributed little to the Restoration, bishops came back in 1660, recovered their lands, and returned to their seats in the House of Lords. The old prayer book services were restored. 1,760 ministers and 150 dons and schoolmasters were ejected as dissenters, with none of the compensation given to ejected royalists in the 1640s. But the church did not regain its old position. Parsons were restored to their benefices by Act of Parliament, with exceptions which were laid down in the Act. The supremacy of Parliament over the Church could hardly have been more clearly declared. Bishops did not recover their dominance in politics. Archbishop Sheldon was an important figure so long as Clarendon held office. After Clarendon's fall no bishop was ever again a significant member of a government, except the diplomat John Robinson, Bishop of Bristol and London, who was made Lord Privy Seal by the Tory government in 1711, an appointment that was regarded as highly provocative. Laud's economic program for the church was abandoned. So was his social program. Ecclesiastical authorities no longer inquired about enclosure or the decay of tillage. Following interregnum precedent, the clergy were taxed together with the laity by Parliament and voted in parliamentary elections, though still incapable of sitting in the House of Commons. Even in the Lords churchmen counted for less. At the beginning of the century bishops formed nearly 1/3 of its members, by the end 1/8. Since convocation no longer taxed the clergy separately, it lost most of its raison d'être and rapidly sank into insignificance. The medieval conception of the clergy as a separate estate finally vanished, they became one of many professions, much the worst remunerated. The Act of 1661, which restored ecclesiastical jurisdiction, insisted that nothing therein should be construed to extend, to abridge or diminish the King's Majesty's supremacy in ecclesiastical matters. The jure divino authority of church courts had gone forever, and political events soon transformed the supremacy of the king over the church into the supremacy of Parliament. The High Commission was not restored. So church courts slowly lost their power. Prohibitions were frequent as a means of asserting the now unchallenged overriding control of the common law judges. In 1666 the Archdeacon of Durham reported general complaints of ministers and church wardens that they cannot get any cesses for reparation of churches because they had no coercive powers, and justices of the peace in quarter sessions refused to assist. Bishop Burnet, after some years of experiment, gave up hope of doing any good through his consistory court and stopped going to it. In 1678 Parliament abolished all punishment by death in pursuance of any ecclesiastical censures, and limited the power of church courts in cases of heresy to the imposition of spiritual penalties. Church wardens concerned themselves mainly with regulating the morals of the lower orders and harrying nonconformists. Church wardens' presentments are but laughed at, we hear from Lancashire in 1669. In 1670 a vicar found it necessary to remind the gentry of the horrors of the interregnum, when they were slaves to their own tenants and might themselves have to wear a white sheet on the stool of repentance. But even he argued for the use of the secular arm against nonconformity, because church courts would make themselves too unpopular by prosecuting it. 1 In the long run justices of the peace were residuary legatees of the church courts in imposing discipline on the lower ranks of society. Most of the clergy, after all, had accepted first the Presbyterian and then the Cromwellian state church. Such men, who came to be called latitudinarians, gradually set the tone as the small minority of former Laudians died off. Once Laudian aspirations had been abandoned, a natural alliance formed between the bishops and the gentry. Sheldon had more confidence in the House of Commons than in a king who flirted with toleration to Catholic and Protestant nonconformists. The Clarendon Code was imposed by Parliament and enforced against dissenters by the secular arm. It aimed more at reducing the influence of opposition politicians than at re-establishing the unity of the national church. But persecution ordered by Parliament could be ended by Parliament. The Toleration Act of 1689 finally killed the old conception of a single state church of which all Englishmen were members. The parish became more exclusively a local government area, whose officers regarded themselves as responsible to secular rather than to ecclesiastical authority. The attempt to punish sin by judicial process was virtually abandoned. The laity had won its centuries-long struggle against the church courts. In this respect too the Middle Ages were over. In 1660 the Church had a wonderful opportunity to solve its economic problems. Almost all leases on bishops and dean and chapter lands had fallen in during the interregnum. Burnet calculated that some £1.5 million were raised in fines demanded for renewal of these leases. If this sum had been used for purchasing impropriated tithes or glebs for poor vicarages, Burnet suggested, a foundation had been laid for a great and effectual reformation. Instead bishops pocketed the fines themselves. Bishop Cosin left his family over £20,000. Samuel Butler attributed the general ill will and hatred which bishops had contracted in part to their greed and lack of charity. Lesser clergy lost the additional revenues which had been voted to them by the Long Parliament, or settled on them at the expense of delinquent royalists, and no doubt many laymen who had made voluntary contributions to ministers during the interregnum would transfer them to nonconformists extruded by the Act of Uniformity. So, though individual bishops helped individual clergymen, the mass of the lower clergy were probably worse off immediately after the Restoration than at any time during the century. In 1670 John Eachard published his grounds and occasions for the contempt of the clergy, and gave poverty as a main reason. Dissenters. After 1660 there was much discussion of broadening the Church of England in order to comprehend Presbyterians, the most conservative of the dissenters, and so to divide them from the rest of the sectaries. This suggestion was opposed not only by high-flying Episcopalians but also by all the other sects, who realized that comprehension would mean intensified persecution for those excluded. Charles II took advantage of the failure of comprehension to pursue his own scheme of granting toleration as an act of royal grace, dispensing with parliamentary penal statutes. Thus the monarchy succeeded to Cromwell's policy of being demonstrably more tolerant than Parliament. The declarations of indulgence of 1662, 1672, 1687 and 1688 made a bid for the support of all those shut out from the state church. But Charles and James were more genuinely interested in the welfare of Roman Catholic than of Protestant dissenters. Their offers of indulgence were therefore naturally regarded with suspicion by most Protestants. James's real intolerance of Protestant dissenters was notorious and made nonsense of the liberal-seeming phrases of his declarations. Moreover, Charles II, unlike Cromwell, had no army to enforce toleration, and the army which James tried to build up appeared too papist-controlled to be popular with Protestant dissenters. In opposing the Declaration of Indulgence of 1662, Archbishop Sheldon appealed against the king's policy to the law established by Parliament. But whenever the Crown cooperated with the Tory gentry, the Church was its staunchest supporter against the Whigs. In 1683, for instance, the royal declaration alleging Whig complicity in the Rye House plot was read twice in every parish church, with great political effect. Nevertheless, the fact that there were two policies with regard to dissent had important consequences. Nonconformists suffered severely under the Clarendon Code, which excluded them from political life, municipal administration, and the universities, and tried to prevent them developing their own independent educational system. It rendered them liable to heavy fines and periods of imprisonment in unhealthy prisons merely for worshipping in the way they thought right. Bunyan wrote The Pilgrim's Progress during a 12-year sojourn in Bedford jail. The law was not always enforced in its full rigor, thanks to the goodwill of constables and justices in many towns, but there was an arbitrary uncertainty in the very irregularity of its enforcement. Exchequer processes against Quakers for absence from worship amounted to as much as £33,000 in May 1683. The Presbyterian minister, Oliver Heywood, was excluded from his parish church because excommunicated, and yet fined for non-attendance. In consequence of all this, Protestant dissenters gladly availed themselves of the Declaration of Indulgence of 1672. They emerged from underground to take up royal licenses to worship in such numbers that their complete suppression was clearly out of the question. 1688 registered Parliament's victory over the monarchy on the constitutional issue, but in the Toleration Act Parliament took over the Protestant part of the royal indulgence policy. Even a high Tory Anglican like Sir John Reresby recognized in May 1688 that most men were now convinced that liberty of conscience was a thing of advantage to the nation. The Toleration Act itself stated its function with brutal clarity. There are no high-flown passages about liberty such as had appeared in James's Declaration of Indulgence. Instead, the preamble declared that some ease to scrupulous consciences in the exercise of religion may be an effectual means to unite their Majesties' Protestant subjects in interest and affection. The Toleration Act served a political purpose. It was necessary for national unity and the safety of the regime that Protestant dissenters should be allowed freedom of worship. But they remained excluded from political life. The permanent existence of dissenting sects meant that the monopoly of the established church gave way to consumers' choice in religion. The sentence of excommunication lost much of its efficacy. Nonconformity might even have its uses in enabling a man to avoid unwanted municipal office. Multiplicity of alternatives in religion naturally helped to spread a spirit of scepticism. The association of enthusiasm with radical politics led to a reaction which contributed to the growth of rational religion and ism. There is nothing that can prevail more to persuade a man to be an atheist, Samuel Butler thought, as to see such unreasonable beasts pretend to religion. Individualism was curbed by good taste, as a reunited society reimposed standards. Aubrey, who regularly cited the interregnum as a turning point in social customs and intellectual habits, tells us how superstition declined. When I was a child, and so before the Civil Wars, the fashion was for old women and maids to tell fabulous stories, night times, of spirits, and of walking of ghosts, etc. When the wars came, and with them liberty of conscience and liberty of inquisition, the phantoms vanish. Now children fear no such things. Persecution of witches declined rapidly after the mid-century. When an astrologer offered his services to Charles II, the merry monarch took him to Newmarket and asked him to spot winners. Scientific and political ideas. Before 1640, the court would have none of Bacon's theories. After 1660, the scientists ejected from Oxford were powerful and skillful enough to obtain royal, aristocratic, and episcopal patronage. This wild amazing men's minds with prodigies and conceits of providences, Spratt wrote, has been the most considerable cause of those spiritual distractions of which our country has been the theatre. The Royal Society would help to prevent their recurrence. Science, like Hobbism, became fashionable at Charles II's court, even though distinctions of rank were ignored at the Society's meetings. The Royal Society in its early years stimulated agricultural improvements, and its investigations contributed to advances in navigation and the manufacture of precision instruments. Its encouragement of Grunt's observations upon the bills of mortality spread interest in scientific attempts to estimate the size of the population from the number of registered deaths. Such attempts had also been aided by the more accurate assessment of taxable wealth made during and after the interregnum. Great progress was made in chemistry, botany, geology, medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. But we must not exaggerate the intellectual liberalism of the Restoration atmosphere. New ideas had invaded the court, but for the mass of the population there was far less intellectual freedom than there had been in the 40s. The Baconians were ejected from Oxford and Cambridge, and the universities ceased to be centers of science. The scientists themselves were so anxious to cover up their revolutionary past that they flooded the Royal Society with dilettante aristocrats who hated soiling their hands with experiments. The close connection with industrial crafts and agriculture which had been the Baconian heritage soon lapsed. After the initial impetus in the age of Hooke, the application of science to technology was to proceed very slowly until the end of the 18th century, when a new advance coincides with a new revolutionary age. It is the same in chemistry, where Boyle trembled on the verge of discoveries which were not in fact made until the epoch of the French Revolution, after which progress quickens again. As the older generation of parliamentarian scientists died off in Restoration England, science became a fashionable adornment to gentlemanly conversation rather than an aid to production. Sir Isaac Newton is the only great scientist of the second generation, and Newton himself ultimately abandoned science for the wardenship of the mint and the study of biblical prophecies. Newton's subjects were practical enough. Astronomy was the basis of navigation and geography, mathematics of surveying, but his theory of universal gravitation raised these sciences to a level of abstraction which made them acceptable even in 18th-century Cambridge, the university which in 1669 had presented Cosimo de' Medici with a treatise condemning the Copernican astronomy. 2. Under the Licensing Acts a rigid censorship was re-established. All books dealing with history or affairs of state had to be licensed by a Secretary of State, books of divinity, philosophy, or science by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, or the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford or Cambridge. The only newspapers to appear between 1660 and 1679 were official government sheets. "A public Mercury should never have my vote," declared the editor of one of these in 1663, "it makes the multitude too familiar with the actions and counsels of their superiors." Sir Roger L'Estrange added, significantly, "You shall sometimes find a seditious libel to have passed through so many hands that it is at last scarce legible for dust and sweat, whilst the loyal answer stands in a gentleman's study as clean and neat as it came from the press." Secretary Jenkins described printing as a sort of appeal to the people. The temporary and partial lifting of the censorship after the expiry of the Licensing Act in 1679 released a flood of Whig newspapers and pamphlets, but they were soon suppressed by judicial action. In 1680 Chief Justice Scroggs notified printers and booksellers that to print or publish any news books or pamphlets of news whatsoever is illegal. So was the publication of parliamentary debates until the Second Exclusion Parliament ordered its proceedings to be printed week by week under the supervision of the Speaker. Justice Allibone declared in the Seven Bishops case that no private man can take upon him to write concerning the government at all. By that time there was again only one newspaper, the official London Gazette. The political atmosphere thus imposed limitations on freedom of thought. Hobbes was afraid the bishops might try to burn him, and his behemoth was withheld from publication until a pirated edition appeared in the year of Liberty 1679. Waller refused to praise Hobbes in print because he too feared ecclesiastical penalties. Aubrey was worried in 1683 lest, if his lives should fall into the wrong hands, he might be charged with scandalum magnatum, libel upon superiors. In the same year the University of Oxford officially condemned and burnt most of the great treatises on political theory which 17th-century England had produced, Hobbes, Milton, Baxter. Coffee houses, which dated from the 1650s, were suppressed in 1675 as the great resort of idle and disaffected persons, tradesmen and others. It is a sign of the secularization of the times that coffee houses and clubs were succeeding sectarian congregations as the centers of sedition. The men who drummed James II out of his kingdom did not sing psalms but a popular song hit written by a dissolute peer and set to music by Purcell, Lillibulero. One can imagine the stultifying effects of this repression on the unfree, whose brief period of liberty had ended in 1660. The Restoration indeed was a tragedy for popular education. Ecclesiastical control was re-established. In Dr. Schlater's words, the established church was foremost in stifling a movement which would have given the power of knowledge to the lower classes. All but one of the newly founded schools in Wales were dissolved. Grammar schools were widely held to have caused the Civil War by educating too many people above their proper station. They were justified only in so far as they served the needs of the professional classes. For others, the study of Latin might lead to hankerings after ancient republicanism, Hobbes thought. Equality of educational opportunity, as advocated by parliamentarian theorists, would divert those whom nature or fortune had determined to the plough, the oar, or other handicrafts, from their proper design. The multiplying of these foundations is represented as dangerous to the government. 3 The Act of Uniformity subjected schoolmasters to episcopal license and imposed oaths of non-resistance on them. The Corporation Act forbade dissenting ministers to keep schools or teach in them. Nevertheless, despite the persecution, a few dissenting academies were started. The success of propertied classes and ecclesiastical hierarchy in suppressing or driving underground revolutionary and democratic ideas is very remarkable. They were helped by pacifist and quietist trends of thought among the dissenters. "We do not think religion will so soon cause another war," wrote Pepys in 1667. This is often spoken of as the separation of religion from politics. But it would be more accurate to say that revolutionary politics ceased to be expressed in religious form. The restored Church of England certainly continued to perform political functions. The very widely read whole duty of man told the poor man to be often thinking of the joys laid up for thee in heaven, look upon that as thy home, on this world only as an inn, where thou art fain to take up thy passage. And then, as a traveller expects not the same conveniences at an inn as he hath at home, so thou hast reason to be content with whatever entertainment thou findest here, knowing thou art upon thy journey to a place of infinite happiness, which will make an abundant amends for all the uneasiness and hardship thou canst suffer in the way. When men are gazing up to heaven, Winstanley had complained in 1652, imagining after a happiness or fearing a hell after they are dead, their eyes are put out, that they see not what is their birthrights, and what is to be done by them here on earth while they are living. The contrast between these two passages neatly illustrates the advantage to the propertied classes of the restoration of ecclesiastical censorship and of a state church. This is not an impressive period in the history of political thought. The seminal works of Hobbes, Filmer, Harrington, Milton, the Levellers, and Winstanley had all been written before 1660. The influence of Hobbist ideas spread rapidly if furtively. Those of Harrington came to be almost orthodox in Whig circles, aided by their popularization in Henry Neville's Plato Redivivus. But the sense of historical change, so powerful and original in Harrington, was not recaptured in the more static society of the Restoration. Harrington was influential mainly through his emphasis on the necessity of the rule of property. He had no successor in the philosophy of history until the rise of the Scottish school in the second half of the 18th century. The Trimmer Halifax combined Harrington's respect for property with Hobbes's respect for power to justify a deeply cynical conservative scepticism. He jeered at theories of fundamental law or fundamental rights. Fundamental is a word used by the laity, as the word sacred is by the clergy, to fix everything to themselves they have a mind to keep, that nobody else may touch it. Filmer's posthumously published Patriarcha became the Bible of non-resistance High Tory Anglicans. Its theory that royal authority descended from that of Adam and the patriarchs, ludicrous though it seems today, had its point in 17th century society. For the head of the family still exercised great authority, not only over his wife and children, but also over apprentices, journeymen, and servants. The household was still the most significant unit in the economy. Literature and society. In literature too this age is transitional. Its great figures are Milton and Bunyan, who transmit to posterity much that was noble in defeated Puritanism. Bunyan, with his vivid characterization, his psychological insight, and his perfect ear for spoken prose, links the pamphlet literature of the 40s with the novels of Defoe. The Royal Society set the seal of its approval on the interregnum development of prose by preferring the language of artisans, countrymen, and merchants before that of wits or scholars. The distinction between prose and poetry became sharper. Milton's uniquely elevated and dignified style, perfect for his high purposes, established the deplorable poetic diction of the 18th century poet Asters. Dryden and Waller perfected the rhymed couplet, whose studied antitheses and balanced rhetoric reflected the greater stability towards which society was moving, and its fear of enthusiasm. Their flowing numbers contrast markedly, both in form and content, with the earlier metaphysical lyric of internal conflict. The theatres reopened in 1660, but no dramatists were found to equal the great tragedians of James I's reign, whose plays had expressed the first stirrings of the conflict of the epoch. Even drama abandoned blank verse for the heroic couplet or prose. Tragedy and comedy, which Shakespeare had integrated in his plays, are now as sharply distinguished as prose and poetry, as pure and applied science. This tendency to subdivide, to label, and pigeonhole, is typical of the age, which was very conscious of the rules, such as the dramatic unities which Shakespeare had disregarded. Late, very late, correctness grew our care. When the tired nation breathed from civil war. So Pope thought, looking back from the 18th century. Fear of the vulgar, of the emotional, of anything extreme, was deeply rooted in the social anxieties of Restoration England. Enthusiasm was associated with lower-class revolution. The propertied classes had learned the dangers of carrying things to extremes, and had learned the virtues of compromise. Halifax saw God Almighty as a trimmer too, divided between his two great attributes, his mercy and his justice. In this cult of the golden mean something vital was repressed from poetry, which was recaptured only a century later by the Romantic movement, when political radicalism also revived. Too often the Restoration attitude is regarded merely as a reaction against Puritanism. It was that, but Restoration comedy, a comedy of manners, also comments sceptically on a world in which aristocratic standards were adjusting themselves to a society dominated by money. Hence the dramatist's obsession with the relation of the sexes. For in England the law of marriage is almost the groundwork of the law of property. For Paradise Lost is a great hymn to wedded love. Restoration comedy discusses the relation of the sexes among those classes whose marriages are property transactions and therefore exclude love, and tilts against the potential hypocrisy in sentimental idealization of marriage. All roads in our period have led to individualism. More rooms in better-off peasant houses, use of glass in windows, use of coal in grates, replacement of benches by chairs, all this made possible greater comfort and privacy for at least the upper half of the population. Privacy contributed to the introspection and soul-searching of radical Puritanism, to the keeping of diaries and spiritual journals, to George Fox and Samuel Pepys. Possibly even the mirror may have aided self-consciousness. The defeat of Puritan political hopes turned men's aspirations to seek a paradise within. Bunyan's Christian abandoned even his family to save his soul. Earlier in the century, the popularity of portrait painting, of the drama, of the character, had revealed a growing interest in individual psychology to which Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy and Samuel Cooper's portraits bear witness. Now through Bunyan this was to blossom into the novel, the most individualistic of all literary forms. Bunyan, like Defoe and the 18th-century novelists after him, appealed especially to the lower middle class which had previously devoured Puritan sermons and political pamphlets, only now life was a little easier, a little less intense. Women of this class especially had more leisure and wanted to be entertained. Addison and Steele would entertain them as soon as the press was freer. Part 4, 1688–1714. 16. Narrative of events. With a queen so devout, and a people so stout, a parliament that will supply a cause that is right, and a king that will fight our enemies all we defy Sir Charles Sedley. The soldiers catch. William summoned a convention parliament, which met in February 1689. Since James had made himself impossible and William was in command of the situation, Parliament's only problem was to find a suitable form of words. Finally William and Mary were accepted as joint sovereigns, and a Bill of Rights stated limitations on their power. The Mutiny Act, renewed annually from 1689, made the maintenance of an army legal for 1 year only. An Act of 1689 gave limited toleration to Protestant dissenters. Frequent parliaments were ensured by the Triennial Act of 1694. The Bank of England was founded in the same year. In 1695 the Licensing Act ran out and was not renewed, a relative freedom of the press was established. The Act of Settlement fixed the succession in the House of Hanover, descendants of James I's daughter, Elizabeth, and the Elector Palatine, transferred the right to dismiss judges from king to parliament, and declared that no royal pardon should be pleadable to a parliamentary impeachment. After 1688 a foreign policy of Cromwellian scope was resumed. Louis XIV helped James to invade Ireland in the hope of returning thence to England. The subjugation of Ireland was therefore as necessary for William as it had been for the Commonwealth. In 1689, as in 1641, a Catholic revolt in Ireland temporarily liberated the country from English domination. The Patriot Parliament at Dublin restored to Irish landowners estates confiscated during the interregnum. English power in Ireland was reduced to Londonderry, which endured a grim 3-month siege in 1689. In 1690 William himself went to Ireland. His victory in the Battle of the Boyne was nearly as decisive as Cromwell's campaign of 1649. By acts of the English Parliament all proceedings of the Patriot Parliament were annulled. Catholics, the overwhelming majority of the Irish population, were excluded from all public offices and from the legal profession. In Scotland Presbyterianism was re-established as the state religion. The failure of the Scottish Darien Company's attempt to establish a settlement on the Isthmus of Panama showed Scottish weakness when competing with England in trade and colonization. It contributed, together with anxiety lest different sovereigns should succeed in the two countries after Anne's death, to the Union of 1707. England and the Netherlands were now allied against France. The Anglo-Dutch fleet was decisively defeated off Beachy Head the day before the Battle of the Boyne, and there was a panic fear of invasion. But no attempt was made until May 1692, and by then naval reorganization enabled the French fleet to be shattered in the Battle of La Hogue. From that time the revolutionary settlement in England was secure. At the Treaty of Ryswick Louis XIV promised to give no assistance to anyone who might try to challenge William's possession of his kingdoms. Ryswick, however, was only a truce. The great powers were waiting to divide up the Habsburg Empire when Charles II of Spain should die. A partition treaty of 1699 allocated Spain, the Spanish Netherlands and America to the Archduke Charles, second son of the Emperor Leopold. France was to acquire Naples, Sicily, and Milan, the latter to be exchanged for Lorraine. The Emperor refused to accept this treaty. So did Charles II of Spain, who on his deathbed in 1700 made a will leaving the whole inheritance to Philip of Anjou, second son of Louis XIV's heir. Louis repudiated the partition treaty which he had just signed, and accepted the will. For a time it seemed that he might get away with it. The governments of the Netherlands and England recognized the Bourbon Philip as King of Spain. The House of Commons was at first anxious for peace, and the Whig ministers were impeached for concluding the partition treaty without reference to Parliament. But Louis sent French troops into the Spanish Netherlands and expelled the Dutch from the barrier fortresses granted to them at Ryswick. French companies were set up to monopolize American trade and the slave trade. The export of Spanish wool was restricted to French merchants. All this created alarm in England. A petition from the Grand Jury of Kent asked the House of Commons to abandon party squabbles and vote supplies so that the government could fight if necessary. Those who presented it were committed to prison by the Commons, who proceeded with the impeachment of the junta. But the predominantly Whig House of Lords urged William to enter into an anti-French military alliance with the Netherlands and the Emperor, and they acquitted the impeached ministers. The quarrel between the two houses was ended only by prorogation and dissolution. In August, England, the Netherlands, and the Emperor signed a grand alliance to ensure that France should not dominate the Mediterranean or the Netherlands, that the crowns of France and Spain should never be united, and that France should not possess Spanish America. 9 days later James II died in France, and Louis recognized his son as James III, King of Great Britain, in violation of the Treaty of Ryswick. The election of December 1701 showed a swing towards the Whigs. Parliament accepted the Grand Alliance, and voted supply. An oath repudiating the pretender was imposed on all members of Parliament and office holders. When William died in the spring of 1702 the country was on the verge of war, and party divisions had receded into the background. William had appointed Churchill to command the Allied troops, and the War of 1702-13 was his war. Victories at Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet, together with British command of the sea and a less successful land campaign in Spain, placed Britain in a commanding position. But the government's insistence on the abdication of the Bourbon King of Spain in favor of the Habsburg claimant wrecked peace negotiations in 1708. A French military revival prolonged the war until 1713. In the Treaty of Utrecht Philip V was left on the Spanish throne, with an assurance that the French and Spanish crowns would never be united. The Dutch recovered most of their barrier fortresses. France abandoned the pretender and recognized the Hanoverian succession. England gained Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, the Hudson Bay Territories, Fort James in Senegambia, Gibraltar, and Minorca. English merchants were to trade with Spain on equal terms with French merchants, and England gained the coveted asiento, the monopoly right of supplying slaves to the Spanish-American colonies. At first the war had been waged by a coalition around Marlborough and Godolphin, but gradually it became preponderantly a Whig ministry, in alliance with these two ministers. But as public opinion wearied of war the Tory leader, Robert Harley, conducted a skillful campaign against it. Queen Anne disliked the Whigs, she quarrelled with the Duchess of Marlborough, long her favourite. All this weakened the position of the Whig ministry. The occasion of its fall was the Sacheverell case. In 1709 the High Churchman Dr. Henry Sacheverell preached a sermon before the Lord Mayor and Aldermen of London in which he violently denied that 1688 had been a revolution, and accused the Whig ministry of hostility to the Church. The government impeached him. but the House of Lords only convicted Sacheverell by the narrow margin of 69 to 52. He was forbidden to preach for 3 years, and his sermon was ordered to be burnt. This was a moral victory for the Tories. Fortified by it, Harley was able to engineer changes in the government. By 1710 he was at the head of a Tory ministry, and the general election of that year gave him the expected majority in the Commons. The new government, in addition to opening peace negotiations, passed 2 acts against nonconformists. The Occasional Conformity Act of 1711 prohibited the practice whereby dissenters could qualify for state office by taking the Anglican Communion. The Schism Act of 1714 aimed at restoring the Church's educational monopoly and destroying nonconformist schools. An Act of 1711 confined membership of the Commons to those possessing substantial landed property. In 1712 attacks on newspapers and pamphlets aimed at reducing popular discussion. But the Tory majority split on the succession question. In 1709 an unsuccessful attempt by the Pretender to invade Scotland was easily defeated. It demonstrated the success of the Union of England and Scotland. The French associations of the Pretender and his refusal to abandon Catholicism made moderate Tories reluctant to reverse the succession laid down by the Act of Settlement. Lord Treasurer Harley, now Earl of Oxford, procrastinated. St. John, Viscount Bolingbroke, intrigued against Oxford without wholly committing himself to the Jacobites, the supporters of James III. The Schism Act was a manoeuvre of Bolingbroke's to attract the High Church Tories against the moderate Oxford. In August 1714 Anne dismissed Oxford, but she died 5 days later, after appointing the Hanoverian Duke of Shrewsbury in his place. Bolingbroke's support of the Jacobite invasion of 1715 was a gambler's last fling without real hope of success. 17. Economics. Trade is the creature of liberty, the one destroyed, the other falleth to the ground. Halifax, a rough draft of a new model at sea. Trade and Foreign Policy. In this chapter I shall suggest that the Revolution of 1688 was a turning point in economic as well as in political and constitutional history. William's invasion saved the independence of New England as the Scottish invasion had saved it half a century earlier. A week before James fled, the Secretary of the Royal African Company was still, as a routine matter, issuing commissions authorizing the seizure of interlopers who had infringed the Charter of 1672. With no recorded decision, the company abandoned this claim to enforce its monopoly by coercive measures. Free trade was established by Act of Parliament later, but the real change was recognized to have taken place with the fall of James II. Just as 1640 had brought the end of industrial monopoly, so 1688 saw the end of old-style commercial monopoly. The existence of monopoly exporting companies, even for long-distance trades, was now felt to be a fetter on expansion. Clothiers and representatives of the outports complained that exports were artificially restricted by the Royal African Company's monopoly, and joined the Jamaica interest in demanding free trade. Interlopers who had been fined by the company's courts for infringing its monopoly now demanded compensation. In the event, a compromise was reached in 1698, by which African trade was open to all on payment of a 10% duty on exports. In 1712 the trade was finally thrown open without any restrictions. The overthrow of this monopoly made possible the development of Jamaica. The company delivered 25,000 slaves to Jamaica in 15 years of peace. Free trade delivered 42,000 in the ensuing 11 years, of which 7 were years of war. 1. A similar attack was made on the East India Company. In 1693 its charter was forfeited, and in the new charter an obligation was laid on the company to export English commodities to the value of £100,000 a year. The strength of the clothing interest, which destroyed the Irish cloth industry in 1699, was demonstrated again in 1700, when Parliament excluded Eastern printed calicos and silks from the English market. They were to be re-exported only. At the same time cloth exports were exempted from all duties. Parliament forced the East India Company to buy out many former interlopers. From 1698 it was compelled to share its privileges with the rival company. The two carried on a fierce parliamentary battle. Their competition drove up the price of borough seats. But there were still advantages in having a single organization to protect traders in India. As in the 1650s, the old company's enemies had no objections to a monopoly in which they shared, and in 1709 the two companies united. The East India Company soon ceased to rouse party passions. Similar fates befell the other companies. Entrance fees to the merchant adventurers, which had been doubled in 1634, were reduced again in 1661, and abolished in 1689. In 1699 the Russia Company's entrance fee was reduced from £50 to £5. The result was a great stimulus to trade with Russia. The Levant Company survived, but in 1694 the Commons condemned a by-law passed to restrict the trade to apprenticed merchants. So by the end of our period there had been a complete reversal of economic policy. The medieval ideas which underlay the great trading companies, restrict output, maintain quality and prices, still accepted at the beginning of the century, had been totally abandoned by the end. They had been abandoned under pressure from manufacturing interests, which preferred a regime of unfettered production of cheaper articles and competitive free trade to dispose of them. Trade, Parliament declared in 1702, ought to be free and not restrained. In 1701 a Chief Justice said that royal grants and charters in restraint of trade were generally void because of the encouragement which the law gives to trade and honest industry. Such charters were contrary to the liberty of the subject. So industry and common law celebrated their joint victory over the monarchy. Taking the whole period 1603 to 1714, exports and imports probably trebled, and changed markedly in character. In Absalom and Achitophel Dryden accused the old Rumper and Whig, Slingsby Bethel, of holding that kings were useless and a clog to trade. Perhaps Bethel was right about would-be absolute monarchs. Customs revenue more than doubled in the quarter of a century after the fall of James II. The later 17th century saw a rapid expansion of western ports, notably Bristol, Liverpool, and Exeter. London's trade was increasing too, but the capital lost the position of absolute predominance which it had held for a century and a half. By 1677 its share of trade had fallen to less than 3/4, after 1698 there was a still greater relative decline. The customs of Bristol increased tenfold between 1614 and 1687. Its rise was expedited by its share in the Anglo-Portuguese trade resulting from the Treaty of 1654. Improved access to the Midlands by way of the Severn made Bristol a port for textiles and ironware, as well as for lead, but its main prosperity came from the colonial trades, sugar refining, tobacco, and the slave trade, the latter especially after Parliament established free trade in slaves. In the same period Liverpool ousted the decaying port of Chester. The rapidly expanding Lancashire textile industry furnished the bulk of Liverpool's exports. But its prosperity too depended on the sugar, tobacco, and slave trades. The rise of these two ports thus resulted directly from the establishment of a British monopoly in colonial trade and from the industrial expansion which took place under the shelter of the Navigation Acts. By 1700 perhaps 20% of English exports went to colonial markets. It was estimated that half the West Indies planters' profits were used to purchase English manufactures, firearms, nails, tools, brass, copper and ironware, glass, pottery, harness, hats, textiles. The proportion was probably even greater in New England. As in the 1630s, quarrels between Stuarts and Parliament had reduced English foreign policy to virtual impotence. After 1688 the resources of the nation were once more, as in the 1650s, devoted to a foreign policy which would benefit England's trading and colonial interests. War with France was fought on a world scale and involved a new imperial strategy. Since France was less dependent on trade than the Netherlands, it could not be hit so hard by naval warfare. French trade suffered many temporary interruptions in consequence of naval defeat, whilst English merchant tonnage probably increased by 50% in the course of the war, but French fighting power was not significantly affected. Against France, an expensive war of attrition, with England subsidizing continental armies, set a new pattern for the 18th century. This kind of warfare could only be undertaken after the establishment of confidence between government and moneyed interest. During the war, England's taxable capacity rose steadily, that of France declined. The French had won their foothold in the New World when Charles I ceded Canada to them. As Pepys noted, Cromwell conquered Nova Scotia, Charles II abandoned it. The recovery of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland in 1713 checked a growing French superiority in the fishing trade, though the Canadian hinterlands still remained in French possession. The War of Spanish Succession also won the Asiento. Since trade with Old Spain was no less important than that with the Spanish Empire, Cromwell's Mediterranean policy was resumed, his plan of seizing Gibraltar carried out in 1704. Minorca gave a base for British fleets to winter in the Mediterranean, which under William III was safe for English shipping as never since the 1650s. Another Cromwellian echo was the provision in the Treaty of Utrecht that the fortifications of Dunkirk were to be destroyed. The Methuen Treaty completed the alliance of 1654 by giving British manufacturers a virtual monopoly of trade with Portugal and her empire in Brazil, Africa, and the Far East, to the advantage especially of West Country clothiers. The Whigs and the clothing interest managed to defeat the Tory government's project for a commercial treaty with France in 1711-13, since an expansion of trade with France might mean losing that with Portugal. The inadequate commercial treaty which the Tory government had concluded with Spain in 1713 was replaced in 1715 by another which the Whigs negotiated to the greater satisfaction of English merchants. At Utrecht England got all the pickings, at the expense of France and the Netherlands. It was no less dangerous to be England's ally than her enemy. London had succeeded Amsterdam as the centre of world trade. The dream of the men of 1650-1 had been realized. Industry and the poor. By 1700 all sections of the population were to some extent cash customers for goods produced outside their areas, and to meet this there was a highly developed regional specialization. There are shopkeepers in every village, Defoe observed, or at least in every considerable market town too, so there was less need for households to feed and clothe themselves. There had been a rapid expansion of the cheap consumer goods industries, pottery, Midlands hardware, and the like. The home market was variously estimated at from 6 to 32 times the foreign market. Yet before 1688 investment in industrial production had been retarded. The early 1690s was a period of industrial boom and projecting. Of 236 patents for invention issued between 1660 and 1700, 64 were in 1691-3. Companies were now formed without royal charter, in complete independence of the state. The number of joint stock companies increased from 11 to about 100 between 1689 and 1695, almost entirely in the sphere of home production. Foreign trade was depressed in the early years of King William's War, and capital had to seek its outlet at home, so it was fortunate that many companies now competed for it. As in the 1650s, government military contracts and naval construction acted as a stimulus. Between 1654 and 1687 the number of workers in naval yards had increased by about 20%, between 1687 and 1703 by over 475%. The inhabitants of Portsmouth, said Defoe, are quite another sort of people than they were a few years before the Revolution. The Navy was in some respects the largest industry in the country. In 1688 it had 15,000 men on its payroll, there were 3 times as many a few years later. 3. This industrial development was aided by deliberate encouragement from Parliament, sometimes forced on governments. After 1689 anyone, in any part of England, was authorized to export cloth. In 1700 cloth exports were freed from customs duties. A statute of 1689 threw open the copper mining industry. Export of English iron and copper was permitted in 1694 to any country except France. 2 acts of William's reign encouraged landowners to dig for tin, lead, iron, and copper on their estates. In 1710 Parliament forbade agreements among coal sellers to keep prices up. A number of statutes and judicial decisions further whittled away the statute of apprentices, and so opened industrial employment to the whole population. Quarter sessions virtually ceased to deal with apprenticeship cases. 4 In 1694 the rural woolen and weaving industries were legally open to the mass of the working class. Parliament and the court similarly intervened against those privileges of town corporations which hindered free trade. The union of England with Scotland, dreamt of by radicals like Protector Somerset in the 16th century, and first realised under the Commonwealth, was a most important economic measure. The great majority of the clauses of the Act of Union deal with economic matters. Even before 1707 England had been the largest area in Europe with no internal customs barriers to hinder trade. Access to English markets now sent the price of Scottish cattle soaring. The repayment of the Darien Company's capital gave a fillip to Scottish industry, though in the long run English competition proved disastrous to Scottish clothiers. By the end of our period large-scale enterprises are found much more frequently. There are examples of sailcloth makers employing up to 600 persons, a salt maker employing 1,000, silk manufacturers with up to 700. But there is little evidence that working conditions improved. The development of partnerships and joint stock companies, with diffused ownership of capital and ownership separated from management, helped to end the patriarchal household system which had for so long humanized some industrial relations. Employment in larger establishments was probably more erratic and more harsh. During the intermittent wars of the reigns of William and Anne employment fluctuated very considerably. But the relative overpopulation, from which commentators assumed that England suffered before the Civil War, had ended. The cry now is rather one of shortage of hands. Emigration, transportation of convicts, and kidnapping of labor for the plantations had helped to reduce the surplus population. Far more now served in army, navy, and mercantile marine. But the economic liberalism which followed the downfall of personal government was the main cause. So there were changes in attitudes towards the poor. The Act of Settlement was now criticized because its restrictions on the mobility of labor retarded industrial advance. Few parents can afford to have children, wrote Roger Coke in 1694. It is difficult to find employment in the overpopulated countryside, they cannot legally be bound apprentice in market towns, and they cannot build cottages on the waste. He advocated complete freedom of emigration to the cities. The poor are imprisoned in their towns, wrote Sir Dudley North. Men want the work and the workmen, and are by laws kept from accommodating each other. A statute of 1697 permitted greater freedom of movement. But the liberties for which the men of property fought so valiantly during the 17th century were not extended to the lower half of the population. For the poor the significance of the Habeas Corpus Act was that it allowed them to opt for transportation when condemned to death for stealing goods worth more than a shilling. In 1696 the Commissioners for Trade and Plantations deplored the dearness of labor. It should be bought as cheaply as possible if English exports were to capture foreign markets against the competition of French and Dutch industry protected by tariffs. Laborers were not free, they stood outside the nation. It was with irony that Bernard Mandeville wrote, "In a free nation where slaves are not allowed of, the surest wealth consists in a multitude of laborious poor." To make the society happy and people easy under the meanest circumstances, it is necessary that great numbers of them should be ignorant as well as poor. We have hardly poor enough to do what is necessary to make us subsist. Men who are to remain and end their days in a laborious, tiresome, and painful station of life, the sooner they are put upon it, the more patiently they'll submit to it forever after. The years after 1688 saw an expansion of trade union activity. In 1698 journeymen felt makers of London conspired and combined together to increase wages. They went on strike, collected funds, took action against blacklegs. In the early 18th century there were weavers' unions in Devon, Wiltshire, Somerset, and Gloucestershire. There was also a rise in the number of friendly societies, whose object was to provide sick and funeral benefits. One of them was alleged by employers in 1712 to be encouraging mutinies and disorders. Even a group of footmen were said to have arrived to that height of insolence as to have entered into a society together and made laws by which they obliged themselves not to serve for less than such a sum. They had a fund which provided unemployment benefit and financed legal actions. The land. In 1689 the customs duty on corn export was removed, the bounty, which had lapsed during the years of reaction since 1681, was restored. Exports soon rose rapidly, with occasional exceptions in years of bad harvest. After 1690 statutes encouraged distillation of gin from English grain, import of French brandy and foreign spirits was prohibited. In the early 18th century 60 times as much grain was exported from London annually as 40 years earlier. In this favorable atmosphere it became even more profitable to bring new land under cultivation, whether by enclosure of the commons, by disafforestation, or by drainage schemes. But the fate of richer and poorer landowners diverged more than ever. By the early 18th century the land tax was completing the discomfiture of the less economically efficient of the smaller gentry, who together with the lesser clergy, hard hit by the same economic processes, formed the basis of the Tory-led Country Party. Great landlords set standards of building and day-to-day expenditure with which lesser men could not compete, and the latter benefited less than the former from agricultural improvements. 18th century enclosure substituted larger for smaller tenants. The greater families now raised long-term mortgages and accepted annual interest payments as a standing charge on their estates. There was no attempt by money lenders to foreclose, because they could always sell the mortgage instead. It was one of the most popular forms of investment before the development of banks and the national debt. Sir Dudley North thought landowners living above their income still remained the chief borrowers. The moneyed interest prospered as the lesser gentry declined. In Gregory King's estimate of 1696, greater merchants already have substantially higher incomes than the lesser gentry. The latter, crippled by war taxation on land, were unable to compete with standards of expenditure and endowment of daughters set by the former. Increasingly those who purchased land did so in order to acquire power and social prestige. Landlords who leased their estates rather than cultivating them personally, and who were interested in political control of their neighborhoods rather than in profits, were more divorced than in the earlier 17th century from the business world. They might invest in joint stock companies or government funds, but they took little direct part in trade or industry. Younger sons sought careers in the expanding army and civil service rather than in trade. The lesser gentry were for the most part debarred from profitable entry into trade or professions by lack of capital. 5 The rentier landlord had also more time to pursue an active political career than the man who personally supervised his estates. Finance and credit. The Second Dutch War had cost about £5 million in 3 years. William's War cost £5 million and more each year. In 1709 war cost £9 million. Such vast sums could not have been provided without the drastic reorganization and redistribution of taxation which 1688 made possible. The various items of revenue were at last consolidated into a single national account. To pay for the wars, after experiments with poll taxes and a tax on servants' wages, reversion was made to the interregnum system of supplementing customs and excise by a far heavier land tax. In 1692 there was a new assessment of the rateable value of landlords' estates. After that date fours in the pound once more, as in the revolutionary decades, regularly took in taxation about 1/5 of the landowner's rental, a prodigious achievement if we recall the laughable proportion paid by landlords at the beginning of the century, when they had possessed a far greater share of the national wealth. 1688 thus reversed the landed class's victory of 1660, henceforth wars fought in the interests of trade were paid for by the gentry and, through the excise, by the poorer classes who had no vote anyway. but taxation per head of the population was still far lower than in France or the Netherlands. The political basis of public credit, Professor Wilson tells us, had been transformed by a revolution which had altered the relationship of king, parliament, and people. The establishment of the Bank of England with Parliament's guarantee meant that William could borrow at a lower rate of interest than his predecessors, and that interest rates for the general public came down too. In 1714 the official rate was fixed at 5%, it had halved since James I's reign. Accumulation of capital and the circulation of hitherto hoarded wealth was encouraged by the establishment of a confidence impossible when the government might repudiate its debts, thus bankrupting goldsmiths and scriveners. The use of paper money enlarged the currency, and checks came into use. From the middle of the century bills of exchange had become transferable to other people on the money market by successive endorsement. Under Chief Justice Holt the legality of thus transferring bills of exchange was recognized at common law, and in 1705 a statute made promissory notes negotiable too. Long-distance payments no longer had to be made in coin, with all the dangers of highway robbery. The importance of these changes in facilitating business transactions can hardly be overrated. The Bank of England helped to identify the moneyed classes with the Revolution settlement by making it easy to lend to the government on profitable terms. This left Jacobitism politically impossible and further strengthened business confidence. In 1696 there was a recoinage, after that the value of money was not allowed to fluctuate. If we survey the century as a whole we can see significant changes in the roles of money and credit, and in accepted attitudes towards foreign trade. In 1603 England was still in the bullionist phase, when precious metals seemed all important. Sea dogs hunted Spanish treasure ships, explorers sought El Dorado. Capital and credit were short. But gradually a new policy began to be advocated, exemplified in the title of Munn's treatise, England's Treasure by Foreign Trade, written in the 1620s. From the interregnum, governments thought it their duty to stimulate English exports, and by the end of the century the country was indeed being enriched annually by foreign trade. Bullion export was now permitted. Companies no longer restricted output to keep prices high. The economy was geared to the export of large quantities of cheap goods. England had entered the competitive epoch, well ahead of her rivals. Before 1640 industrial and commercial monopoly restricted the field of investment for savings and drove a disproportionate amount of capital into land, or into the purchase of honors and offices. The interregnum saw a sudden concentration of capital, a transfer of wealth from unproductive to productive purposes. After 1660 land ceased to be the most easily available investment, or the safest, but the Navigation Act's indirect subsidy to shipping and the profitability of overseas trade, together with aristocratic building and luxury court expenditure, continued to absorb capital which might otherwise have been invested in the heavy and capital goods industries. From the interregnum onwards, publicists had called for the stimulation of trade and manufacture by an increase in supplies of money and credit. Their propaganda triumphed with the new government policies of the 90s, when there was an outburst of speculative industrial investment. After the establishment of the Bank of England and the national debt, greater security combined with higher rates of interest could be won elsewhere than in land, and small sums could be invested for short periods. So a steady flow of capital became available for industrial investment. King's and Davenant's division between those who increase and those who decrease the wealth of the country was based on contribution to capital investment. The poor were unproductive, the rich alone productive. After 1688 state action again positively fostered national investment, as it had done during the revolutionary decades. An essay of about 1723 said, "We are greatly beholden to the laws and duties since the revolution, not for lessening the expenses of our whole people, but for disabling them to increase their expenses equally with their riches." Parsimony was not the virtue of that age. Indeed, it could not be expected men would contract their expenses under no example from the court, under no sumptuary laws, under no taxes on their annual incomes and next to none on their annual consumption, and when no protective tariff excluded foreign goods. 6 Henceforth a greater proportion of the national income was invested, not consumed. This was an indispensable condition for future industrial expansion. Other modern financial institutions date from this period. In the 60s and 70s English ships still had to be insured in Amsterdam. Marine insurance developed in England from the 80s, in 1688 we first hear of Lloyd's. Modern fire insurance dates from after the Fire of London. The stock exchange was incorporated in William II's reign. Before the end of the century there was a highly organized stock and share market in London, and newspapers carried stock exchange news. In 1697 an act was passed to restrain the number and ill practices of brokers and stock jobbers. The science of statistics, developed by Grant, Petty, and the Royal Society, made life insurance possible. This in its turn allowed provision to be made for dependants after death without buying land, hitherto the only means. The moneyed men were in every way becoming the equals as well as the rivals of the landed interest. "I choose rather to keep my estate in money than in land," wrote a former landowner as early as 1674, "for I can make twice as much of it that way, considering what taxes are upon land and what advantages there are of making money upon the public funds." 7 After 1694 these advantages increased, whilst taxation on land was increasing too. So peers and gentlemen with money to spare put it into trade, just as merchants who prospered had to buy land if they wanted to count in politics. "The wealth of the nation," wrote Swift in the Examiner, "that used to be reckoned by the value of land, is now computed by the rise and fall of stocks." The two interests were distinct though no longer opposed, and the moneyed interest was now as clearly the senior partner as the landed interest had been a century earlier. 18. Politics and the Constitution. "They don't so much value in England who shall be king, as whose king he shall be." George Lockhart to the Duke of Atholl, 1705. "Law in a free country is, or ought to be, the determination of the majority of those who have property in land." Dean Swift, Thoughts on Various Subjects. The Glorious Revolution. The Revolution of 1688 saw a restoration of power to the traditional ruling class, the shire gentry and town merchants, as well as a change of sovereigns. Borough charters were restored. The militia was returned to safe hands, and was used henceforth chiefly against any threat from the lower classes. William summoned members of Charles II's parliaments to London in December 1688, but not those of James II's, elected after the remodeling of corporations. The Convention of 1689 contained more than twice as many knights of the shire from the exclusion parliaments as from James's parliament. In the latter the counties had not been represented by their natural rulers. The Declaration of Rights proclaimed that the election of members of Parliament ought to be free, and that juries in treason trials ought to be freeholders. In 1688 the City of London appeared almost as a separate estate of the realm. The Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and 50 Common Councillors were summoned to sit with the members of Parliament in December to decide on the country's future. In 1660 the city had probably played the decisive part in restoring Charles II. In 1688 its leading role was formally recognized. The internal constitutional development of the city closely followed that of the nation. During the interregnum, Common Council had got rid of the aldermanic veto. This veto returned in Charles II's Charter of 1683, but now the position established under the Commonwealth was restored. Henceforth Common Council was no longer checked by the richer and more conservative aldermen. The Revolution demonstrated the ultimate solidarity of the propertied class. Whigs and Tories disagreed sharply about whether James had abdicated or not, whether the throne should be declared vacant, whether Mary alone or William and Mary jointly should be asked to fill it, or declared to have filled it. But these differences were patched up, and the Declaration of Rights, as successful a compromise as the Elizabethan prayer book, simply stated both positions and left it to individuals to resolve the contradictions as they pleased. One reason for this solid front was the behavior of James and William. The latter, so far from remaining inscrutably in the background, made it perfectly clear that he was determined to have the title of king. But a second reason for agreement was men's recollection of what had happened 45 years earlier, when unity of the propertied class had been broken. Like Essex and Manchester in 1644-5, Danby feared too complete a victory for either side. James's attempt to appeal to anarchy had been a warning. The purges and counter-purges of the preceding years had weakened respect for authority. James had remodeled some town corporations 3 or 4 times within a year, Malden 6 times. Monmouth's rebellion was a sufficiently recent reminder that the good old cause was not dead. Burnet had believed at the end of 1687 that a commonwealth would result from a rebellion of which William did not retain command. Almanacs in 1687 and 1688 were discussing the advantages of a republic. So when in November 1689 the Republican exile, Edmund Ludlow, returned to England, believing that his day had come at last, the Commons at once asked William to order the seizure of this dangerous radical, and Ludlow was hustled out of the country. Nevertheless, if 1642-9 was not forgotten, neither were the mistakes of 1660. The Revolution settlement set down in writing the conditions which had been tacitly assumed at the Restoration. The House of Commons resolved that, before filling the throne, it would secure the religion, laws, and liberties of the nation. The Declaration of Rights was the result. Nothing could be less satisfactory as a statement of political principles. But such a statement was impossible if unity between Whigs and Tories was to be preserved. Facts were slowly causing the Tories to abandon their high-flying theories, but they could not yet be expected to admit this formally. The Declaration concentrated on removing specific grievances, such as the King's claim to suspend laws without Parliament's consent, his dispensing power as it hath been exercised of late, the Ecclesiastical Commission, maintenance of a standing army within the kingdom in peacetime, tonnage and poundage without parliamentary consent, imposition of excessive bail or fines, and cruel and unusual punishments. Less negatively, freedom of elections to Parliament, freedom of speech in Parliament, and frequent parliaments were declared to be rights of the subject. There was still some vagueness, cruel and unusual punishments, frequent parliaments. But the vagueness was a price worth paying for agreement between the two parties. Any future ruler would at his peril defy those whom Parliament represented. No ruler did. The king still retained considerable powers, within the framework of the rule of the free. But the limits to the sovereign's power were real and recognized. William vetoed 5 bills before 1696, but they all subsequently became law. After that date he used the veto no more. And solitary veto in 1708 is the last in English history. Some of the vagueness of the Declaration of Rights was cleared up by later legislation. The Triennial Act provided not only that parliaments should meet every 3 years but also that they should not last longer than 3 years. Henceforth Parliament was a necessary and continuous part of the Constitution, in closer dependence on the electorate. The Act of Settlement prohibited the pleading of a royal pardon to an impeachment, and so removed the last barrier to parliamentary control of ministers. Parliamentary control. Parliament's control was exercised through finance. The hereditary revenue of the Crown, the main source of income at the beginning of the period, now amounted to very little. William was given £700,000 a year for life, to cover the cost of the court and civil government. Other expenditure was voted ad hoc. Even the customs were granted only for a period of years at a time. Though it was 7 times as much as Lord Protector Oliver had received, there was no fear that a king could make himself independent of Parliament or maintain an army against the will of the electorate on £700,000 a year. From 1690 government policy was controlled by specific appropriations. The king, a courtier complained in that year, was kept as it were at board wages. William was compelled to maintain a larger navy and a smaller army than he wished. By the end of Anne's reign the treasury was as a matter of routine drawing up annual budgets for submission to Parliament. We are in the modern world. William's wars necessitated the maintenance of an army, and a series of mutiny acts was passed to ensure its discipline under parliamentary control. But for 3 years after 1698 no mutiny act was passed, and the army was progressively reduced, to the king's helpless fury. The navy however was another matter, despite a cost already averaging nearly £2.5 million a year in King William's War. By 1713 England was far and away the leading sea power. The number of ships had risen by over 40% since 1688, tonnage by over 60%. 1. Since parliaments sat for such short periods, William's special position as ruler both of Holland and of England, and his unrivaled knowledge of foreign affairs, at first enabled him to make his own foreign policy. But the defeats of the early 1690s forced Parliament to concern itself with the direction of affairs. In 1701 the Tory majority attacked the junto for agreeing to the Second Partition Treaty without reference to Parliament. The Act of Settlement contained the first statutory limitations on royal control of foreign policy in its provision that Englishmen were not to be involved by a foreign king in war for the defence of territory not belonging to the English crown. Henceforth William was scrupulously careful to consult Parliament at every point. "The eyes of all Europe are upon this Parliament," he said on December 31, 1701. "All matters are at a stand till your resolutions are known." Parliament regularly exercised the right of criticizing royal appointments to office. It set up its own commissions for examining public accounts, and took the initiative in establishing the Council of Trade and Plantations. In 1696 the Board of Trade was set up, at Parliament's instance, to promote trade and industry. The royal prerogative of pardon, which, Mr. Ogg says, had acted under Charles and James as a direct encouragement to crime among the ruling classes, ceased to be exercised in this manner. Yet, though in this period the Constitution took the form it was to retain throughout the 18th century, we must beware of antedating the completeness of parliamentary control. William himself had high prerogative views and wanted to choose his own ministers. Only gradually under pressure of financial necessity did he yield some of his position. Moreover, because 1688 had been a compromise, much of the old constitution lived on. Too many men whose cooperation was essential in 1688 had been associated with James's misdemeanors for the repudiation of the past to be sharp and decisive. Judge Jeffreys was a convenient whipping boy because he happened to be dead. A few of James's servants were imprisoned for short periods, none were executed. Whigs chafed at William's employment of the Tories, but they dared not overthrow him. Tories reinsured their future by entering into negotiations with the exiled James II whenever military affairs were going badly, but they took no active steps to bring him back. The debts of Charles's and James's governments were honored. As in 1660, there was virtually complete continuity of administrative personnel, with the exception of a few marked men like Pepys. Already the legend of 1688 as the revolution to end revolutions was forming. "A veil ought to be drawn over the episode," said a bishop in 1689. Danby, now Duke of Leeds, distinguished between revolution and resistance. Resistance was a dangerous and odious word, and ought forever to be forgotten. Such distinctions played a big part in the Sacheverell affair. William's employment of Danby and Sunderland ensured that their methods of securing a parliamentary majority were continued. Many boroughs kept the restricted franchise given by charters of Charles and James, henceforth the Commons were less enthusiastic about widening the franchise. The arts of parliamentary management which reached their apogee after the passing of the Septennial Act in 1716 were already a necessary part of the Constitution. The Crown owed its limited but considerable power of independent manoeuvre to the Compromise of 1688, the balance between executive and legislative, the failure to extend the franchise, the monopoly of the spoils of government by a narrow ruling class. Parties. Between 1689 and 1708 party divisions counted for little. There were factions, groups, and individuals trying to reinsure against any eventuality, but all against a background of real, if unwilling, unity. Two clear trends of opinion can be traced in the negotiations of 1688-9, to which we can only give the names of Whig and Tory used by contemporaries. The names continued to be used to the end of our period, and we must use them too. But a subtle change was setting in. Sunderland summed it up neatly when he told William that it was true that the Tories were better friends to monarchy than the Whigs were, but then His Majesty was to consider that he was not their monarch. Despite William's personal predilection for the Tories, and his suspicion of the junto's attempts to monopolize patronage, he had inevitably to rely to a great extent on the support of the Whigs since they alone were wholeheartedly behind his foreign policy. The nature of the court changed, and with it the nature of party rivalry, as the Tories became the country party, the outs and not the ins. But relations between court and party changed too. Office, as Macaulay pointed out, was the shortest road to boundless wealth in the late 17th century. After 1688, effective patronage slowly but inevitably slipped from the hands of the king into those of his ministers who managed Parliament. Thanks to the expansion of the civil service, there were now far more members of Parliament dependent on the government for their income who could be dismissed at will. Sunderland organized these king's friends. He had to insist that William must take care to make all his servants of a piece, and that he should speak to the members of Parliament who depended on their offices and let them know his intentions and receive no excuse. Point 2. Already ministers were using the king as much as he was using them. The Tories had always found it difficult to decide whether their loyalty was primarily to monarchy or church. So long as Republicans and dissenters seemed one and the same, there was no problem. But Tory hatred of dissenters survived and indeed increased as the latter grew more respectable. Dissent was an urban phenomenon. Its extension into the villages, under the Toleration Act, threatened the squire's supremacy. The church in danger was always a good rallying cry for the backwoods gentry. Most of them accepted toleration only as a temporary political manoeuvre. But the more the Tories' loyalty after 1688 was focused on church rather than crown, the less chance there was in 1714 of Bolingbroke's persuading them to support a king who resolutely refused to abandon popery. As leaders of the new country party, the Tory politicians succeeded to many of the methods of opposition used by the Whigs between 1675 and 1688. They now sponsored place bills, designed to prevent holders of paid government office from sitting in the Commons. The Tories now opposed standing armies, impeached royal ministers, and tried to resume grants made to royal favourites, whilst the Whigs elevated the prerogative. The Tories introduced the Act of Settlement, described as an act for the further limitation of the Crown and better securing the rights and liberties of the subject. They even used methods of popular agitation and demonstration, as in the Sacheverell affair. The London populace, always anti-government, could be used by Tories when Whigs were in office. In 1710 mobs directed their attention to the dissenting chapels and the Bank of England. All this suggests that constitutional principles are expendable, they can be taken up and discarded to suit men's interests. When Anne succeeded, the Tories believed they had a sovereign after their own hearts, and that the old slogan of church and crown could be revived. Within limits this was true. But the hard-won unity of 1688 had severed official Toryism from the old Catholic families of the North. The Tories, like the Whigs, abandoned their more extreme wing in 1688-9. Bolingbroke himself said that the distinction between Whigs and Tories was less acute before 1688 than men thought, and that it hardly existed after the Revolution. The union with Scotland in 1707, which secured the Northern Kingdom for the Hanoverian succession, was negotiated by the Whig junto lords, but only extreme Tories opposed it. The new Toryism of Harley and even of Bolingbroke was in the last resort powerless before the Bank of England, which held the money of many a peer who flirted with the Pretender. Those who wanted to restore the Stuarts, said Sir G. N. Clarke, were working against the vested interests of the business nation. Moreover, if the Whigs had drawn back from popular revolution in 1678-85, how much more should the Tories in 1714-15? Their whole ethos was anti-revolutionary. Passive obedience, though focused on the monarchy, meant obedience to the powers that be, including justices of the peace and landlords. After 1688 the doctrine had not been abandoned, but obedience was now no longer due to the king alone but to the whole legislature, to the establishment. Resistance, even to a usurper, therefore, created grave ideological difficulties, in 1714-15 as in 1688-9. Moreover, the most enthusiastic anti-Whigs were the London populace, Derbyshire miners, and the lower orders in general. Some former Monmouthites like Ferguson the plotter and perhaps even the Laveller Wildman had decided that they were Jacobites. The Tory gentry were therefore chary of following Bolingbroke. Indeed, he avoided committing himself to Jacobitism until every other possibility had been tried. Once the Tories had accepted 1688, in fact, they faced an inescapable dilemma. Swift and Sacheverell on their behalf vigorously denounced dissenters and Republicans who combined in an unholy alliance with war profiteers and the moneyed interest. But the Tory alternatives were within the system. Backstairs influence and war weariness brought Harley into power in 1710. But Harley himself was an ex-dissenter, an ex-Whig, a moneyed man. The Jacobite gentry were drawn mainly from the heavily indebted backwoods squires of the old royalist north. The solid mass of the Tory Squire Archie, in the last resort, would grumble about stock jobbers but would not rise in revolt against them. The Tories failed to live up to their non-resistance principles in 1688, 1714-15 showed that they had failed to evolve a viable political philosophy. Toryism in the generation after 1715 was a sentimental pose, a nostalgia. With the new Toryism of the later 18th century it had only the name in common. The contemporary historian, Rapin, saw the political structure of England between Restoration and early 18th century in the following design. After 1688, he thought, neither arbitrary Tories nor Republican Whigs had much chance of gaining sole power. At the beginning of Anne's reign, through fear of their own extremists, moderate Tories like Marlborough and Godolphin had joined the moderate Whigs. Nevertheless, the existence of the two violent religious wings kept party strife alive. The Presbyterian Whigs never dared attack the Church of England directly, but their existence prevented complete union between the moderates of the two parties. Moreover, sound churchmen might be Whigs in point of politics. The element of interest as well as principle entered in so far as the ruling party distributed places, honors, and dignities to its members. This induced King William to say, that if he had good places enough to bestow, he should unite the two parties. Some historians, looking exclusively at the House of Commons, have denied the significance of party divisions and political principles in Anne's reign altogether, and have seen only personal followings of great magnates, similar to those which existed in the 1760s. It is true there were no party cards, no whips. There was already in the house a group of the king's or queen's servants, without whose support no government could carry on. Marlborough and Godolphin were essential to any government so long as Anne continued to back them. Nevertheless, divisions on questions of principle did occur in Parliament. There was already in the Commons a group of independent country gentlemen estimated by Dr. Plum at 200, who opposed the spreading corruption and were a force which had to be reckoned with. And in the country as a whole there were live issues. Not all seats in the Commons were controlled by boroughmongers. The floating vote of the smaller men of property still counted for a great deal. Even Sunderland, virtuoso of parliamentary management though he was, could not produce docile parliaments for James II. He was more successful for William, because then he was gliding with the stream. The Sacheverell affair revealed profound divisions in the country. Foreign policy, peace and war, taxation, the succession, were real issues. The state of opinion in the electorate forced Parliament to agree to war in 1701 despite its Tory majority. In 1710 Harley's rise to power owed more to war weariness, expressed in mutinies, riots, and hatred of taxation, than to Dr. Sacheverell or Anne's favourite, Abigail Masham. Peace was as popular with squires and populace as it was unpopular in the city. So although the court and the spoils of office exercised a powerful pull on both parties, although fear of popular disturbance inclined sober politicians to shun any step likely to split the propertied classes or to rouse the mob, still within these limits there were lively political disagreements about principles as well as about interests, as Swift's career showed. In the constituencies a concentration of political power was taking place, strikingly similar to the consolidation of landed property in the hands of an oligarchy. From 1689 the fight for the pocket boroughs is on. 40% of boroughs had less than 100 voters, nearly two-thirds had less than 500, only one-eighth had more than 1,000. Many factors combined to drive up the cost of nursing a seat, the increasing importance of Parliament, the Triennial Act and more frequent elections, brisk competition by members of the rival East India companies. Gradually the boroughs subsided into the pockets of peers and rich merchants. London had 4 members, but 40 Londoners sat in the Commons of 1,701.3. It was now the Tories who favoured a wide franchise in the narrow constituencies, the Whigs who supported and profited by the trend towards oligarchy. But the rising cost and frequency of elections helped to destroy party contests in the open constituencies and led to compromises by which seats were shared out between families or interests. As the cost of getting into Parliament rose, so too did the demand for rewards once one had got there. Conversely, the potential economic advantages of membership of Parliament contributed to enhance the price of seats. Administrative changes. The civil service was growing in numbers, especially in the revenue departments, in consequence of the expansion of the armed forces and the abandonment of tax farming. The Excise Commission had at its disposal inferior places to the value of £100,000 a year. The requirement of security of £200 and upwards from its employees effectively closed the door to men without land or connection. In accounting for the decline of Toryism in the 18th century, we must not forget how many opportunities were now being offered to the sons of squires in the civil service, the navy, the army, India. For many old families which found themselves in financial difficulties, government jobs became a pressing necessity. This tied them to 1688 and the Hanoverian succession no less effectively than the Bank of England tied the moneyed classes. 4 For the lower ranks of the customs administration an entrance examination was introduced. No qualities except birth were of course required from gentlemen. As the administration grew more complex, the interregnum system of rule by committees proved more convenient than the management of departments by a single head. Under William the Treasury was normally thus in commission, a device Clarendon had thought fit only for a republic. Financial business was getting too difficult and too technical to be entrusted to a great magnate, and made Godolphin and Harley Lord Treasurers, but after 1714 that office finally disappears. Finance was now so important that the First Lord of the Treasury remained the chief minister of the Crown. Simultaneously the Chancellor of the Exchequer emerged from departmental obscurity to become a minister responsible to Parliament. The Admiralty came permanently under a board. Its powers were under effective parliamentary control. Salaries replaced fees and perquisites in 1694. There was a consequential difference in attitude within the department. Its papers became public, not private property. The age of Pepys, Mr. Ehrman suggests, marks a transition. In one sense Pepys is the first modern civil servant, anxious to promote Commonwealth tarpaulins rather than gentlemen officers, but he also looked back to the age of Buckingham, in which policy and administration were still confused. Similarly the Treasury Office grew between 1660 and 1702 from something approaching the personal retinue of a magnate into a professional body of civil servants, who were no longer dismissed with their patron. In 1695 it published a fee list. 5. New departments were similarly run by boards, committees of trade and plantations leading up to the Board of Trade, commissioners of customs and excise. After the Revolution, when revenue was at last raised smoothly and consolidated, Treasury control of departments became effective. The whole administrative system was coming to be based on interlocking committees. It was natural that it should be coordinated by a still higher committee, composed of the key individuals in the administrative machine. This is one explanation of the origin of the cabinet system, which dates from this period. But the cabinet is a political as well as an administrative body, and its rise was a product of the political struggles of the time as well as of administrative evolution. The executive links the political sovereign with the administrative apparatus, and therefore necessarily changes as sovereignty shifts. The personal rule of individual heads of departments had been focused upon the king, so long as he was the real head of his government. The triumph of the new system accompanies the sovereignty of Parliament. To ask whether the administrative changes were cause or consequence of the political changes is to ask whether the chicken preceded the egg. The two inevitably went together. Under Charles and James, the Privy Council had grown too big to be the effective executive, and many of its functions had been delegated to committees of the council. In addition, there had been unofficial groups within the Privy Council, on whose advice the king had especially relied. But now the Privy Council was becoming a merely honorific body, so much so that N did not even bother to remove dismissed ministers from it. William II's absences abroad necessitated the appointment of Lords Justices, who for all practical purposes administered the country under Queen Mary. The Whig junto, with their secure majority in the Commons, began to meet independently of the king even when he was in England. The process continued under Anne, who played a much smaller part than her predecessor. She still attended cabinet meetings, though often only to ratify decisions taken in informal committees. Not until well on into the next reign did the sovereign cease to attend. By the end of our period, the cabinet, still a body unknown to the law, was formalised to the extent that leading ministers were assumed to have a right to attend, and were therefore held responsible for government policy. The principle of joint cabinet responsibility, however, was not yet fully established, nor was there any minister who could be called a prime minister. The cabinet was viewed with suspicion by the House of Commons, especially the Tories. A clause in the Act of Settlement tried to revive the Privy Council as the effective executive, and to insist that Privy Councillors should sign all resolutions to which they had agreed. But it was repealed in 1706. Another clause, also soon repealed, tried to remove all placemen from the House of Commons. We may regard placemen either as honest civil servants trying to carry on the administration, or as venal tools of corrupt politicians, according to taste, but they were a necessary part of the post-revolution system. No government could have retained a majority in the Commons without this solid block of interested supporters. During the 17th century, personal monarchy had been undermined in all sorts of ways. Following the 20 years of the interregnum, 2 convention parliaments had decided the affairs of the country and selected a king. Parliament drew its significance not from the monarch but from those whom it represented. Statutes of 1696 and 1707 provided that Parliament should continue to sit on the death of the sovereign, and that the Privy Council and all civil and military officers should continue in place for 6 months unless dismissed by his successor. Under the early Stuarts, the phrase "the king can do no wrong" had been used to justify arbitrary royal actions. What had then been a revolutionary interpretation of the phrase was now generally accepted: if wrong was done, some minister must have done it. So it was twisted to become a doctrine of the responsibility, not the irresponsibility, of the executive. The Whigs who impeached Danby in 1678, the Tories who impeached the junto in 1701, each asserted this doctrine. The concept of treason underwent a similar change. In medieval thought, treason was a violation of personal loyalties. There was petty treason, breach of loyalty to an immediate lord, and high treason, breach of loyalty to our sovereign lord the king. In 1629, members of Parliament differentiated between treason to the king and treason to the Commonwealth. This had already been described as dangerous by Lord Chancellor Ellesmere, but in 1640 the Commons impeached Lord Chief Justice Finch for treason as well against the king as against the kingdom, for whatsoever is against the whole is undoubtedly against the head. 8 years later the king himself was condemned for high treason by Parliament's High Court of Justice, in the name of the people of England. This was revolutionary doctrine. But 1688 was a revolution too. William announced that members of the Royal Navy who resisted him on James's behalf would be treated as enemies of the Kingdom of Great Britain. Indeed, the beauty of 1688 was that kings had been changed without the state collapsing, in refutation of Hobbes. The state was now different from, and more important than, the monarch. The law. The revolution set the lawyers free, Roger North says. Since the Act of Settlement, judges no longer hold office durante bene placido domini regis but quam Dio esse bene gesserent. This had been the Commonwealth principle. Henceforth judges were removable only upon address of both houses. In 1691 the judges insisted that they had a freehold right to sell subordinate posts in the judicial administration. What signify all our laws if we have no estates? A member of Parliament asked in 1693. There was a tendency in William's reign for the law to be made more savage in protection of private property. Statutes made shoplifting and the stealing of furniture by lodgers punishable by death. Changes in the harsh debtors' law were aimed only at assisting creditors. In 1701 peers' immunity from arrest for debt was ended. A few years later, Mandeville wrote of justice. Yet, it was thought, the sword she bore checked but the desperate and the poor, that, urged by mere necessity, were tied up to the wretched tree, for crimes which not deserved that fate, but to secure the rich and great. But where property was not concerned there was a reaction against the methods of James II and Jeffreys, the modification in the harshness of legal procedure, which had begun in 1640, was resumed. The Act of 1653 against burning women had lapsed after 1660, Elizabeth Gaunt was so put to death after Sedgemoor. But no more women were burnt alive for political offences after 1688. The clause in the Declaration of Rights against cruel and unusual punishments stopped men being flogged to death, as Dangerfield had been in 1685. From 1689 the Quakers' principled objection to judicial oaths was recognized, and they were allowed to make a statutory declaration instead. Litigation was simplified by the abandonment of the old system of original writs, and so the revolution in the content of law was accompanied by a procedural revolution which one authority describes as containing almost the difference between medieval and modern, between reliance on precedents and authorities and on the core of reason within legal procedure. So it ran parallel to the development of political theory. 6. After 1696 2 witnesses had to be produced against the accused in treason trials. The accused were entitled to full use of counsel, and to a copy of the indictment, together with a list of Crown witnesses and of the jury. In 1697 the last man in English history to be condemned by attainder was Sir John Fenwick, implicated in a plot to assassinate the king. But the most significant changes in procedure, Sir William Holdsworth tells us, were the result of the improved character of judges once the Stuarts had been got rid of. Judges began to protect even Quakers against the church courts. Holt laid the foundations of modern commercial law by deciding cases in the light of mercantile custom instead of by the strict rules of the common law. On one occasion he invited all the eminent merchants of London to discuss a point of commercial law with him. The inadmissibility of hearsay evidence, on which Coke had insisted, at last won general acceptance after 1688. But proposals for full modernization of the law still suffered from their association with the radicals of the interregnum and the Rye House plotters of 1683. So the lawyers were able to thwart attempts in the 90s to reform Chancery and the debtors' law, and to prevent perjury being declared a felony in cases where it led to a man's being sentenced to death. The common law retained many medieval features until the 19th century reforms. 19. Religion and ideas. Whig and Tory, High and Low Church, are names, Hanover and St. Germain's are things. By Whigs we mean those that are most zealous for the Protestant succession. Drive W. Wooton to William Wake, Bishop of Lincoln, c. 1712, 13. An entire liberty must be allowed in our inquiries, that natural philosophy may become subservient to the most valuable purposes. Sir Isaac Newton. The Anglican Church. The persecuting prelate and the backstairs priest, wrote Mr. Ogg, were now things of the past. Here was the essence, many may think the justification, of the English Revolution. Christianity and sovereignty ceased to be dependent, for their validity, on the hangman. After 1688 the Church of England had perforce to abandon any thought of recovering its monopoly. The political services of dissenters had been too great to go unrewarded. As in 1660, the possibility of comprehending Presbyterians within the Church was moot. This time the high-flying Anglicans supported it, in the hope of avoiding the toleration which they saw would otherwise be inevitable. Defeated in this, they continued to hope that the Toleration Act would be only a temporary concession, which could soon be withdrawn. But in fact not even the government of 1710-14, which passed the occasional Conformity and Schism Acts, dared to repeal the Toleration Act. Henceforth the Church of England was rent by divisions. A small group of non-jurors felt that, having sworn allegiance to James, they could not conscientiously accept William and Mary as sovereigns. But few Anglican clergymen followed them into the wilderness for long. This is the age of the Vicar of Bray. By the end of Anne's reign the non-juror schism was virtually over. More serious were the divisions between those who remained within the Church. Many rank-and-file parsons admired, if they would not imitate, the courage and consistency of the non-jurors. Inevitably bishops who resigned in 1689 or died later were replaced by men who accepted the Revolution settlement, including latitudinarians like Tillotson, Sancroft's successor at Canterbury, and a radical Whig like Burnet. Even Anne, despite her personal predilections, had sometimes to appoint Whig bishops when her ministers insisted. Tory propagandists like Sacheverell and Swift never became bishops. So the higher clergy were predominantly Whig or moderate Tory, whilst the mass of the lower clergy tended to be high flyers. This division was similar to that between Whig lords and Tory gentry. The split made convocation unworkable as an organ of self-government for the Church, and led to its falling into disuse. Convocation failed to agree on revision of the liturgy and canons in 1689, and the Toleration Act passed through Parliament. An attempt by Convocation to suppress the deist John Toland's book, Christianity Not Mysterious, also failed. The Church had lost its power in the judicial as well as the legislative sphere. The alliance of parson and squire, however, remained, and with it thought control in the villages. A squire believed in 1706 that all he needed to bring these poor deluded people to their senses again, and cure them of Jacobitism, was to get an honest parson in. Parson and squire hated the Toleration Act almost as much, and for the same reasons, as they had hated the major generals and James II. The Toleration Act, Archdeacon Prideaux wrote in 1701, enabled men to avoid going to church at all. The union with Scotland further weakened the Church's position. Since 1689 the English sovereign had been head of the Presbyterian Kirk as well as of the Anglican Church, a theologically athletic position. Now the Act of Union allowed Presbyterians to sit in Parliament, and guaranteed the existence of Presbyterian universities in Scotland. It was the more difficult to treat toleration in England as a temporary concession when Presbyterianism was legally established across the border. Dissenters excluded from English universities could send their sons to study sound theology in Scotland. Before 1640 there had been Royalist bishops and Puritan clergy. After 1688 there were Whig bishops and Tory clergy. The constant factor is that the higher clergy were rich and the lesser poor. In 1704 Anne surrendered first fruits and tenths, taxes on the clergy inherited by the crown from the Pope. With them a fund was formed, Queen Anne's bounty, from which lower stipends could be augmented. Thanks to the bounty, but still more to agricultural prosperity, the economic status of the clergy rose in the 18th century. The Church became a respectable and remunerative career for younger sons of the aristocracy. Dissenters and latitudinarians. Although legally free to worship as they wished, dissenters remained, until the 19th century, excluded from the universities, and from bodies like the Royal College of Physicians. But dissenting academics, able to come into the open after 1689, multiplied rapidly. They trained men for business and the professions with a far wider and more up-to-date curriculum than that of grammar schools and universities. It included mathematics and science. In the academies, the realistic theories of the educational reformers of the interregnum were put into practice for the first time. Ironically, Harley, who led the church party, had been educated at a dissenting academy. They provided the best training for lower grades in the civil service. When scientific invention revived in the 18th century, the impetus came from the dissenting academies and from individual craftsmen, not from the universities or the Royal Society. Toleration thus hardened a rift in English society. Nonconformists had their own more utilitarian, more critical, more democratic culture, but it was stunted and provincial, cut off from the great world of affairs. Meanwhile, the grand tour of the continent was becoming normal for young men of the upper class. Their horizons were being widened by first-hand knowledge of all things foreign, which partially compensated for time wasted at Oxford or Cambridge. From all this nonconformists were excluded. The cultural split between Anglican universities and middle-class dissenting academies extended to a rigid distinction between the arts and the sciences. An assumption that the former were more gentlemanly and superior because of no practical application has survived to bedevil the English educational system ever since. A classical education became the hallmark of a gentleman and was thought to fit him for public life. Persecution had hitherto ensured that only those fittest to survive elected to be nonconformists. After 1689, dissenters had to face the perils of worldly prosperity, to which their higher code of business ethics and their more single-minded application both contributed. Religion is a natural cause of riches, observed Bishop Wilkins, but as men prospered they lost some of their earlier enthusiasm. All the sects entered on a period of spiritual decline. The Calvinist faith of the early 17th century revolutionaries was in full disintegration. Presbyterianism collapsed into Unitarianism, and there was a general tendency towards deism, in which, significantly enough, the lead was taken by laymen. The dominant latitudinarian school of Restoration theologians, no less than Hobbes, was sceptical of any claim to inspiration. Reason, said Locke, must be our last judge and guide in everything. In The Reasonableness of Christianity he wrote that the day laborers and tradesmen, the spinsters and dairymaids must be told what to think. The greatest part cannot know, and therefore they must believe. But at least Locke did not intend that priests should do the telling, that was for God himself. Toleration should not be extended to fanatics who upon pretense of religion claim special authority in civil affairs, nor to atheists nor to papists. Locke's philosophy was a workaday synthesis of the ideas of the more creative, more revolutionary thinkers of the earlier 17th century. Locke was a Christian, and he favored religious toleration, but his Christianity was shorn of everything that had made Puritanism revolutionary, of direct contact with God, of enthusiasm, and his tolerance was the rational calculation of the Toleration Act rather than the humanist idealism of a Milton. Locke began as a political supporter of Shaftesbury, and followed him into political exile. No Democrat, he happily accepted 1688 as the revolution to end revolutions. He and Sir Isaac Newton were the backroom boys of the Whig junta. Locke associated with the scientists, and attempted, in his essay concerning human understanding, to establish a materialist psychology that would reconcile science and Christianity. His historical importance lies in these contradictions. He wrote in a lucid, unadorned style, persuasive both because it addressed itself to the man of common sense, and because it sidestepped difficulties that have worried more profound thinkers. Because Locke was a synthesizer, obscuring contradictions between the ideas he brought together, he won wide acceptance for a scientific, materialist approach. For the same reason, his followers diverged into Lockeans of the right and of the left, according as they stressed one or other side of the compromise. For example, either the rights of property or the origin of such rights in labor, that had done duty in the exceptional social circumstances after 1688. Locke's The Reasonableness of Christianity was followed by a series of books showing that Christianity was not mysterious. The religious approach to politics ceased to predominate. By the time of the Popish plot it had degenerated into a stunt manipulated by cynical politicians. Pilgrims who had set out for the celestial city found themselves lingering in Vanity Fair, or the nearby village of Occasional Conformity. In 1693 a clergyman who proclaimed that the Second Coming was imminent was regarded as a psychological case, and not as a heretic or a political subversive. The last English witch trial took place in 1712. As Calvinism declined there was a new emphasis on works rather than faith, on moral conduct rather than enthusiasm or sacramentalism. Discipline, and especially labor discipline, was felt by the non-working classes to be a national necessity, preached now by economists with the same zest as by theologians. "'Tis for want of discipline that any poverty appears in England," cried Petty. Increased unemployment, Locke thought in 1697, was caused by nothing else but the relaxation of discipline and corruption of manners. Reforming manners. The theological trend away from Calvinism thus fitted in with the arguments of the economists. From the 90s latitudinarians and dissenters cooperated in voluntary societies for the reformation of manners. Their object was to give effect to laws against Sabbath breaking, drunkenness, swearing, etc. put on the statute book by earlier Puritan and Whig parliaments. Now that the highly placed protectors of popery and sin had been driven out, the laws could be enforced, and England swiftly made a virtuous country. Defoe in The Poor Man's Plea protested against the class basis of the vice laws. The man with a gold ring and gay clothes may swear before the justice or at the justice, may reel home through the open streets and no man take any notice of him, but if a poor man gets drunk or swears an oath, he must to the stocks without remedy. Inevitably these voluntary societies got involved in politics. Reformation of manners had been one of Oliver Cromwell's aims. The alliance of Low Church and Dissent to promote godliness had a Whiggish look. Discipline still had too many Presbyterian overtones. And could discipline be limited to the lower orders? Might not some earnest but misguided reformers seek to curtail the harmless pleasures of the rich, as during the dreadful years of revolution? Could an Englishman's house really be his castle if busybodies were always peeping through his windows? Informing had been an unpopular trade since the days of the early Stuarts, yet the societies employed paid informers to denounce vice. This gave a pretext for Tories to leap in with some pleasure to defend the liberties of Englishmen against contagious Whigs. One reason for the popularity of Sacheverell was his pose as defender of popular rights against the reformers. There was thus some sense in the Toryism of the lower classes. By the end of our period the societies for the reformation of manners were in decline. What survived was the charity school movement and the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge. In the long run, gin may have provided more consolation for the miserable urban poor than the well-meant efforts of the voluntary societies. The word mob first appears in this period. There were political as well as economic reasons for this. The nonconformist congregations had abandoned politics, had become narrow, sectarian, and respectable. They do not seem to have attracted the urban poor. 1688 brought no widening of the franchise, even in corporations where it had been narrowed by Charles II and James II. There was thus no political outlet for the passions and resentments of those whom their betters expected to work hard for low wages in deplorable living conditions. The mob might express its feelings in the form of Jacobitism, but it was anti-government rather than pro-anything else. Hence its reputation for political instability. Its existence set limits to popular agitation by the official Whig and Tory parties, and was one of the main reasons for their solidarity in and after 1688. Sacheverell was felt by many to have gone too far in his appeal to the rabble. The reason, for which all government was at first appointed, Defoe thought, was, to prevent mobs and rabbles in the world. 1. Political ideas. This period saw decisive changes in political thinking. Filmer's divine right non-resistance theories had been exposed as irrelevant. In his first treatise of civil government, Locke performed the easy task of demolishing them. From Hobbes, whom he did not attack, Locke took over much: his utilitarianism, his scientific spirit, his emphasis on the necessity of government. Only by Locke's time the fear of revolt by the many-headed monster which underlay Leviathan had diminished, the mob could only riot destructively. So Locke argued, in contrast with Hobbes, that the executive may forfeit its rights if it endangers the stability of property, maintenance of which is the reason for the existence of the state. Hobbes thought that any revolution against the authority of the sovereign must dissolve society into anarchy. Locke held that society could continue to exist even if the men of property found it necessary to change the sovereign. 1688 proved him right. In that year Archbishop Sancroft pointed out, as Cavaliers and Levellers had done 40 years earlier, that the 40-shilling freeholders who possessed the vote were not the people of England. But this fact seemed less relevant in Locke's world than it had been in Lilburn's. Locke talked ambiguously of government deriving from and being responsible to the people, but it was perfectly clear that by the people he meant the propertied class. Their control of society had been established against monarchical absolutism by the abolition of the prerogative courts, and confirmed by the expulsion of James II. It had been established against the lower orders by the defeat of the radicals during the interregnum, and confirmed by the defeat of Monmouth's rebellion. Economic tendencies were on their side, fortifying the men of big property, disintegrating the class of small proprietors. Defoe in 1706 could state as an obvious truism that there can be no pretence of government till they that have the property consent. For laws are reason's outworks to enclose, to fortify the man against his foes, built from immediate dictate from on high, to strengthen and defend his property. Freeholders own England, Defoe thought, and have the sole right to govern it. Other inhabitants are but sojourners, subject to such laws as freeholders impose upon them. In Ashby v. White, Chief Justice Holt insisted that the vote was a species of property of which the owner cannot be deprived, and the House of Lords maintained this view. Harrington in 1656 had generalized the political experience of his generation in the maxim that political power follows possession of land. Swift in 1710 saw that power, which according to the old maxim was used to follow land, is now gone over to money. In the course of the century all efforts to strengthen the central administrative machinery had been defeated. The state which Thomas Cromwell reorganized in the 1530s was broken in the 1640s. In the 50s, and again after 1688, the English state had exceptionally powerful military and naval forces which protected foreign trade, but memories of Strafford, the major generals, and James II kept the internal aspect of the state relatively weak until the 19th century. Justices of the peace and the militia maintained local law and order, and protected property, but the central power exercised little control over them. The 16th century Reformation produced a cheap church, the 17th century Revolution a strong state, which was cheap in relation to the functions it performed. Local government was still run by unpaid officials, rewarded by prestige and influence. Central government was still financed in large part by fees and perquisites rather than by salaries. Thus whilst most European populations groaned under vastly expensive bureaucracies, far the heaviest English government expenditure was on the armed forces which fought off trade rivals. It was a laissez-faire state, whose chief internal function was to hinder hindrances to the sway of the natural rulers, just as in the economy there was internal free trade and external protection. So the English conception of liberty came to be a negative one. The Englishman's freedom means being left alone, being free from arbitrary arrest, from taxation which he has not voted, from conscription, from government interference with his economic activity, from religious persecution. The Englishman's house is his castle, a liberty in the feudal sense, from which state power is excluded. Legislative and executive are separated powers, with the judiciary a third independent power balancing the other two. Locke's state is a limited liability company, the ring holder in a laissez-faire business community. The antithesis of individual and state looks back to the struggles against Laud, the major generals, and James II, and also to the dissenters' struggles against religious intolerance. In France, Germany, or Russia, the relation of individual to state has been conceived in very different terms, because of their very different history. Deliberate circumscription of state action and of the coercive power of the Church in England naturally led to an expansion of the type of voluntary effort conducted by the societies for the reformation of manners, henceforth so characteristic of the English tradition. The arts and science. Milton's political writings were more influential in this period than in his lifetime. After 1695 the Stationers' Company's monopoly of printing came to an end. Printing was no longer criminal simply because unauthorized. The Act of 1696 for regulating treason trials made executions for seditious printing much more difficult. There was only one in the 18th century. Scores of newspapers came into existence, including regular dailies. Until the Tory government's stamp duty of 1712 killed about half of them, the press played a very important part in politics and elections. Journalism established itself as a social force. Charles II had thought it worth personally wooing Dryden as a propagandist, and how right he was in his choice. But now men of letters did not need to turn their coats as often or as humiliatingly as Dryden had done. Addison's poem on Blenheim was solicited by Godolphin, and helped its author into the House of Commons and State office. Swift's powerful pen gained him the friendship of the great, even if not the bishopric he so much desired. Defoe probably helped to bring England into the War of Spanish Succession. Swift's conduct of the Allies certainly stimulated the demand for the war to be ended. Addison and Steele sought to end the long divorce of wit from virtue, to civilize the nonconformist bourgeoisie, to pietize the backwoods gentry, and their wives and daughters. Their success testifies to the existence of a steady reading public, outside court, church, and universities, sufficient to maintain men and women of letters. The rise of this middle-class reading public, combined with the decline in the importance of the court, reduced the dependence of men of letters on patrons. Defoe sold 80,000 copies of The True-Born Englishman. Whereas Milton had received only £10 for Paradise Lost, Archbishop Tillotson's sermons sold for 2,500 guineas in 1694, and Matthew Prior received 4,000 guineas for a collection of his poems. When an attempt was made in 1703 to restrain the licentiousness of the press, London's 70 printing and publishing shops successfully lobbied the House of Commons against it. Printing was already too important an industry to be lightly interfered with. In 1711 authors, for the first time, were granted copyright in their works. A new popular Toryism rose as Whiggery became associated with the city and an aristocratic oligarchy. A similar Tory democracy can be seen in literature. Under Charles II, Otway had managed in Venice Preserved to combine a topical criticism of corrupt and demagogical parliamentarians with a passionate radical libertarianism, and Dryden's savage satires against the Whigs had political humbug as a principal target. Mrs. Aphra Behn, one of the first women to live by the pen, joined Toryism with denunciation of slavery and a cult of the noble savage, which in Oroonoko started a new fashion. Both Defoe and Swift began as Whigs, but neither found 18th-century Whiggery attractive, and Swift wrote his ferocious attacks on war profiteers, and stock jobbers in the interests of the Tory party. It is after 1688 that poets feel most out of sympathy with the accepted values of society, that the poet as outsider replaces the poet as public functionary. This was made possible by the poet's newly won economic independence, but it was also due to the contrast between the values and the realities of his society. Nathaniel Lee, Tory son of a Puritan divine, was one of the first poets to go mad, but in the 18th century the greatest poets were more often mad than sane. The period after 1688 looks forward to the Augustan age of English literature. The ubiquitous rhymed couplet and the gentlemanly elegant prose of Addison and Steele marked the triumph of the new manner. With Defoe the novel came of age, though it still bore traces of the guides to godliness from which it derived. But the new age killed Restoration comedy. The Restoration theatre had combined an aristocratic monarchism in politics with Hobbist scepticism. It attacked religious humbug in what Jeremy Collier, in his short view of the immorality and profaneness of the English stage, called downright Porter's rhetoric, reminding him of interregnum republicanism. Opposition to the alleged licentiousness of the theatre now came not only from Puritans, Collier was a non-juror, but from those who felt that the sceptical libertinism of the dramatists endangered the social order. If eternity was out of the case, observed Collier, general advantage and public reason and secular policy would oblige us to be just to the priesthood. For, religion is the basis of government. Collier had the same horror for witticisms about the nobility as for witticisms about God. What necessity is there to kick the coronets about the stage, and to make a man a lord only in order to make him a coxcomb? I hope the poets don't intend to revive the old project of levelling, and vote down the House of Peers. Restoration comedy had reflected the hostility of the sceptical courtiers to the society into which they had been restored, and so was necessarily transitional. By 1688 the aristocracy had adapted itself to the new world. The monarchy had been adapted to it. The family on the throne contrasted markedly with the atmosphere of Charles's and James's courts. The improvement in moral tone of 18th-century drama was the result not of Collier's book but of social changes of which that book was a symptom. Sentimentalism replaced wit. Dryden accepted Collier's criticisms, Congreve ceased to write, Vanbrugh abandoned drama for architecture. Thomas Rymer invented poetic justice, the theme phrase of the reconciliation between Puritanism and the drama. Every tragedy, wrote John Dennis in 1701, ought to be a very solemn lecture, inculcating a particular providence, and showing it plainly protecting the good and chastising the bad, or at least the violent, otherwise it is either an empty amusement, or a scandalous and pernicious libel upon the government of the world. Or as Collier put it, the business of plays is to recommend virtue and discourage vice. It is of course nothing of the sort, but that seemed a very desirable role for the drama in the 18th century. Nor was it Puritanism that led to the dissociation of sensibility to the decline of English music, to the divorce between the literature and art of the few and of the many. These disasters resulted rather from changes affecting the whole of society, which dried up the springs of natural poetry, and also drained Puritanism itself of its revolutionary fervour, leaving either a secular utilitarianism or an insipid pietism. Locke, like the early scientists, favored a language stripped of its poetical connotations. He urged parents whose children showed a taste for poetry to have it stifled and suppressed as much as may be. An ability to play musical instruments was no less harmful, he thought, since it wastes so much of a young man's time, to give him but a moderate skill in it, and engages him in such odd company. Music should be left to women as an accomplishment for the recreation of their menfolk, or, in this society of division of labor, should be a commodity produced by specialists for sale to those who could afford to buy. Family chamber music decreased, the habit of passive listening increased. From the 1670s there was a large enough public in London for musical performances to be organized on commercial lines. The violin, which gave greater scope to individual virtuosity, replaced the viol, more suited to private performances. Foreign virtuosi, being more expensive, tended to be preferred to English. Since these developments coincided in time with the breakup of the village community, with its songs and dances, a catastrophic decline in English music set in. Purcell, who died in 1696 at the tragically early age of 36, was the last great English composer for 2 centuries. He was also the last great English composer of public, ceremonial music, the last great English court composer, and the first great English composer of music for the theatre and opera. 3. The full Baroque style, it has been said, was preeminently suited for the service of absolute monarchies or the Roman Catholic Church. This is the main reason why it never triumphed in England. Baroque's unequivocal statement in painting was made in the inner chambers of Windsor Castle, which the papist Antonio Varillo decorated for Charles II. After 1688 court and high aristocracy ceased to be sole patrons. In the early 90s there was a boom in picture sales, some 24,000 being sold in London in 1691 alone. This may have been due to snob buying, the new bourgeoisie aping the culture of its betters, but it led to a great increase in the number of professional painters working in England, including some women. Foreigners like Verrocchio and Sir Godfrey Kneller continued to be patronized by the very rich, and it was still the foreigners who were knighted, but a reaction against court taste, together with a possibly narrow patriotism, contributed to a revival of the native tradition. John Riley, whose reputation had been won among the middle-class public, was sworn chief painter together with Godfrey Kneller in December 1688. At the end of the century Sir Christopher Wren observed that English artists want not a genius, but an education in, practice in designing or drawing. They failed to get this education so long as their highest hope was to be a hack copyist in the mass production studios of a Lely or a Kneller. Only after our period did the native tradition come to full fruition, with Hogarth, Reynolds, Gainsborough, and Blake. 4. In architecture patronage was necessarily more restricted, it passed from the court to Whig aristocrats and municipalities. London was rebuilt after the Great Fire of 1666 in the plain brick style copied from the Dutch burghers, which by then had become the English vernacular. The Fire of London gave Wren the opportunity for rebuilding many city churches, including St. Paul's, his masterpiece. Neither the society in which Wren lived, nor the scientific temper of his own mind made it possible for him to create a wholeheartedly Baroque architecture. The English Church and the English monarchy were, during his lifetime, working out a compromise solution of their relations to Parliament. Wren's architecture reflects that compromise. As the demand for country houses expanded, architecture ceased to be the pastime of a gentleman like Pratt or Vanbrugh, the part-time occupation of a scientific virtuoso like Wren or Robert Hooke. It became the job of professionals like Nicholas Hawksmoor, who collaborated with Vanbrugh in building Marlborough's Palace of Blenheim. These professional architects inherited the anonymous craft traditions of masons and joiners as well as an awareness of foreign and classical models. Extension of the market had led to specialized division of labor in the arts as in other sectors of the economy. 5. Finally, this period saw the emergence of a series of assumptions about society and the universe which point far into the future. Newton's theory of universal gravitation, like Locke's philosophy, brought into a single system a mass of complex phenomena and the contributions of the scientists of a creative century and a half. Newton depicted the universe as a self-moving machine. It had needed a creator, but since the act of creation it was governed by physical laws of motion. By the end of our period the categories of time, space, matter, and motion, within which science operated down to the present century, had been set up. Newton was a Unitarian, who denied the divinity of Christ, the mystery of the Incarnation. His principles made intolerance and dogmatism impossible. His great synthesis seemed to establish law and order in the universe, as 1688 did in society. God was no longer an arbitrary monarch, he was bound by his own laws, which were those of reason. The universe ceased to be mysterious, God the great watchmaker had set the machine going and was unlikely to intervene in future. Meanwhile men could profitably study the predictable workings of the machine. Locke established equally consoling truths for society, not only that property did rule, as had long been accepted, but that the men of property ought to rule, that the sovereignty of Parliament was the sovereignty of the people, that the right of revolt exercised in 1688, though theoretically still in existence, need in future never be used again. The state was accepted as a human contrivance, politics as a rational science. In the last resort Locke's state rested on divine law, but the interference of priests or of other would-be interpreters of God's will was as alien to Locke's mode of thought as the direct intervention of God would have been in Newton's universe. The earth had ceased to be the center of the physical universe, but man had become the center of this world. The proper study of mankind is man. This emphasis on reason in religion witnesses to a growing confidence in human powers. By 1691 Robert Boyle thought it necessary to endow a series of lectures whose object was to defend the truths of Christianity against unbelievers. For the first time for 1,000 years Christianity was on the defensive, and with it the ideas of a hierarchical society. If there is no God nor religion, declared the Boyle lecturer of 1697, then all men are equal. 6 We may regret the loss of some poetic insights in this mechanical universe. But the society which took it for granted was more tolerant, kinder, more urbane, at least to those whose poverty did not put them beyond its pale. 20. Conclusion, 1660 to 1714. In commending or disallowing the actions of men, it is a course very requisite to consider the beginning, the proceeding, and the end. So shall we see the reasons and causes of things and not their bare events only, which for the most part are governed by fortune. Sir Walter Raleigh, The Cabinet Council. The England around which Daniel Defoe was beginning to tour at the end of our period was very different from that through which James I rode in 1603. We are already in the modern world, the world of banks and checks, budgets, the stock exchange, the periodical press, coffee houses, clubs, coffins, microscopes, shorthand, actresses, and umbrellas. It is a world in which governments put first the promotion of production, for policy is no longer determined by aristocrats whose main economic activity is consumption. Defoe's eye was always wide open for ways in which the national wealth could be increased. He knew this would interest his readers. The country as a whole has become far richer. The amount raised in taxes has multiplied by 25. The system of taxation has been reorganized so that a higher proportion of the burden falls on landowners and the poor, less on industrialists. The great agricultural boom has begun. Casual labor has replaced vagabondage. Political institutions have adapted themselves to this new society. The men of property are secure and unfettered in their control of local government. As taxpayers they determine government policy. Anyone rich enough can buy himself into Parliament, and once there he has good chances of winning returns on his investment. Government patronage is now dispensed by ministers responsible to the House of Commons, and has become a system of outdoor relief for far more of the ruling class than the fortunate few who profited under James I's favourites. Money talks, at Westminster no less than in the city. In other words, the three-handed fight has ended in victory for those whom the House of Commons represented. They consolidated their power after the Civil War by allying with their defeated adversaries against the many-headed monster, and this alliance was strengthened after 1688. The old regime was fatally compromised when Charles II and James II put themselves under the protection of Louis XIV, the personification of absolutism as well as England's chief trade rival. It was finally discredited when James threatened to use the unfree against the free, and when some of the unfree rallied to Jacobitism. James also associated himself with England's victims in Ireland. The reconquest of Ireland by foreign mercenaries finally ensured English domination there, just as the Union of 1707 secured the businessmen of the lowlands against the depredations of the barbarous Highlanders, alliance with whom in 1715 was to drive the last nail into the Stuart coffin. The clause in the Act of Settlement excluding Catholics from the succession finally freed the country from the spectre of an absolutism enforced by foreign arms. All but an ineffective group of sentimental squires deserted divine right monarchy and put their money in the Bank of England. The Compromise of 1660 was directed against the lower classes. The world of 1714 was one in which, Dr. Plum says, without protection, the poor, the weak, and the sick went under, the rich and the strong prospered. The yeomanry was disappearing, the independent artisans were entering upon their long agony in competition with bigger economic units. The close-knit patriarchal household community was being undermined in the same decades as the patriarchal theory of monarchy collapsed. The wives of the poor were becoming domestic drudges for their absent husbands rather than partners in a family workshop. Higher in the social scale, the ideal of the lady of leisure, white-handed and delicate, spread down into the middle, novel-reading classes. Recorded history is like a photograph of an iceberg, it deals only with what is visible above the surface. Yet below the surface is the vast mass of the population, surviving sometimes in records when they are born, married, accused of crime, or buried, but otherwise leaving no trace. Through all the far-reaching changes of this century which affected the upper classes, the labor of peasants, craftsmen, mariners went on relatively unchanged. We can trace the humblest of the propertied classes in their wills, but at least 50% of the population had nothing to leave. We know far too little about those who lived in mud houses, ate rye and bran bread, and got a high proportion of their calories from home-brewed beer. Even at the end of our period, Roger North tells us, the common people walked barefoot all over the north. Children of the poor, Locke observed, seldom got more than bread and water up to the age of 3 years, and little enough of that. Rickets was known as the English disease, though this may be only because it was first seriously studied in England, where it had long existed but was made more noticeable by rising middle-class standards of living. 3 out of every 4 Englishmen, the Quaker philanthropist John Bellers wrote in the last year of our period, could not afford medical advice or treatment. 3 out of every 4 babies born in one London parish died almost immediately. The unfree probably seldom went to church in what we traditionally regard as a very religious century. Their clothes were not good enough for them to be seen in God's house. Husbandmen are usually so poor, Baxter wrote in 1691, that they cannot have time to read a chapter in the Bible or to pray in their families. They come in weary from their labor, so that they are fitter to sleep than to read or pray. They dare not displease them lest they turn them out of their houses, or increase their rents. I believe that their great landlords have more command of them than the king hath. Yet, as Dean Hicks put it in 1684, the poor are the hands and feet of the body politic, who hew the wood and draw the water of the rich. They plough our lands, and dig our quarries, and cleanse our streets. No commonweal can subsist without poor. To the preacher this seemed necessary for the establishment of superiority and subjection in human society, a reductio ad absurdum of demands for civil equality. But within the memories of many of his congregation the iceberg had turned over, and in the year after his sermon a survivor of those days, defeated in a last attempt at revolt, died on the scaffold proclaiming human equality in traditional Leveller phrases that live better than those of the Dean of Worcester. I am sure there was no man born marked of God above another, for none comes into the world with a saddle on his back, neither any booted and spurred to ride him. The struggle for freedom, then, in the 17th century, was a more complex story than the books sometimes suggest. The men of property won freedom, freedom from arbitrary taxation and arbitrary arrest, freedom from religious persecution, freedom to control the destinies of their country through their elected representatives, freedom to buy and sell. They also won freedom to evict copyholders and cottagers, to tyrannize over their villages, to hire unprotected labor in the open market. The unfree had always been press-ganged into army or navy whenever their betters decided to have a war. But regular conscription dates from Anne's reign. The Act of 1708 made it clear that only those with no lawful calling or employment, and no parliamentary vote, were to be conscripted. Through justices of the peace, employers used the threat of call-up against recalcitrant workers. The smaller men failed in all spheres to get their freedom recognized, failed to win either the vote or economic security. The poorer and meaner people, wrote the self-made Duke of Albemarle in 1671, have no interest in the commonweal but the use of breath. When these poorer and meaner people broke through into literature with Bunyan, their symbol was a man with a burden on his back, and Bunyan, former parliamentarian soldier though he was, no longer thought it possible to shake off the burden by political action. Freedom is not something abstract. It is the right of certain men to do certain things. Wildman had hoped that the agreement of the people would lay down the foundations of freedom for all manner of people, but the freedom that emerged was more circumscribed. The efforts of Levellers, Diggers, and others failed to create a homogeneous popular party in the 40s, the last fling of Monmouth's revolt was as localized and hopelessly defeated as the risings of 1607 and 1628 to 31. The century which began with the many-headed monster ended with the mob. Only very slowly and late have men come to understand that unless freedom is universal, it is only extended privilege. If the common people have no more freedom in England, Winstanley asked, but only to live among their elder brothers and work for them for hire, what freedom then have they in England more than we have in Turkey or France? By the end of our period the good old cause was dead, the organization of trade unions was just beginning. Following Ralegh's advice quoted in the epigraph to this chapter, we have now considered the beginning, the proceeding, and the end of the great conflicts of our period. But in commending the actions of the men of the 17th century, as we should, in noting the very real constitutional, economic, and intellectual advances, let us also remember how much of the lives of how many men and women is utterly unknown to us. Epilogue. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Shakespeare, Hamlet 2, 2. All of a piece throughout. The chase had a beast in view. The wars brought nothing about. The lovers were all untrue. 'Tis well an old age is out, and time to begin anew. Dryden, Secular Masque. The proverbial phrase, Queen Anne is dead, came to mean that something had disappeared finally and irrevocably. If the age of faith ever existed, it was over by 1714. Witches and parsons, so powerful in 1603, counted for little in the world of rationalism, materialism, science, toleration. The most anachronistic thing about James II was his fanatical religious conviction. The Stuarts' decision that London was not worth a Holy Communion made them finally impossible even for the Tories. It did not matter what religion, if any, George I believed in, so long as it was not popery. Latitudinarian had triumphed in the upper ranks of the Church of England, moderation had replaced enthusiasm among the sects. Even the Quakers were remarkable now only for their quaint clothes and their business acumen. Charles II had touched nearly 100,000 people who believed he could cure them of scrofula. Queen Anne touched Samuel Johnson in 1712, but she was the last English sovereign to try this magical cure. The age of reason is upon us. The eternal truths of 1603 have been abandoned, forever. New and, men thought, more eternal truths had replaced them. Whatever is right, sang Pope. Yet was the universe as stable as it appeared to the unsophisticated observer when George in pudding time came o'er? The South Sea bubble is only 6 years ahead, but society survived that crisis. The new economic order had 60 successful years before Adam Smith challenged it. In politics too, although the historical scholarship of the Tory Dr. Brady had demolished Whig myths about the origin of Parliament, Whig and parliamentary sovereignty was so firmly established that history seemed not to matter, Locke conspicuously sidestepped the issue. It was again some 60 years before radicalism arose to rally the unfree once more. When it did, historical memories of the 17th century played their part, just as they were to do in the American and French revolutions. But already by 1714 a different kind of subversive force was at work in the minds of men. Acquaintance with the exquisite art of the ancient civilizations of India, China, and Japan was beginning to shake European complacency. The worship of wild nature was coming into fashion in England, and reveals a quite new dissatisfaction with urban society and its self-conscious art. The 18th century age of reason, in which only poets went mad, was ushered into the savage irony of Mandeville and Swift. Another Irish cleric, George Berkeley, was beginning to wonder whether the solid material universe of Newton and Locke really existed at all outside men's minds. Already these isolated voices were suggesting that nothing is eternal, neither Whiggery, nor reason, nor the mechanical universe, nor even perhaps the Bank of England. Certainties come, certainties go, history alone remains, because history changes with the events it records. So we can look back at this brilliant, bewildering century of change and try to assess what happened, where contemporaries saw only events governed by fortune. Appendices. Appendix A, Rulers and Parliaments. James I 1603, 25. 1604 to 10 First Parliament. 1614. Addled Parliament. 1621. Business Parliament. 1624. Fourth Parliament. Charles I 1625, 49. 1625. First Parliament. 1626. Second Parliament. 1628 to 9 Third Parliament. April 1640. Short Parliament. November 1640 to 9. Long Parliament. Republic 1649 to 53. 1649, April 1653 Rump of Long Parliament. July, December 1653. Bare Bones Parliament. Protectorate of Oliver Cromwell 1653 to 8. 1654 to 5 First Parliament. 1656 to 8 Second Parliament. Protectorate of Richard Cromwell 1658 to 9. January, April 1659. Parliament. Republic 1659 to 60. May, October 1659. Restored Rump. October, December 1659. Army Rule. December 1659 to February 1660. Rearrested Rump. February, March 1660. Secluded members added to Rump. April, May 1660. Convention Parliament, recalls Charles II. Charles II 1660 to 85. May, December 1660. Convention Parliament. 1661 to 79 Cavalier or Pensioner Parliament. March, July 1679. Third Parliament. 1679 to 81 Fourth Parliament. April, May 1681. Oxford Parliament. James II 1685 to 8. 1685 to 7 Parliament. Interregnum. December 1688 to February 1689. January, February 1689. Convention Parliament, declares William and Mary sovereigns. William III and Mary II 1689 to 94. February 1689 to February 1690. Convention Parliament. 1690 to 5 Second Parliament. William III 1694 to 1702. 1695 to 8 Third Parliament. 1698 to 9 Fourth Parliament. February, July 1701. Fifth Parliament. 1701 to 2 Sixth Parliament. And 1702 to 14. 1702 to 5 First Parliament. 1705 to 8 Second Parliament. 1708 to 10 Third Parliament. 1710 to 13 Fourth Parliament. 1713 to 14 Fifth Parliament. Appendix B, Archbishops of Canterbury. 1583 to 1604 John Whitgift. 1604 to 10 Richard Bancroft. 1611 to 33 George Abbott. 1633 to 45 William Laud. 1645 to 60 Episcopacy abolished. 1660 to 3 William Jixon. 1663 to 77 Gilbert Sheldon. 1677 to 90 William Sancroft. 1691 to 4 John Tillotson. 1694 to 1714 Thomas Tennyson. Appendix C. Diagram 1 Real wages of skilled laborer, 1583 to 1702. Figures are taken from D. Knoop and G. P. Jones, The Medieval Mason, pages 237 to 8. Prices are calculated from 12 articles of food: wheat, beans, barley malt, cheese, butter, oxen or beef, sheep, pigs, hens, pigeons, eggs, herrings. Money wages are based on those prevailing at Oxford, Cambridge, and London Bridge. The graph is shown in percentages, 1583 to 92 being taken as 100. In that decade food prices were already over 3 times what they had been in 1501 to 10, money wages not quite twice what they had been in 1501 to 10. Cf. pages 9, x above. Diagram 2 Real wages of unskilled laborer, 1583 1702. Figures for wages are taken from Thorold Rogers, A History of Agriculture and Prices in England, v. 664 to 71. Prices as in diagram 1. The graph is again shown in percentages, 1583 to 92 being taken as 100. Diagram 3 Wages and prices, 1639 to 62. Figures from Thorold Rogers, OPCIT, pages 825 to 7. The decennial averages in diagrams 1 and 2 conceal the very considerable fluctuations which occurred from year to year. Diagram 3 shows wages in relation to wheat prices. Wages are an average of skilled and unskilled. The graph again shows percentages, the decennial averages for 1631 to 40 being taken as 100. Note that the periods when real wages were lowest coincide with those of most acute political discontent among the lower classes. The fact that the purchasing power of wages rose so steeply in the early 50s, culminating in the 2 most prosperous years of the century, may help to explain the decline of popular agitation under the Protectorate. Diagram 4 Money given to charity and charitable endowments by different social classes. Figures from W. K. Jordan, Philanthropy in England, 1480 to 1660, pages 385 to 7. They are taken from 9 counties and the city of Bristol, covering nearly half the population of England, and so may be taken as a representative sample. Note the astonishing preponderance of merchant charity, that the percentage contribution of the nobility in the second period has almost halved, that of the yeomanry almost doubled. 1601 to 40, 1641 to 60. Nobility pound 55,078 5.17%. Pound 10,588 2.74%. Gentry pound 164,502 15.46%. Pound 62,786 16.23%. Yeoman pound 15,495 1.45%. Pound 10,442 2.70%. Husbandmen and artisans pound 4,063 0.39%. Pound 2,1030 0.54%. Lower clergy pound 62,589 5.88%. Pound 24,034 6.22%. Merchants and tradesmen pound 762,339 71.65%. Pound 276,829 71.57%. Total pound 1,064 066 100%. Pound 386,782 100%. Appendix D, Economic Fluctuations. 1603. Plague. 33,500 deaths in London. 1604 to 14 Revival of trade after depression. Prosperity. 1615 to 17 Cocaine Project. Slump. 1618 to 19 Partial Recovery. 1620 to 4 Catastrophic Depression, Bankruptcies, Riots. 1621 to 3 Bad Harvests. 1625. Plague. 35,500 deaths in London. 1625 to 31 Slight Recovery, then renewed depression. 1629 to 31 Bad Harvests. 1632 to 7 Slight Recovery, then stagnation. 1636. Plague. 10,500 deaths in London, 5,500 on Tyneside. 1638 to 50 Political and economic crisis. 1646 to 51 Bad Harvests. 1651 to 8 Recovery and Prosperity. 1653 to 4 Excellent Harvests. 1658 to 61 Bad Harvests. 1659 to 60 Economic and Political Crisis. 1661 to 5 Recovery. 1665 to 6 Great Plague, and Fire of London. 1667. Dutch fleet in the Medway. Financial panic. 1668 to 71 Building boom in London and partial recovery. 1672 to 4 Stop of Exchequer, bankruptcies, depression. 1673 to 4 Bad harvests. 1674 to 86 Recovery and boom, with recession in 1678. 1686. Recession. 1687 to 93 Recovery and boom. 1693 to 97 Ill years. Bad harvests 1693, 1697 to 8, 1696 Distress among poor caused by calling in debased coinage. 1696 to 7 Recession. 1699 to 1709 Recovery and general prosperity, with recessions in 1701, 1706, 1708. 1710. Recession. 1711 to 14 Recovery and boom.